Hello. Hi.
They should be able to hear you. I'm gonna get on here and do a little promotion. I can do that elsewhere. No, you know what? Fuck, I'll do it here.
Fuck it. We're doing it live. This is the first ASMR like cooks. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Paper towels.
Yes. That's what I say also. Whenever I meet someone, I'm like, hello, greetings, paper towels. Because I won't sing that. It's so annoying. Thank you. Are we streaming on the correct thing?
We should be. We'll find out in a second.
Okay.
Yep, we live.
We're live.
Live.
Are we live on the YouTube?
We are. Yep, that's us.
Okay. I have to refresh it.
On that share button.
Why won't it just refresh?
God, you know.
God. Oh, there we are, finally. All right, here we go.
All right. There you go, DGG birds. I know you don't have content today, so I'm feeding you.
I'm the content.
He is the content. You get the content all week.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh man, you got on anything else yesterday? Cheers, man.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Did you also make yourself a Boulevardier?
I did. It's good.
It is good. Thank you.
Feel free to dig in. So for those watching, we just made a giant. I used a Dulsat for whatever reason.
More I don't know what that means.
So you know when you go to a Korean place and you get like the kimchi jjigae or the steamed egg. That's what they cook that in.
Okay. How much eating sounds should there be? Should I move away from the mic?
I don't think they'll pick it up, but you know we'll see what the complaints are.
Okay. Because I can make it happen if people want that.
The paper towels are a good idea.
Yeah, I looked at the food and I was like, I can see the future. I know exactly what's going to happen here.
I have a solution to this too. Yes, more sounds.
Yum! Thank you. This is great. So apparently, Destiny's kick is live. Steven's kick is live. So I don't know how that happened. Oh, it's on the. Oh, okay. There we go. Oops. Oopsie poopsie.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was not intentional. Also, while we talk, I'm gonna edit a kick and get us up on there because I guess I guess the thank you, August.
Oops.
So
yeah, somebody caught it, so
yeah,
safe.
Before we did anything crazy.
Before we said anything too controversial.
Yes. Not that Steven hasn't said controversial things on his before.
What the heck?
So
what's all in this?
So this is prime what do you call it? New York strip, capers, sherry vinegar, ketchup, mustard, onion, and it's supposed to be cornichons, but they only had sweet pickles, so I didn't go overboard on the cornichons or on the pickles. And that's it. Easy day.
That's delicious. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we had
I like capers a lot.
I do too. Not enough dishes with them in America. At least.
I'm the type of person that can just like eat them straight from the jar, and people look at me weird.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Oh, Dan is
Thank you so much.
Everyone who knows is doing it. But hey, this is it wouldn't be a podcast in the studio without some little hit.
Oops. Some little oops.
No, we had to figure out like we were just talking beforehand about ways to get it so that doesn't happen. I don't know why Stevens went live and the Bridges one didn't. So new things to figure out.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe it was like accidentally clicked or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we can do?
What?
Introduce further delay to this podcast.
Okay, yeah.
And we're gonna.
I can sing a song. Oh, okay. To eat the food. You can join the mukbang from your home. I almost inhaled a little piece. I've got like a weird digestive system. I don't know why.
Also,
I can like literally vomit on command. I won't do it because it demonetizes, but I've like there's clips of me doing it.
Does it really?
Yeah, like I'll like if I'm I don't know what it is.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, you said vomit on command?
Vomit. Or what did you think I said?
I thought you said burp.
I mean, burping is easy too, but
yeah, I can do the burp. I was like, I can do that. Okay.
No, yeah, I can like. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk about that while we're eating. You're right, but
I mean,
my gross out level is just too high. I can eat a part of.
I'm just want to know how you weaponized this as a kid.
I think I did fake being sick once.
Oh, anyone figure out your trick? Like that you were doing it on purpose?
I think my mom accused me of sticking my finger down my throat, which I did not do. But I don't remember.
Was she like, you do this too much?
I only did the fake sick excuse once though, so that couldn't have been the case. I think she just knew I wasn't sick and I was a bad actor.
You got the puke up. Mm-hmm. Everything else about this screams bullshit, son.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Been waiting for like 2 weeks to ask you about this.
2 weeks.
So I just saw, I was telling you before, I've seen Antichrist now. Who's the director?
Lars von Trier.
Yeah, so I've seen Antichrist and
Very
I've seen...
Man.
Is he?
Oh, he's hilarious.
Oh, he's the one that like made the Nazi comment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The oops at Cannes Film Festival.
Yep.
But he's so weird that like people that are familiar with him and his work were like, okay, he wasn't really being serious. He just didn't know how to tell a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And so they unbanned him later. But they're like, okay, you can come back, but like don't do that at your press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the clip?
I did.
Yeah. Kirsten Dunst is like wanting to crawl out of her fucking skin. It's a great clip.
He's kind of like Tarantino in that he has this like stable of actors that he likes to pull from. Because I think Willem Dafoe, the British chick who can be both ugly and sexy at the same time, I can't remember her name. Point of disagreement on this. So I'm watching it, and you know when she goes out to the it's Christmas Eve, and she's gonna go out, and he's like, if you leave, we're done, and she just fucking leaves, and she goes out. No.
Was this in Nymphomaniac?
Yeah, no, this is before that, because that's when she gets her orgasm back. No, this is before that. This is where you're waiting for this moment to happen, where she starts to leaving the kid alone instead of finding a new babysitter. I don't know why she didn't fucking figure that out, but she just decides, oh well, the kid's fine, I can go ahead and leave him. And
so did you watch? Which one did you watch first?
I watched Antichrist first.
Good.
Yes, this is why.
So yeah.
So we get to that scene, and the music starts playing from the opening of Antichrist as the kid starts to get up, and I'm freaking out. I'm sitting on the couch. I'm like, no, not another one. What is this guy's problem? What does he have an issue? Spoilers, by the way. Like, don't watch this part.
Watch Antichrist. by the way, everybody in chat.
Yes.
Or at least the opening scene. If you want to be really sad.
Yes. So mute for like 3 minutes, all right? And then go watch Antichrist, then go watch the 6-hour version
you can do
of Nymphomaniac.
a hand signal for people that don't.
Yeah. So this is, I'm now going to talk spoilers, and then when you see this again, you can come back.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I hear the music start playing, and I was already like, as soon as she started deciding to leave the kid alone, I was like, this kid's going to fucking die. And I'm watching, and then the music plays, and he gets out there, and the snow is falling just like it. The music is playing just like it. And then the fucking dad comes home and he's alive. I'm expecting the whole, like the fucking, I'm expecting like that scene from the A24 film. What is it? When the mother comes home and screams.
Oh, yeah.
Hereditary. Yeah. I'm expecting that. And then the kid's alive. And I am so happy. But I thought that the throwback, I didn't think it was like corny or anything. I thought it really genuinely like put me in the like, oh shit, could this happen?
No, I can't. Because he's sometimes, it depends on the type of movie he's trying to make. In terms of like how referential he can be, but he's kind of a troll. He does things to get reactions out of people, and I'm sure that he loves that I hate that part of the movie if you've seen my review. I keep inhaling pieces, I'm sorry. We'll get it. We'll get there. I'm going to drink some water. Antichrist is too closely associated with like a genuine emotion for me that doesn't belong anywhere near the kind of like, haha, look, I'm referencing my own thing sort of, member berries or just masturbation that he does. And just the idea that someone might watch Nymphomaniac first before experiencing Antichrist is annoying to me.
Yeah, I would have been more upset. It's kind of like growing up as a kid. You have like Muppet Babies and stuff that spoof Star Wars all the time. So it's impossible with everyone making the references to it until you get to an age where you could enjoy Star Wars. You already know that, oh, by the way.
Hand signal.
Oh, no, we might still do a little more. Not yet. Not, ignore.
Well, you did the hand signal.
I did. So ignore the hand signal. Look for the next one. You already know that Darth Vader's Luke's father. Like, that's ruined for you. You can't.
It's pop culture.
Yeah.
You don't have to see the movie to know that.
Exactly. But with Antichrist, or with this, so maybe you know the director better than I do. So maybe he intended it to be like, haha, gotcha. But for me, it was like, as someone who saw the movie, I was genuinely feeling fear.
Were you not like kind of off put by the fact that even if he was doing it seriously, that he used the exact same music again?
I think my level of, I think you are going to be more highly critical of that than I am, because I would then, if I were to try to think deeper about it, I think there's some sort of motif there that he's intentionally going for to like replicate that sense.
I would like, if he was doing that seriously, then I would be like, okay, like what are you trying to do? Like one trick pony situation. And it's just, especially given the rest of the movie Nymphomaniac, especially given what the rest of the movie is, and it's just like, it's so irrelevant to anything else that happens. It feels inappropriate to just put in there.
It seems, well, as far as the scene, not the like replay of the music.
The entire scene just feels dumb.
I felt it was supposed like where you thought things were going to go, regardless, because she's being super irresponsible. She's putting herself and her desires over, the safety and security of her kid.
Yeah, I really did not connect with like the character, any of them really in that movie. It felt really artificial.
I avoided that because I avoided watching your review because I wanted to like kind of flesh that out and not come with like preconceived notions about your perspective. So let's go to the end. How did you feel about the end?
It was another troll move. It's just Lars von Trier being a troll.
Why the fuck does he suddenly want to fuck her? We've established that he's asexual, so unless it was supposed to be he's lying.
Because he doesn't care. He's like just looking to piss people off. He's looking to be like as relentlessly unsatisfying as possible.
You see, and he's jerking himself off and he's flaccid. So it's like, okay, clearly like he's trying. Like I believe he was inspired to something by her stories, and he's got something, even if he's not feeling this. I think the implication was that he was like lying about being asexual, maybe, which is also just kind of an annoying thing to have the character do. I don't know. That would be annoying, and maybe that's why my brain isn't going towards it. It's more that like through her story and everything she went to, that like he hasn't had sex before, and he's like, "You've interested me." But then he just says that he's this caring, compassionate person this whole time, and then suddenly he says, "But you've had sex with thousands of people," as he's about to rape her.
It's body count. I don't know. I these couple tiny things about the movie. The movie, like both movies, are like 5 hours or something, right? Like I don't remember how long both of them. It's like 6 hours
for the director's cut of Nymphomaniac.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Did I watch the director's cut? Because I saw it in a theater, but I think it was the director's cut. I don't remember. I don't remember if they released that in a theater when I watched it. It was like at an art house theater or whatever, and they just did a double feature. And I barely, I remember things about it, but all of it just feels so insignificant at the same time. It's a very unsatisfying movie. Dancer in the Dark is great.
Is that part of the same trilogy?
Oh yeah, Depression Trilogy. No, Melancholy is the other one.
Okay.
And that was the one that he did the Nazi comment at Cannes.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah. That one is probably better than Nymphomaniac, but definitely worse than Antichrist for me. Some people love it.
So overall feelings on Antichrist, like I went into it expecting a lot more demonic, like horror type movie. I didn't realize how artsy.
Or should
was that
hand wave for this one? Okay.
We're done with Nymphomaniac. Go watch the movie, but watch Antichrist first. Which
Antichrist is the movie that I'm more concerned about, because Nymphomaniac's not even good. So don't watch Nymphomaniac. Yeah, so we're gonna I guess we're gonna talk a little bit about Antichrist anyway, but yeah, I it's a movie that's definitely, the first time I watched it, like huge emotional impact over a few scenes, and then just kind of like a little bit of confusion maybe at some other scenes. But over time, it's really grown on me, and I've kind of understood what it's going for more. And I feel like that the way that it's filmed is really unique and groundbreaking. And I'm pretty sure that the usage of it might have been like one of the first films to use these kind of robot mechanically computer driven programmed cameras on like these mounts, basically like indoors. She's having like it's not during the panic attack, but it's during like one of the later scenes, and you can see the camera like doing these like but very like meticulous and like precise about how the movement is. Clearly someone isn't holding it. Clearly it's just like a robot arm doing it that they programmed into the computer. And I think I saw in the special features they like kind of invented a new way of doing it, which was interesting. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember anyway.
So what did you think, like when she smashes his dick? And
spoilers.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Spoilers. More spoilers. So sorry if you guys haven't seen this one. Spoilers. You'll get the hand wave in a bit. I'm giving you 3 seconds to hit the pause button. Antichrist.
I'm loading
which
this
you got to watch before Nymphomaniac. Oh, that's loaded, baby.
Well, I was looking at how many pieces of bread are left and how much meat is left.
Bread.
Oh, so, okay. Well, I guess I'll just have a fucking loaded one. I don't give a shit.
You can pop another one on there, make a sandwich.
No, this is fine.
So when she smashes his dick,
yeah.
Why do you feel that she decided to like finish him off? Like, and I guess, is it supposed to be the same way that sex has been like what she's been holding on to throughout the movie?
Yeah, I think she was just doing it because her mind got corrupted by the whole like women are evil sort of thing, and she was just doing it as like a further, like she was scared. She was afraid of women and nature and sex all kind of like combined into one idea. Sex being like a part of that, but more or less just fed into it by the end of it, and kind of decided that she was like evil, I guess.
That was, I think that was like one of the weirder moments or departures, not because it was like weird in execution or anything like that, but just like it seemed random in the moment that she would decide to fucking do it. But then the pinning the iron to his leg and making it so he couldn't escape, and then figuring out that like the kid was having his shoes put on backwards. Like,
yeah, I like that part a lot.
Like, you didn't see like that kind of
thing.
You didn't get any information that would make you think this person was abusive. Like, we had no idea that, again, I'm not hand waving, stay out of here. We had no idea that she let the kid fucking die, like mid orgasm is watching him drop through.
Yeah.
But was she supposed to be leaning into it and like corrupted by this idea, or was she truly supposed to be some sort of, was it supposed to be derangement or genuine? Because
I think, I mean, the character was clearly disturbed, but
yeah.
I think it offers a bit more than like the tropey sort of like, oh, the killer was the main character the whole time thing, because she, you know, she is genuinely deranged throughout the entire movie. And it comes from, it's interesting that it comes from a place of like kind of self-hatred as well. I like that it's not just like, oh, I had amnesia and forgot. It's just that we, as the audience members, didn't know the things that she did.
And why she's going crazy, because she's being eaten alive by what she did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just what she did, but she's like plagued with these ideas before even. Yeah, my favorite things about the movie is like how it's filmed and how it's presented, and the extreme, you know, choices, the differences between like just the weird ass shaky cam in the hospital that it's like, okay, well, it's not like it was shaky cam for budgetary reasons. It's obviously a choice, especially when you see all of the really precise movements.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. It's really interestingly filmed, and I think that there's definitely a lot of like heart and intent in that movie from like a very disturbed person, but I love it. Like I like seeing disturbed movies from disturbed minds.
So you're talking about the camera, it makes me think of Sam Raimi. You like Sam?
Yeah, I do. I don't like every single one of his films, but like if he makes another movie, I'm like more or less interested in seeing what it is.
Evil Dead 1 or 2?
I think I've seen one more times, and I know people love 2, and I love a lot of what happens in 2, but I think 1's probably my favorite, as in like more of a like personal rewatchable thing. But I've also got like all of the factoids and humor from the Bruce Campbell did a commentary track on it, and you can't even find it on the Blu-ray, but it's on the old DVD of it, and it's the funniest fucking thing. He's just doing it solo. There was a separate commentary track with Sam Raimi and Robert Tappert, the producer. But Bruce Campbell just like saying interesting things about the production, but also kind of shitting on it and like poking fun at himself and just like cheeseball acting like his own performance, and like, oh, you can see over there in the background this mistake, and like stuff like that. It's the best commentary track, and so having that in my mind also while watching it might be the reason for, I guess, that bias. But also it's like knowing that it was kind of stitched together by just a bunch of kids with some cameras over the course of like a few years, and like half the actors quit like mid-production, and
they're all high school friends, like just got it together.
Yeah, I like those stories of people just making a movie with very few resources, but still managing, just because of how they're expressing their art and what they're showing, still managing to find success and still making something that's like, you know, there's good parts to it. There are effectively scary aspects to it.
Didn't Sam do that monkey thing that just came out? Isn't he the director for that?
Monkey Man?
Yeah.
No, that's Dev Patel.
Okay, he's got something that he's doing recently. Like, it's always interesting to me when his name pops out, because he's not making like high volume.
Yeah, sometimes, a lot of the time, his name will show up, and in the trailer it'll be like from visionary director Sam Raimi, but it turns out he produced it and he's not like directing it. And he produces a lot of stuff. Like, he has a production company, and so like whatever.
Boy Kills World, that's what it is. Have you seen the preview for that?
Yeah, he didn't direct that.
No,
but he produced that, I believe. Yeah, I don't think there's a way that he directed that.
I didn't know he directed Spider-Man until I was reading Bruce Campbell's autobiography actually, and
there's so much of him in it too.
And Bruce too, the little like
a
the
little
cart
cameo.
worker. Yeah. I don't know, they seem to have a nice bromance going.
Did you see so should you wave your hand again? I forget if we're in spoiler or out of spoiler.
Yeah, we're done with
Well, if we're
Antichrist.
just constantly talking about movies, then I think we should abandon the attempt at hand waving.
That's an excellent,
because otherwise, like,
point.
we're just gonna Have you seen Drag Me to Hell?
If not,
It's great.
is it?
Yeah.
Who's the? It was that his
Sam Raimi. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like his return to Evil Dead type of movie.
Oh, is it?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. There's like demonic stuff, but it's also like it's also incredibly self-aware and incredibly funny. It's very much. It's as much of a comedy as it is a horror movie. Even more so, I would say, maybe.
Do you like more than Cabin in the Woods?
Yeah.
Okay, because I loved Cabin in the Woods. I thought I don't know. We were talking the other day at dinner, like how I don't watch a lot of new movies unless I'm like moved to do so through someone says we're gonna go watch this or whatever. It's like an actor or director I really like or a story I'm familiar with. So normally it's watching Indiana Jones once a year, all the John Wick movies. I don't really do the Star Wars, Star Trek, but Lord of the Rings extended editions get it about 3 times per year in my life. So I don't venture out too much unless it's something that really motivates me to. So seeing Cabin in the Woods, I had not seen anything like that up to that point, where it like takes the horror genre on, but it's not like Scary Movie. There still is some serious aspect to it. So Drag Me to Hell is kind of like that.
It is like that, but it's, how do I describe it? I think it goes better places than Cabin in the Woods. Maybe not like overall story implications, but in terms of like the individual set pieces. And like, I don't know if this is something that you appreciate about Sam Raimi, but the camera work and just how the scenes are edited together. That's
why I brought him up, because of the you were bringing up the Antichrist thing.
Yeah, it's very much a him movie. It's very much a Sam film.
No, and I mean, he pioneered a lot of different techniques that people were never doing before he made Evil Dead. And again, that's like he had just been out of high school, I think, when they made Evil Dead. Like they were still in college, and he's doing that kind of level of creativity, especially working off like family friend money and the money they had to work very hard to hunt down. And it's like to be ballsy with that money.
Yeah, it's really it was the barrier to entry for making a film is getting lower and lower with every second. Like, I don't know if you saw Tangerines by Sean Baker.
No.
It's a movie that is really funny. It's a comedy movie, but it was shot on like an iPhone 4, and it had good sound. Like there was like a boom mic and stuff.
Like someone shot a movie with an iPhone the entire movie.
I mean, there's been a couple of times where that's been like the promotional aspect, but knowing that is a thing that people can do.
Yeah.
Hundreds of Beavers was shot with like a GH5, which is not like that expensive of a camera. I pimped that out yesterday. I'm probably going to pimp it out tomorrow too.
Pimp it out again.
I will.
Get the people.
Hundreds of Beavers. I want people to tell me that they watched Hundreds of Beavers.
And he's not talking about your browser history.
Yeah, those are only tens of beavers.
Are they? Yeah, are they even beavers now? Who has a beaver? Like, it's like saying.
I haven't heard anybody call a pussy a beaver in a while.
I assume that, like muff, there's a fuzzy implication to the word beaver, and no one. Bring back the beaver, man.
Bring back the beaver boys,
please. Jesus.
Shrimp and white wine. It's a Tim and Eric reference. I don't know if you ever watched Tim and Eric.
I have a. Fuck.
You hate them?
No, I fucking love them. I have Eric Wareheim's cookbook, which is actually really good.
I didn't know he made an actual cookbook
called Foodheim, and it's very good.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Did you see Tim's cooking show on YouTube?
I did not. He has a cooking show?
It's not a real one. It's definitely definitely like just the same thing that they do. But this was just, it was not like it wasn't like produced on Adult Swim or anything. They just posted it to YouTube, and it's just It's funny. It's funny.
Do you have a favorite? You have a favorite bit?
Yeah, I have. I remember a lot of bits from, I think my favorite episode, it's somewhere in season 4. And they're talking about the universe.
Yeah,
and they're like,
the one.
It's not, yeah. It's not a bowl. And there are 90 planets. I find myself doing the Tim Heidecker face a lot.
2 of my favorites are Steve Brule, For Your Wine.
Oh yeah,
that one.
Yeah.
I went out to Napa and I watched that every day for a week.
I think that was like the first episode.
That was a good
The
one.
one where he gets wine drunk.
Yeah, like right in the next room. He's supposed to be out in wine country, and they're like, "Can't hear you, Tim." That and the Bub-Bubs.
I have the song in my head right now. Yeah, make him bounce now.
And then learning how they do their casting, which is just randos. Like they're going to like central casting and just finding the like people. No one's casting these people.
That was a unique, bold decision for the show. And it's funny because it worked out, and it also made the show probably a lot cheaper to produce.
Oh yeah,
by doing
absolutely.
that. Although they did have a lot of celebrity cameos too, or comedian cameos.
I wonder if it was like South Park, where South Park wouldn't pay people for cameos, like George Clooney playing the cat or the doctor on the movie. Like it was just people wanting to do it. I'm sure for the movie he had to get, like with SAG, I'm sure he had to get paid something.
I didn't even know. I wasn't even aware about that for South Park. What do you mean? Of course they paid them something, right? What do you mean?
No, like there was a thing of theirs. Again, I don't know if that continued where like celebrities wanted to get on, but they're like, yeah, sure, we're not paying you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And okay.
I think Cartman's cat is voiced by George Clooney.
What the fuck?
Yeah. But so I wonder if like Tim and Eric, it was kind of a similar thing.
I have no idea. I wasn't aware of that factoid.
Oh, what's his name? Who's Ant-Man?
Fuck that. Whoever there's an R in his name.
Oh, on my laptop, folks. I can't Google these things.
Someone can say it in chat.
Hey,
who's Ant-Man? Who the fuck is Ant-Man?
Say goodnight. Thank you for the 5 subs. Sorry to everyone who might have donated before. We can't see that far. I barely see that. My eyes are bleeding. But that guy, the Ant-Man guy.
I think it was just memberships. I don't know if there were super chats. I can scroll up. I think it was just memberships. I can read the super chats. I have the technology.
He has the ability. But he was on that one, like the enhanced one, where he's like playing with a version of himself, making him do shit.
On what when? Oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that's been memed a bunch. They knew how to do internet humor before internet humor really took off.
Yes.
And they were doing it on cable, which is pretty funny.
Did you ever see Blowjob Girl?
No, I have no idea what the fuck that is.
You know,
that's a funny question though.
You ever see The Office?
Yeah.
So it was like a
first
Funny or Die skit or some shit, and the redhead who takes over for Pam's spot was in it.
Okay.
And it was a stupid video where she's like, "I'm gonna make that blowjob so dry," and she starts drying off her tongue. The guy's like, "What?" And then she's like, "Oh, you don't like that? Okay, all right. I'm gonna make that blowjob so flat." And he's like, "What?" And she's like, "I'm gonna." And starts making this angry face and flatten her hands. But anyway, it was a stupid throwaway skit that only people in 2007 found funny, like myself. And then she ends up on The Office. Like, you don't see a lot of these skit actors make it to, like, we were talking, you did a review for Cocaine Bear. You know that guy with the mustache?
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, I saw his fucking TikTok things.
Yeah, like he did the TikToks about like working at like fucking IKEA or some shit.
You know, it's not Donald Glover / Childish Gambino is probably one of the best and earliest examples of that. I don't know if you ever saw Derek comedy stuff.
Yeah.
He was doing well there, but he's also like any one of their skits, he would stand out so far beyond everybody else in it, where it was clear that it's like, okay, you're going places.
Yeah.
And it's not like that didn't exist before, because, you know, Justin Bieber got noticed by him posting like songs and guitar on YouTube, like a lot of musicians and actors and, you know, maybe just we'll call them industry plants are kind of like noticed on YouTube in some form. But now it's becoming a bit more common, and the line is the distance between these two mediums are shrinking, which I like. The show Smiling Friends includes a lot of guest cameos from a lot of just YouTube people because it's made by YouTubers as well, or people that started out as YouTubers.
Wait,
have you watched that?
That's not the cartoon, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, where they go around and they try to cheer people up. And,
yeah. That's made by Michael Cusack and Psychic Pebbles.
Okay.
Zach Hadel.
I've seen about 5 episodes of that.
Oh, that's
pretty
great.
Funny. Have you seen Deep State or fuck?
Deep State? Red State?
It's not Deep State. It's dude, I told you my name recall, man. Who's the fucking guy from Mr. Robot, the dad?
I haven't watched enough Mr. Robot to know who the dad is.
Spoilers for that one. But if you don't know this one, Christian Slater.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in a cartoon about the Deep State. It's a comedy on like Netflix.
You could have just said the dad from Nymphomaniac.
Oh, fuck, yes. Also, didn't recognize him. He looks so handsome there.
Yeah.
I couldn't fucking tell it was Christian Slater.
He's
Not that he's not
in
a
a
handsome
tiny
dude,
bit of that
but
movie.
he's so different. Fuck it. I'll find it later. Anyway.
I requested the paper towels. Don't make the dead emoji at the paper towels. I wanted a paper towel.
What's wrong with the paper towels?
I live off of
He
paper
also has
towels.
he has a plate too.
I didn't notice the plate.
providing.
I didn't even notice the plate. That was my bad.
Paul Rudd was the guy we were thinking of.
Yes.
Thank you, random chatter. I can't read your name of. Monty, maybe.
The plate was too far for me to notice. You gave me several plates.
Yeah, they're put together in a way that's really complicated to pull apart.
It's really funny, actually.
But you can just save it for the steak.
I got 3 plates. Oh, shit. I forgot you made 2 things. Completely forgot.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's a lot of beef right there. But
I've got a bottomless stomach, so
oh, you're gonna be good then.
yeah,
We got it.
fine.
We got meat.
We have the meat.
The meat. What is your favorite adult cartoon? And I'm not talking about hentai.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that, but now that you bring that up, adult cartoon, because I have like a show specifically, or a film?
Yeah, like an Archer, a South Park, something like that.
I'm very close to like the early Simpsons, like probably seasons 2 through like 7.
Yeah.
I love that a lot. There's a show called Moral Oral that is stop motion animated. That's really good.
Moral Laurel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I saw the episode where they tell him about God's punishment being love, and then his dad spanks him, and he, has a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I woke up in the middle of the night as a kid and saw that.
That's a fun boundary pushing show. I love things made by PFFR, who did Wonder Chosen. The Shivering Truth is their newest one, and I think it's probably their best. Xavier Renegade Angel.
I haven't seen.
And if you haven't seen any of those, you're not going to have seen the 4th one, The Heart She-Holler, because that's their least popular. Wonder Chosen's insane. Very edgy. It's one of those like, wow, that was on TV. Like,
I've heard that.
It's funny though.
How old is the show?
It was around 2005.
Okay,
I think.
I've heard of that. I've never seen it. Same with whatever the guy from Better Call Saul's bit was before. Mr. Show. I've not seen that. Yeah,
I've seen bits of that. I haven't seen enough of that, I know. Yeah, The Shivering Truth is incredible. That's probably my, out of every show, I guess animated show that's been released in the past like 10 years or something, I would probably be at the top.
Is that
I want to like watch it again now.
Is it a comedy or a serious?
Ooh, both.
Okay. All right.
But it's like it's how do I describe it? They're great at puns, but they're also great at being like disturbing at the same time. And it's like I don't know how to describe it from the frame of reference that you haven't seen any of those. Well, it's from the same. They use the same stop motion animation studio as the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio movie. So Shadow, what was it called?
Was it the one from? Oh wait, this wasn't the one from the early 2000s, late 90s, was it? No.
No, this one is The Shivering Truth is from like 2020.
Oh no, I'm in
like
the Pinocchio movie.
Pinocchio, Guillermo del Toro is also from like 2021, 2022.
Okay.
It came out like a year or two ago.
No, I didn't see that. Was it good?
It was fuck. I wish that Puss in Boots: The Last Wish won Best Animated Feature that year because it was the better movie. Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, it was nice to see someone do something with the Pinocchio story that has been done like 8 billion times, change it in a way that makes sense and improves the story and adds like more depth to it. But they also made it a musical, and the songs fucking sucked.
Ugh.
And there was no reason for the musical to exist, and the songs were terrible, and it was just a bunch of like shit auto-tune and like terrible lyrics, and I was like, fuck, like if you just fixed the songs, it would be like a fantastic movie even. But yeah, you have to love it despite the songs, not because of them, which sucks.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, it's like half the movie is just like irritating. But the other, like, the animation's great, and like they did some great things with the story, but fuck.
Do you like Pan's Labyrinth, and if so, why?
I love Pan's Labyrinth, and if so, what?
Why? Now I say that you're not fighting me. I love the movie too, but I'm curious why each person likes Pan's Labyrinth.
Lot of movies with child actors have a really annoying child actor. This was not one, and they were the star. I love like fantasy. Not that I'm like a huge fantasy nerd or like attached to it in any way, but I love when it's done really well. I like when the story is interpretable in a way that is not important to the, like, it doesn't matter whether or not everything that happened was real, right? The story still functions the same way. The music is super memorable. I know like I probably remember it in the same key, like right. It's like there's so much about it visually. The creature work that Guillermo's really good at. There's so much about it that just sticks, and it's far from boring. It never drags on. It's a very it's a movie that you could show somebody that doesn't like movies with subtitles, and they'd probably still like it. Yeah. It's like one of the most accessible foreign language films that you could show someone.
I think it was my first one that I ever, Yeah. Is it your favorite Guillermo work?
Probably by far. I can't think of another one. Yeah. I think I don't think anything's even close.
All right. Segueing to Del Toro's. What do you think of Benicio Del Toro as an actor?
Love him. I stood in front of him on an escalator at Cannes, but it was in the building that you're not allowed to talk to celebrities with, and I didn't want to lose my badge, so I went like, and I just did a head nod, and he did a head nod, and that was pretty cool.
You thought you were gonna die after, though?
No,
no.
They'd say the rules were pretty clear. They just don't want people to be like held up.
Oh no,
they just don't want.
He was going to kill
Sicario.
you.
Oh yeah. No, okay. Yeah, well, the con rules are pretty strict. That they might kill some people. Yeah, I love him in Fear and Loathing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's great in that. He's a perfect addition to that movie. Yeah.
He plays that character. It's odd seeing him go from, Dr. Gonzo in Fear and Loathing to I don't know, Sicario or any other role that I've watched him in. I've not seen. Is he in any sort of comedic role besides that? Because I can't think of
Benicio. I wonder. I mean, probably it exists, but like, just probably nobody's heard of it, sort of thing.
What do you think of the directing on Fear and Loathing?
It's. I mean, it pretty accurately captures the mania of like psychedelic drug use. And this is not just from the directing, I guess. It's also from the way it's written and like just the way that things are communicated and edited, the way that time flows in the film, and the way that like the viewer is basically as confused as like the main character in a lot of the scenarios. Yeah, I like Terry Gilliam a lot. I don't know if you've seen any of his other.
It took me. I had to watch that movie twice, and then come back to it again after I actually became a huge Hunter Thompson fan, read his work, read Fear and Loathing, all this stuff. Like that's when I finally was like, okay, I get it now. Because before it just seemed like a meandering series of different events with no true like running arcs through it, where like conflict was not really something of substance that I'm worried about scene to scene. I don't know. It took me a while, but then going back to it. So as someone who's never done psychedelics or any drugs like that, I know that Terry Gilliam went out of his way to give each drug that they were on in each scene a very specific look.
Yeah.
Did you find
a very specific feeling?
Those were accurate.
I'm trying to remember. So I've never done mescaline, so I can't comment on that. The acid, I would say, is pretty accurate. Like it's not, there's I don't think there's a single film that is like perfectly captured a drug, so to speak, except maybe some of the visuals in Midsummer with the mushroom.
Yeah.
I think that was very accurate. That was very well done.
I think when I like, again, as having not done it, a lot of it seems corny. Like I think of an episode of House where he does LSD and In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida is playing dun 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 dun, dun, dun and everything starts getting all wavy and all that shit, but then like the hippie colors come out, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to capture, and I think what's more important than capturing a visual is capturing an emotion and having that expressed even just through a character. I don't know if you've seen the film Climax. That's a movie where the premise, this is from Gaspar Noé, another like very disturbed person, but like a really great artist. The premise is that a bunch of like a dance group, like a performance group in France, like probably 20 people in the 80s, have like a rehearsal, and they're at this whatever area, and there's like a big snowstorm, and they're trapped inside, but they're like doing their rehearsal anywhere, and they were just gonna like spend the night there. And somebody spikes the sangria with acid, and so a bunch of people that didn't want to be doing acid are now having a terrifying bad trip. And I'm not going to say anything more about that film, but that's a movie where they never once show any kind of warped, weird visuals or audio, or they never try to replicate what the experience of the drug is like beyond how the characters are acting. And it's one of the most anxiety-inducing films possible to watch, especially if you've done a psychedelic. And I think it probably is even for people that haven't, maybe. But those performances and capturing the feeling and how characters react to situations, there's something that it's like writing for a child, in the sense that a lot of people try to do that, but it just winds up sounding like an adult reading the lines. So a lot of that's why a lot of child actors are annoying, is because directors don't work with them properly and they're not given good dialogue. And also some of the kids just suck. So in that same sense, even people that have done drugs, I think it's very difficult for a lot of people to, when creating art or writing especially, to tap into that part of their brain and really think about and really capture and honestly think like, okay, how would this character react if they were literally just absolutely high out of their mind on a psychedelic? And that movie captures it very well. And it's an incredibly anxiety-inducing film, but it's incredible. It's really, really good.
You touched on something for a second that I fucking hate in movies, and that is the overly intelligent 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Like that, what would you say? Precocious? What would the like those kids that just are speaking way above their pay grade as far as intelligence and emotional depth.
I'm fine with it if it's a part of the character that is acknowledged in the film, and that's like, oh, this is what the character. So like a lot of Dakota Fanning's characters, or a lot of like, you know, like The Sixth Sense or whatever. Like you can the way at least they're saying that the kid is weird in the movie. At least they're like, oh, they're very intelligent for a kid. That's fine. I just don't like it when children are written in ways where there is no acknowledgement. And every, like, The Haunting of Hill House. I don't know if you watched that.
Which one? Yeah.
Every fucking child in that movie just sounded like the writer. And it was so fucking annoying.
Bent neck lady.
He cannot write child dialogue to save his life. He literally could never.
I like the 310 to Yuma, not 310 to Yuma. True Grit. I thought like I
haven't seen that in a while.
That's a young person who is speaking in a way that like I imagine that someone back then is probably, you know, enough responsibilities foisted upon them that they grow up a lot faster than you'd expect someone in you know 2000s to do.
Have you seen a Robert Eggers film? He's directed 3 movies: The Witch, The Lighthouse, and The Northman.
2 of 3 are some of my favorite movies. I love The Witch, and I loved, in particular, The Lighthouse. I watch on that cycle of movies I watch every year. Lighthouse gets at least 2 or 3 plays.
Because he's particularly crazy about dialogue in the sense that like he'll spend like months, maybe years, researching a specific dialect and basically study how people talked in a particular time period or culture, and then write his script in that way. And he clearly loves it. Like that's clearly just like that's his like fixation. And I love how that shows up in his movies. But I wish that his movies were shown with subtitles as a default, because takes some getting used to for sure.
You know, they had to roll back Willem Dafoe's dialogue in that one. He was
The Lighthouse.
Yeah, he was way more on the, you know, the English, or sorry, the New England sailor jargon was very heavy, and they had to rewrite that. That movie was one of those movies that I thought about for weeks after. Yeah, every day there's something I'm thinking about.
Yeah, it's I saw that at Cannes. That was a good Cannes. I got to see it before everybody.
Did you get an ovation?
I don't remember if he was like there, because it was not a part of. It wasn't in competition, okay. So it wasn't at like one of the main theaters, and it might have been a secondary screening at the festival. I don't know if I was at the premiere. I think it might have been the second. Like I don't think he was there, but I did briefly meet him outside of the screening at TIFF, and Bo Burnham was next to him.
Oh no shit!
And he was also very tall.
He is tall.
Yeah,
he's very tall. You like Bo in his
comedy?
Yeah,
I love Bo. That was great.
Bo for show. He's good. He's someone that has evolved. Like you see, like One Trick Ponies, they come out with something. It's a frustrating thing. It's M. Night Shyamalan is someone that I feel that way, where they have the hit with The Sixth Sense. That one lands really well in a lot of ways, and then they try to recreate that final moment where everyone freaked the fuck out. And
yeah, it's always a twist. Now everybody's like, "What's the twist?"
Yep.
It's like, just stop doing it.
You watch South Park?
Oh yeah.
You ever see the episode where they get all the directors and all that stuff together? And they're trying to, I can't remember what they're trying to figure out, but they bring in Hollywood directors to try to figure out what what's going to happen. And M. Night Shyamalan is like, and then suddenly it's this. It's like, no, it isn't that. Like, we got to keep it on track. I haven't enjoyed any of his movies, so I haven't seen the one about the fucking climate change. I haven't seen like Alien, what is it?
You haven't enjoyed any of his movies, as in even The Sixth Sense?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You know what scared the shit out of me? The Village. I just hated that it was a fucking village in modern society. Like that twist annoyed me.
The twist was dumb.
Yeah.
And a lot of it didn't make any sense because of how they presented it.
I don't like because
it like the if you're gonna say that they weren't actually monsters the whole time, then why were they making monster noises that no human being could? You should explain that or not put that in the fucking movie.
Well, you know what? Maybe in some one of the special boxes of sin that they had from the previous life, they had some voice changers or some shit.
Oh yeah, probably.
I don't know.
They definitely thought about that and didn't just put that in the movie.
I'm not trying to do work for him. I found that ruined the movie. I don't give a fuck about your stupid cameo in the glass of the door, you bastard. Like, I don't.
His cameos are funny.
I don't like when they take away, like when it seems like it's Monster and then it's not Monster. Huge fantasy.
It's a bad twist, and it's also been done a bajillion times. And when it happens, I'm like, I don't know if there's many movies where I'm not like predicting it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a bad twist.
So you watch a lot of movies as part of your job, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you have a comfort movie that you go to when you're, like for me, it's Lord of the Rings. I will throw on the Fellowship and just chill out.
There's my any mood movie is this movie.
Lion King. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Jeremy Irons.
Mm-hmm. That's my. It doesn't matter what mood I'm in, I can watch it. But I mean, there's. Yeah, if any movie is a comfort movie, that's it for sure.
That's a good one. Do you ever play the game as a kid?
I didn't play it as a kid, but I played it for my stream, and it was fucking tough.
It's a hard fucking game.
Sucked.
It is.
It was frustrating.
Like once you get to the,
it was impossible.
The bug level with the like the river and shit.
Oh yeah, I was like, there's no way that a human being can do this.
I feel like that with a lot of games. Like nowadays, it feels much easier, even with games like Dark Souls and shit. Like it feels a lot easier to beat video games than back. I don't even know if they play tested those games back then. Like you had the devs make them, and I don't even know if the devs ever beat the levels before they, before they moved on to production. It was just like, okay, level's done. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. It was not at the time. It was like not seen as a expectation to beat the game. It was seen as an achievement.
There was an Animaniacs game that was really hard too. It was
never played it.
If it's a game that doesn't give you lives, like that's the nice thing about games nowadays.
What the heck
is?
You have to start over from the. Is there no checkpoint? You have to start from the very beginning.
Exactly. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog. It's like you get lives, and as soon as you expend those lives, if you don't get enough coins to keep going and get more lives, you're fucked. It's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Back then, they didn't have like RAM to save the games and shit like that, right?
Yeah. There's been some more memberships, no super chats though.
Oh shit, Mikey P. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks for the memberships.
Thanks for the memberships.
Thanks a lot.
You want to refresh on that?
Refresh?
On that drink?
Oh. I was like, I'm looking at the chats live. Why would I have to refresh it? I'm thinking I might want to change things up, but I don't know what I want. Do you have soda water?
We do.
I would like to try some of that gin.
Gin
and soda.
All right, gin and soda.
Could you make it like a single gin and soda and not the American free pour?
Yeah, no, I got you.
Double that pretend when you order a single is actually a double.
Yep, I got you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Entertaining the folks while I do that.
All right, everybody. I'm reading your stupid chat.
I'm gonna go ahead and set up the kick stream too while we do that.
Okay. Is it why? What's the? Is it? Are you dual streaming to the kick stream?
Not yet, but some people are.
I'll finish the rest of it. Thank you. Some people are saying what?
Oh,
the kick. What? Kick is better than YouTube for what? Like emotes, maybe? It kills his computer? Who? YouTube kills his computer or Kick? What? YouTube is one of the best players. I dual stream to YouTube, Kick, and Twitch all at the same time. I guess I triple stream, but barely anybody watches my Kick. Kick.com/YMS if you like Kick. I'm one of the few people using Kick that's not crazy. You've never heard me discuss Phantom Thread in long form? I feel like I've talked about it, but I guess I've never fully talked about it. Yeah, I love that movie. I love No, I've for sure talked. Yeah, wait. I have a review of that on my channel for sure. I've probably talked about it on the podcast too. Sardonicast. No shot I don't have a review of Phantom Thread somewhere. Because I remember exact things I said about that movie. Am I still doing music? Yes. I'm still writing. I just need to figure out what I'm going to do recording-wise. And also, I almost had that vinyl ready, and then Bandcamp decided to pause their self-produced vinyl thing, which is what I was planning on using, and now I'm like, fuck, am I back to square one? I don't know what I'm going to do. An Unkindness is the music, if anybody else is curious. Blondie covered one of my songs. So that is a reason to listen to the music. If my life was turned into a movie, who would I want to play me? I don't know if I have a good answer for that. Nathan Fielder, but he's older. He's like the only other person that almost talks like me. I feel like I feel like Nathan Fielder might be the only person that could ever successfully imitate me if he tried, you know? I feel like if he really tried, he could. Not even AI can get my voice down. They can do a perfect Joe Rogan, but not me. Yeah, I love being able to rewind and fast forward. YouTube makes that great. The review was short because I was sick. Oh. I don't know. It'll show up in my 2017 list because that's the year it came out, right? Is it 2017? Phantom Thread, Paul Thomas Anderson. It's fucking awesome. And I'm working on my 2016 list now, so hopefully... I know that one's been taking forever, but it's for good reason. You get angry imagining me disliking your favorite media. Is that what you stay awake at night thinking? You like try to go to sleep and you're like, but what if Adam hated the Mario movie? Even though I did, and that's your favorite movie? Did I finish The Wire? No. You said I could vape in here, right? Okay. Just making sure. Am I the first vape? I'm the first. We're breaking new ground with the first vape. I thought that the alcohol detector was a vape when I first came here, but it wasn't. Thoughts on Band of Brothers? It's probably for babies, is what I get the impression of. Probably only stupid babies like that movie and care about if somebody else has seen it. Because that's the impression I get. Best movie of 2019? I don't know if I'd give it to Under the Silver Lake. Because I get like short lists. I could pull up my 2019 shit right now on my phone. On my fucking telephone. Let's see if there's a movie in here that is definitely better. Underrated, must-watch, funny 2019 film. Butt Boy. That's a good recommendation. That's one that not a lot of people have seen. Butt Boy is crazy. But it's not better than Under the Silver Lake. Death of Dick Long, very funny movie. 63 Up is incredible. The Climb is amazing. Another great 2019 movie. Yeah, I think Parasite and the Lighthouse came out that year, so no. Under the Silver Lake is not getting it. Also, is Under the Silver Lake even 2019? Why isn't that on my short list? I gotta put it there. I forgot to put it there, thank you. It's 2018. What the heck's your problem? It's 2018. And it's already on my short list for 2018. So what the frick? What the heck? You trying to trick me? Yeah, I'm from Vancouver. I spend most of my time in Vancouver. And I can confirm that literally no one talks like JJ McCullough. It's a fake accent. He invented it. He heard that Canadians say a boot, apparently. He heard the meme and decided to do it in real life. Yeah. If he says a boot, then don't, like, shouldn't he also say anything else? Like, when he gets hurt, does he say ooh instead of ow? Like, he can't make the ow sound? About? All right. Ooh. I don't believe it's real. I'm saying that his accent is fake. There's some people, like Eastern Canadians, will kind of sound like Minnesotans. Yeah, you betcha. Like, that exists. There's a show called Letterkenny that captures a lot of like rural Ontario type accents that are kind of similar. Yeah, those exist. Newfoundland people basically have their own language.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
You want more bread?
I don't think I need more bread. I think that if I finish the tartare, I think it's fine without the bread. But thank you. I will have a spoonful. And to not contaminate, I won't even put the spoon in my mouth. I'll just drop it into my mouth. And I will do this without getting it everywhere. Skills. All right. I would say let's put the rest of this bowl in the fridge. And then I might steal a spoonful later or something. That was great, though. Thank you. Getting kicked. Dream scenario with Nicolas Cage. Wow, it's almost like I have a review for that on my channel already that you could have just taken 10 seconds to type into the YouTube search bar instead of asking me what I think about it here.
All right, so I didn't see that because I watched a bunch of your reviews before this, but you know, actually, that side note, I think the first review of yours I saw was the one about the white lion.
Kimba?
Mm-hmm.
A classic.
My mom loved that movie.
I think that would be my answer to that, like, that Reddit question that keeps showing up. Like, if you were up against 100 randomly selected people from planet Earth, and you had to prove that you were better than them at something to, like, either not die or win $1 billion or something, what would you choose to do? And I think I would say talk about Kimba the White Lion, like anything related to Kimba, because fucking nobody saw it, because that's the only reason that the fucking conspiracy existed.
Actually, my mom knew about it. We got it.
About it. But...
Well, no, I'm sorry. She watched it as a kid. I mean, like, she was aware. Like, we watched it, and I was like, this really seems familiar. Like, I've seen this movie at some point from Walt Disney.
Let's see.
I will say, I do want to ask, did you like, I want to see it either way, but did you like the Nicolas Cage movie?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a really funny moment in it that I won't spoil. And I like the director a lot, and I'm glad that he's got some more recognition. This is his second film. He made like a really hilarious, I think it was Swedish film the year before called Sick of Myself. And that's crazy. And I think that's probably better than the Nick Cage one, but The one thing he needs to work on is like framing. The way that he frames, like the visuals and the flow to how he shoots things, I think could be improved. Like the cinematography in general. That would be the one thing. If he just got like a really talented cinematographer on board, his movies would be like just top tier.
Yeah.
Because he's got great concepts and he's got great sense of humor, and he knows how to like push in like a really interesting way.
Do you see the unbearable weight of immense talent?
Massive talent. No, I avoided that like the plague because it looked like the most soy cuck movie ever.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How so?
Because it was the trailer was just like concept alone, Nicolas Cage is Nicolas Cage. And then the entire thing was just shot terribly. And I was like, this has no life, this has no personality, you're not doing anything interesting with it. You're just riding off of the meme recognizability of Nicolas Cage, and that's it.
I'd say to some degree you're accurate. I felt that the movie like was a little introspective in a decent way.
Were you about to say the movie's great before I shout on it?
Oh no, I'll happily say I love it, and I think there's another movie I'm going to tell you I loved a lot more than you did. Fucking John Wick, all of them. I really disagree with your assessment that there's like a lot of boring, because I think that
there's tons of boring
with Winston and the concierge and all that stuff. I feel like those characters, they did a really great job of creating an instant like for them that makes you very interested in those interactions. So when you're in between those scenes, even though it's not a deep movie, you have an investment in those people.
I didn't. a lot of it was like, we're gonna kill the guy so dead that he'll be not alive anymore. Like that was basic. That's basically what half the movie was. You can't have all action unless you're a crazy movie like Crank.
So when I was watching a review, the thing I thought about is like, were you looking for something like The Expendables, which is hyper self-aware to the point where they brought in the first one, they brought in the Walker Texas Ranger.
I wouldn't
guy.
even say the Expendables is hyper self-aware. I was looking for some when people were talking about John Wick as if it's a self-aware action movie. I was expecting that there wouldn't be 50% of it that takes itself super seriously.
Oh, see, that's the thing is I didn't think John Wick was supposed to be self-aware. The Expendables I do, because
it might just be a bias of how people tried to get me to watch it. That might have like influenced my opinion. But either way, still, like half of the movie is not great acting and dialogue, and the action's great, but that's half the movie, and I'm judging the full movie, not half the movie, right? So
yeah, well, and so you also made the comment about like, Keanu Reeves, his acting skills being kind of wanting.
There's good things.
I think that this is the type of role. When I first saw it, I was like, all right, this is the type of role Keanu was made for. Like, yeah,
and more people want to see him in that type of stuff, and I'm all for it. And if he continues to be like a fun action guy, I don't have an issue with that. I love The Matrix.
I just don't want him to go down the route that the guy from Taken did, Liam Neeson.
Tacthreen.
Like just going down he played that same fucking role again and again after that. He got typecast.
I will find you, I will kill you.
Except in Buster Scruggs.
I mean, he's been in some other was he not in that Call of the Wild movie?
I never saw that.
I know nobody did. It's like he's getting other roles, just like they're not successful. When you look at an actor's IMDb film history, you see a lot of shit that nobody saw. Like most actors. Like maybe Leo DiCaprio, it's just hit after hit because he can literally get any role he wants. Any script by any major director, it's like, okay, if Leo doesn't want it, then other people can audition, basically.
All right. Casino or Goodfellas?
I've seen Goodfellas, but not Casino.
Oh.
I know, right?
Shit.
Sorry.
Between Aaron and I, that's a big debate. I didn't see Casino until she made me watch it recently. I like the movie a lot, but I'm very much a Goodfellas. But a lot of people I've learned have the feeling that Casino is a better movie. I
don't have a Letterboxd account, but there's a fan account that copies and pastes all of my IMDb. Which is just the same shit. It's just ratings. Do you have a toothpick? Or if you don't have a toothpick, you have a fork that I can just like
give me
Because I've
2
been like
seconds.
I've been trying to get a little piece of food with my tongue for the past 10 minutes, and it's not happening. And it's one of those. Yeah, you want to get in there. Yeah. Did I ever finish Charlie Kaufman's novel Antkind? No, but I downloaded the audiobook of Antkind, and I was listening to it on the plane ride over and writing down some notes that are relevant to my Synecdoche Part 6 review. And I don't know if I think I might finish the rest of the novel through the audiobook. Can I plug my Audible link? Am I good on water? Yeah, I still have water. So if you want to get the novel Antkind as an audiobook, you can go to audibletrial.com/YMS. And you get a discount. I think you get some... Oh yeah, you get a free trial, and then I get money out of nowhere for your free trial that you can cancel at any point, even before it starts charging you. audibletrial.com/YMS. But I legit was listening to it on the plane ride over. Because it was one of those, it was a 2-hour flight. I was just in Atlanta, and there wasn't enough time to sleep. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do something. And I didn't really feel like listening to YouTube, and my headphones were being weird whenever I opened YouTube, so... The audiobook version is good. I would say that the person that they chose to read it winds up working for the majority of it, but not the prologue. The prologue, the prologue is so weird because it's so different than anything else in the book. I think they should have gotten someone different for it because the accents are so different in the prologue. The way it's written is just so unique.
You know how to do the paper trick?
The paper trick.
So,
no.
This disgusting way to get something out of your mouth. Just fold the paper over like that, and then
okay. I feel like I can get it like this.
Right there.
I got it.
You got it. Good.
Thank you, though. I would be scared of paper cutting my guns.
I was always too. Never did it, but
okay.
But
it's
worked in a pinch. Oh, I got a little tartar out of that.
I get so compulsive sometimes and like obsessive.
Oh, it just
almost.
You know what?
If there's like a piece of popcorn stuck in my teeth, and I have no other options, like I'll just keep poking at it with my tongue until I'm like bleeding, basically.
No,
it sucks.
I've had last year I had 2 times a beard hair got into my mouth, and it got into my tooth.
How does that happen?
Like,
literally, how does that happen? Can
you eating or
visualize
something like that?
No, yeah.
Like,
would you scrape the food up? And then
I have no like
a little piece of pizza. Like
sometimes this gets a little long. I haven't trimmed it yet. So like the mustache hairs are like coming down in there. But both
it's
times,
like a curtain.
It got
for your
into
food.
A little baleen whale. You know what I mean?
So it's not a beard hair; it's a mustache hair.
Mustache hair.
Okay.
But I got it into my fucking gums, and so I can't.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm trying to pick it with like my nail. I can't get it, and so then as I'm trying to floss and get it out, it's digging it in further, and then it hits the root, and then it just like jolts of pain.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Into your gums.
I was afraid of losing it and being there, and then
that's awful.
Yeah, having to go get a dentist to flush it out.
Yeah, that sucks. I got my wisdom teeth removed, and there's like one side of my mouth where like I can still feel something kind of like pokey. I'm like, did a chip get left in there? Or like, is there something solid in there? Or is that just my gum feeling more solid than it should? It's not in the other corners. I don't know.
I had impacted wisdom teeth in the military, and they want to pull them out, but in the military they won't put you to sleep, and I'm a little bitch, and I don't want them to just numb me up and then yank my tooth out. That sounds fucking horrifying.
Sorry, I'm gonna respond to a comment.
Yeah.
I don't know what favorites list you're looking at. Lord of the Rings should be in there, but if you're looking at the IMDb favorite movies list, that hasn't been updated since like 2014. So that's my favorites list now would be very different. But if there's like on the fan letterbox, there's some sort of favorites thing, then I don't know. I don't use Letterboxd.
I don't either.
Yeah. Do you use IMDb?
No. I only need to look up actors.
Okay. Yeah, I just I hate how terrible the user interface has gotten on IMDb, but Letterboxd still sucks more just because it's a popularity contest. If I post a review on there, it would just get a bunch of comments of people being like, "You're dumb," because there's a bunch of people that hate me on there too.
I want to get a Letterboxd or an IMDb. I want to do it because I've been watching again. Like this year has been like the year of movies for me. Like since I don't know.
The year of movies, not necessarily from this year.
Exactly, like the year of
the year where you started watching movies.
The year of where I've been now exposed to more because her and I are just going back and forth showing each other movies we've never seen before. All right, so I'm actually pulling up my list right now. So
you have an all-time list?
No, this is all the
the movies you've seen this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that or movies I've shown her.
Okay.
So this was one of the ones I showed her. Do you see Death of Stalin?
Yes.
Do you like it?
I remember liking it, but not like having super strong feelings about it. I think it was like in my short list for that year, but not in the actual list. And I think they made some other stuff.
The Favorite. How do you feel about
The Favorite?
Favorite's good. Who's your favorite character?
I love fucking what's her name that won the Oscar.
Did Emma Stone win the Oscar, or did the other?
Emma Stone, I don't think she won the Oscar that year. No. The older woman.
Oh, the Queen.
Yeah. She's great.
Oh, she was awesome.
Oh yeah, she was in Hot Fuzz. Also, I forget her name.
I can't remember the Cornetto trilogy. Do you like all of them?
I was not super strong on the third one.
It was
and I think honestly, a lot of people choose Hot Fuzz as their favorite. I think Shaun of the Dead's my favorite.
Yeah. So in The Favorite. Okay. So this is
Olivia Colman. Thank you.
This is a debate I have. I think that the character shift at the end was sudden, and I don't think she was like that the entire time. And I don't think there's anything to signal that she was always that way and working towards it. They didn't do some montage showing these little moments where she was always shitty. It was she gets the power and then flips into this vicious cunt. And there was no development towards that.
I gotta rewatch it, honestly. Because in my mind, I'm thinking like the memorable parts to me are like the performances and like the cinematography. I gotta remember it. Like I remember there was like the whole like lesbian thing too. But I don't. I gotta remember like the specific intricacies and dynamics of the characters. Yeah. That was one that I only watched once, and I remember loving it.
It was really good.
And the energy of it too. Yorgos captures a great energy in his films.
How do you feel about movies that are set in like Victorian era or something like that?
I usually fucking hate them. And I think I remember vividly being like, oh wow, this is like an exception to that rule. Because I'm just so like I'm not a huge history guy. I'm not a huge like I don't feel any joy in just feeling like I'm in a particular point in time. There's some people that fetishize certain time periods, if we want to say that word, I guess. But there's some people that really just like a Victorian vibe, or some people that like a steampunk vibe in the same kind of way. I usually find movies set in that time period to be the most boring fucking things in existence, because I think most movies made in that way are literally just aimed at people that just want to feel like they're in that time period and don't really offer anything outside of that.
That's how I feel about when they put it in that time period with historical inaccuracy as far as like tone, like where they try to make it like with Robin Hood, that one they made about 10 years ago that was like was it Jamie Foxx or something was in it?
I forgot. I don't think I watched that.
And the guy who played Elton John in Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Those kind of movies where they put that modern spin on it, that bothers me. But I also had a mother who made me watch things like Emma, like back in the day, those older, where it's actually supposed to be like that, like Little Women and shit like that. Death Becomes Her. You ever seen it?
No.
No?
What is it?
It is a movie with Bruce Willis. See, my name recall is bad for podcasts.
Meryl Streep,
and There's another
Should
one.
I watch it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
Please watch it. It is. I watched it recently. I watched it as a kid. Goldie Hawn is in it.
Okay.
I watched it as a kid, and I liked it. But then I watched it as an adult, and I felt it held up as far as like the humor and all that stuff. The good twists, interesting plot. Like I think the concept was unique. You know, some snide remarks about Hollywood and plastic surgery and all that stuff.
Sure.
But definitely a good movie.
I see the genres, and those speak to me in a way.
Dark
Body
humor.
horror, dark comedy, satire, comedy, fantasy, horror is what is listed. Somebody just pointed out, what about Barry Lyndon? Yes, Barry Lyndon is also a movie set in that era that I think is incredible.
Barry Lyndon.
It's a Kubrick film.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've only seen, to my knowledge, one Kubrick film.
Which one?
The Shining.
Okay.
I want to see Clockwork. I want to see Space Oddity. It's just two movies I haven't made time for.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like every film he's made, I think since Space Odyssey has been great, unless I'm mistaken. He has like a lot of older films that were kind of mid, as in like in the 50s, but let's see. Yeah, I really need to revisit Eyes Wide Shut. I gotta put that on my list of potential.
That's one I've not seen.
Potential podcast recommendations. Let's see. There we go. Putting that on there. Oh yeah, Kubrick. Yeah, he's let's see his directing roles. Director. Eyes Wide Shut, Full Metal Jacket, The Shining, Barry Lyndon, Clockwork Orange, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Doctor Strangelove was before that.
Oh wait,
So,
that was him?
Yeah, and then I've never seen his version of Lolita. So I can say without a doubt that everything he's made since 1964 is a fucking banger.
Okay, so I've seen more than I realized. I've seen Full Metal Jacket, and
Okay.
I've seen How I Love the Bomb, or Learn to Love the Bomb.
Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Pussy.
That
Path of Glory is incredible. I mentioned that yesterday.
What's that about?
It's a war film, but also like kind of an anti-war film. 1957, Stanley Kubrick, and I guess that's as much as I'll say it. It's got Kirk Douglas in it.
I love Kirk Douglas.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a really good movie.
So have you seen the first Star Trek?
No. Well, the show?
No, the movie.
No.
Okay. So the first Star Trek, I feel, has the same issue I have with Doctor Strangelove, which is a pacing thing. It feels like a lot of it isn't. Maybe it's supposed to build up intent.
What did you know about Strangelove going into it?
The last scene with the bomb.
And that's about it?
Yeah.
Did you have any expectations about like the tone and what it's going for?
I assumed it was going to be some sort of commentary on I don't know, military and the use of nuclear weapons and.
I think that there is like a slower pacing to it, but I loved the film more on my second watch.
Okay.
Kind of knowing, I feel like having an expectation of how something flows can get you more into a film. Like once you've seen it already and you know the structure and you know how it's paced, it can help with the film's experience for sure.
I loved The Lighthouse, the first watch.
Yeah.
But second watch, third watch, I think I'm on my 10th watch now. It flies by. Like
I should have worn my Lighthouse shirt. I brought a Lighthouse shirt.
What is it? Is it just the Lighthouse? Or?
It's like a pixel art kind of rendition of him saying "hark."
That scene. It's another scene that's like I remember.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh,
that's like burned into my memory. I can visualize the exact facial expression and the angle and the framing and the lighting, the below lighting sort of.
The scene, why'd you spill your beans, Tommy?
Oh
like
yeah,
when they're going through the hallways.
Damn. That was such a great screening. I was so happy I did Con for 2 years. They have a program, by the way, for anybody who's like a film enthusiast that's interested. They have a program available for, I think, like 18 to 30-year-olds or 25 I don't remember there's like an age group where they're like, oh, young film enthusiasts, you can apply. You just send a letter being like, here's why I love films or whatever, and you can get in not even being an industry person or like a press person, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, young film enthusiasts in this age group. Yeah, so that's what I applied to, and the last 2 years that I was eligible were the 2 years that I went. I feel like I could go back as press now, but I'm just like, it's in May, and it's like there's so many busy things happening in this year that I couldn't possibly do it this year, but maybe next year, maybe I'll plan for it.
What is it, a week, 2 weeks, month?
Not a month. It's between a week and 2 weeks, I think. Okay. Most festivals are... TIFF is about 2 weeks. Vancouver Film Festival is about 3 weeks. Yeah, you generally film festivals last, or at least the major ones, they're like between 10 and 25 days. But that 25 is usually like pretty long for a festival. Vancouver Film Festival has a lot of different selection, but not necessarily good. But they've got a lot of great stuff there. But if you pick a random movie at a film festival and you don't know what you're trying to watch, then you might just see a bunch of bullshit.
What's the most memorable thing you got from Vancouver?
Vancouver? Oh yeah, there's some great stuff. So, Con takes place May every year. TIFF takes place early September every year, and then VIFF, which I live in Vancouver, so there's no excuse not to go, takes place end of September, early October. And so VIFF is usually the runoff for me, as in a lot of festivals that take place after Con will have they'll have a lot of their own selection, a lot of their own premieres, but they'll make sure to try to include some of the Con movies. And then, if I miss something at TIFF that's like a really high buzz or high interest film for me personally, then I'll be like, oh, it doesn't matter because the schedule for VIFF comes out like while I'm at TIFF. I'm like, okay, maybe I don't have to watch 5 movies today. I can catch this one at VIFF. And then it's always easy getting tickets at VIFF because it's like less people going to the festival. But there's been some really interesting times where VIFF will get like a really, I think every year there'll be like a couple of really interesting, really great movies that just weren't at TIFF for some reason. And you'd think that TIFF could get anything, but just for whatever reason, their programming just didn't have it. The first film from the director of Dream Scenario with Nicolas Cage was the one that I saw at VIFF. That was not playing at TIFF. It wasn't playing at the other, well, I'm sure it was playing at maybe some other festivals, maybe in Europe. Yeah, that was great. It's called Sick of Myself. The Death of Dick Long, one of the funniest comedies in my opinion. It's from one of the directors of Everything Everywhere All at Once. But it's very ironic, and the way that its humor is presented is like a satire and like very, very true and comedically presented capture of the American South. I think it's set in Alabama. Is it Alabama? It might be set in Alabama. It's somewhere in the American South, and every character is memorable. Every character is really funny, and the writing is just, don't look up anything about the movie. It is a movie that you can spoil. There's very few movies you can spoil, and I've mentioned like 2 of them in the past 2 days. But yeah, don't look at anything about the movie. But it goes places that like no movie would dare. Okay. And that's part of what makes it so funny and just really, really entertaining.
It's on the list now.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. And that's one where like the writer, that was his first movie, and I'm like, okay, the writing did a lot in this movie, and I'll just check out whatever he does next for sure. Like, he's on my list. Billy Chu. Can't believe I remember that name. Yeah, Billy Chu.
What is your favorite interaction you've had at any film festival?
I interviewed Charlie Kaufman the first year I went to TIFF. That was a very important, fulfilling life experience for sure, because he's like my favorite screenwriter, and he's probably impacted my life personally, like more than any artist has. I don't know how to top that. So,
what is the craziest thing you saw?
Craziest thing I saw at a film festival. I mean, there'll always be, I think maybe every year there'll be one festival where generally film festival audiences are super respectful and way better than if you were to like go to a horror movie at a mall, right? At a mall theater, and it's just a bunch of teenagers that are trying to pretend like they're not scared because they brought their girlfriend, like, oh, I'm not scared, I'm gonna make noises. Right? That's the worst experience. But film festival audiences generally super respectful. But there's the ones, the few people in the audience that are bad, and it happens like maybe once per year at like every festival I go to. I remember them. I remember them. Somebody brought like her baby to like an R-rated film, and it was like crying like half the movie. And I had like a Larry David moment where halfway through the movie, and it was like crying like for half of it. And I'd thankfully already seen this movie before, and I was bringing my Vancouver friends to see this movie that I was already great. Halfway through the movie, I had to say something. I was like, "Can you please take your baby outside?" And then some white knights in the audience were like, "She's fine, leave her alone." I'm like, "Fuck, whatever." Like, I guess you would, like, literally everybody else in the theater is okay with like a crying baby the entire fucking movie. You can afford a ticket to a movie. You can't afford a babysitter for fucking 2 hours. Like, why are you out? Why are you out at a movie? Go to the fucking hallway. What is your problem? That was annoying. I think my worst, something that like fills me with rage thinking about it. There was a movie, I forget the title. Quinte Cad Sora? I don't remember the name. It was a Spanish movie from a director that I like, who made a movie called Magical Girl, which is incredible. And in the TIFF screening, there's some of the theaters where it's at the big theater chain in Canada is called Cineplex, and it's at one of the Cineplex theaters. And for some reason, just the way that they designed some of the smaller theaters in that, or the smaller screens in that theater, if you tilt your seat back, there's like a stone barrier, like a step, basically, for the next part. And so you only have so much recline. You tilt your seat back, but there might not be as much room for like people's legs as like some of the other theaters. And so I've had a few experiences at that specific theater where at this point, if I'm planning on leaning back, which I like to, because, I've had sciatica issues and like back and leg issues. And so it's like, I'm fucking a huge guy. I would like to like lean back a little. At this point, I'll like ask the person before the screening. I'll like get backwards and just be like, "Hey, are you comfortable if I like lean back?" Because there's been enough times where I've leaned back and then someone will just like be like, "Hey, you're doing this to my legs." I'm like a huge guy, and the way that I'm sitting, I've got way bigger legs than like anybody else in the theater. If somebody leans their chair back, it's like barely touching my knees, right? So for me to be affecting the person behind me, they have to be like legs crossed or like doing something weird or like slouching or something. Yeah. Like you're not optimizing the way you could be sitting, and you're just complaining. That particular screening, I must have like pissed off the woman behind me by leaning back, and like I didn't know if I was like doing something weird or rude, because I hadn't figured out that the theater was just built weird and people are weird. I don't know. But without saying anything, she got into a fucking like silent war with me, where she put her feet up on the back of my chair and started pushing as hard as she could, like so that I was like forward. I was like, what? Like, this is weird. And like slowly over the course of the film, trying to pay attention to it because it's like a movie I wanted to see, trying to figure out like what the heck was like. Does she have a bag behind her seat? Like, did she just put a bag, like wedge it in there, or like? I wasn't even sure. It took me a while to realize that she was like there was a person being malicious behind me, and I was like trying like it was this weird scenario that should just never ever happen. And she literally put her feet up on the back of my chair and was just pushing as hard as she could by the end of it. And I got up and I was like, like halfway through the movie, I got up. I was like, can you not do that? And then another just typical Larry David fucking moment. Everybody around me is like, shh, sit down, as if I'm the one doing something wrong. And I was like, fuck. Thankfully, it wasn't a sold out screening. So I just like went to another seat and I was pissed off and I couldn't focus on the movie because I was so angry. I was like, I should have gotten a theater attendant or something to like just kick the person out. Because, it's a film festival. So theoretically, a volunteer at TIFF, if someone's doing that, they probably would have kicked them out. But I was just like, I was so mad. I was so mad. And now I've vowed if anything like that happens again, I'm getting someone and I'm going to try and kick them out.
It reminds me of bad flights with people putting their fucking feet on the back of the seat, kicking it or leaning back. Yeah.
And I still don't understand because my legs are bigger than like everybody else is in the theater. And I'm like, it was a smaller woman. And I was like, there's no way that me leaning back, and it stops at the stone step. It's a smaller theater, but there's no way that if she's just sitting normally that there would be any issue.
That's obnoxious.
I was pissed. Yeah, I've been to enough festivals. I've had a lot of experiences for sure. So
overall, though, we were talking about the festivals at lunch. So overall, a really good experience. And you've said that Toronto is the best. So what, again, is it about Toronto that makes you like that so much more, having gone to Cannes?
I'll explain in 1 second.
Yeah.
One of your mods says like and check DMs. So I'm relaying that information. And also, I understand the meme when people say, what's a TIFF? That's funny. What makes TIFF better than the other festivals?
Yeah.
Cannes is super serious. Cannes is the type of festival where it's just industry and critics, and then people get really snooty, and you're worried about your badge getting taken away by doing something that you didn't know you were supposed to do. TIFF is the world's largest publicly accessible public film festival where critics can go, and there's separate critic screenings, which is really nice because then if you're showing up with a press badge, you don't have to compete with the public screenings. The public screenings, usually for the bigger movies, they have enough of them. It's really up to the distributor, unfortunately. There's some years where there'll be like a huge hot title that everybody wants to see, and it's like one public screening, one press screening, that's it. If you're not in, sorry. And people are like, why won't TIFF do this? It's literally the distributor. So don't blame TIFF. It's the people that are distributing the movie. They're deciding that. The energy of the festival, everybody that's there wants to be there. They're passionate about movies. Generally very respectable audiences, except for one person that was trying to attack the back of my chair for some reason. They, unlike Cannes, every theater you're in, you can, most of them, they sell drinks, like alcoholic drinks, popcorn. They have a programming called Midnight Madness, which is very fun, where some of the like horror movies or some of the like edgy movies, or they did the new Harmony Korine movie Aggro Drift at the Midnight Madness screening at TIFF. And I'm not even recommending it, but please watch it.
What's it called?
AGGRO Drift, but instead of the I, it's a 1. Derwunft. You haven't seen a Harmony Korine film?
No.
Have you seen Kids?
Kids? No.
Okay. That was written by Harmony Korine. Have you seen Spring Breakers?
No.
Okay. All right. So he's a troll also at this point. but he's not making films as intentful or artful as Lars von Trier, but maybe more experimental and maybe more inaccessible. And so that was a film that they played at Midnight Madness at TIFF, and that was fun. And everybody shows up, super hyped crowd, everybody's drunk. And it was, that was a great experience. The energy of the so there's some festivals, I think there's maybe 2 I can think of that I've been to, where there's like an audience meme or expectation for certain things when you see certain things at a festival. Generally, when you watch a festival movie, they have their own series of intro, trailer, pre-show kind of things. A lot of them will be like, oh, here's the festival. Some of them will be, we are on this native land. Let's pay respect to this tribe. Some of them will have their own version of like, do not pirate this movie.
Mm-hmm.
At TIFF, whenever you see do not pirate this movie, the thing to do is just say "arr" like a pirate. Yeah. And so when you get to as you're going through movie by movie in the day at TIFF, the noon showings, a lot of old people. Maybe like one person in the audience will say it, maybe me, and that's it. But as you're going through the movies later and later in the day at TIFF, as there's more young people and more drunk people, like one of the big premiere showings at like one of the huge theaters, the entire audience, yar! It's just so funny, just
like
with the contrast.
As soon as it comes up, everyone just goes,
yeah, arr! Yeah, it's fun. And every festival, it's like it also increases with each day of the festival. So like the first day, maybe not as many people know that that's a thing to do, because there might be a chunk of people that are not have never been to TIFF before, and then they sort of clue in. And then when you're getting close to like the end days of the festival and the late night screenings, just the entire crowd saying that is very fun. At Fantasia Festival in Montreal, their mascot is a cat. And so before some of the screenings, you'll hear people go, meow, just making meowing noises. But every other festival I've been to, no such thing. Those are like the 2 that I can think of. I haven't been to every single festival, but those are the 2 where it's like, okay, this is a community, and there's people like there's an energy to the audience and a vibe to it.
Have you ever been to a midnight screening of Rocky Horror?
I think I have. I
don't know if you have.
Definitely remember. I definitely remember me being with some friends at an indie theater, and they were kind of dressed slutty. So that must have been for that movie.
Well, since you don't remember it, you might not have gone to a good one. I can't recommend a good Rocky Horror screening enough. Like if you like that moment in at the Toronto Film Fest where everyone's going it's like that for the entire movie. Where you got to see a Neil Breen movie in a theater.
See Hundreds of Beavers in a theater. Is it playing in Florida?
Neil Breen?
Neil, Neil Breen.
Okay.
He'll probably make another movie in the next 4 years. Let's see. Hundreds of Beavers. Let's see what dates they have left. Because they're doing a road show. That's a great theater movie. Energized audience, no matter where it's playing. It's on digital now. Everybody fucking watch it.
I added it to our list last night.
Yeah, please.
That and the Japanese horror movie.
Yeah. One Cut of the Dead.
Yeah.
That is one of few films where you have to watch to the end. No matter how you feel about it, you have to watch to the end.
I'm excited.
That's one that you can't possibly understand without watching the whole thing.
Have you ever, before I go to a question, have you ever been to Alamo Drafthouse?
Yeah, of course, I love it.
Have you gone to like an original one where they have like
in
the
Austin?
thing in front of
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
It's great. I wish every theater was like that.
Now, I will say, I love the advent of the theater dining experience. I feel like
they do it smart.
They do.
They do it very smart.
And I love Alamo because it has that grindhouse theater kind of feel with it. With, you know, they'll show fucking anime movies one day. They'll show old movies. There is a cute little theater out here, and I wish we were here longer. We could go do it one night. There's a theater that has a rooftop bar. And
what's it called?
And it's called I think it's just called Rooftop Theater. If you just search Rooftop Theater Miami Beach, you'll find it. But they show movies every night, and it's usually a 2, if not, I think on the weekends they do 3 movies. And it's outdoor. The screen is done in a way that like you can actually see the movie, but the movies start around like 6 o'clock, something like that. I haven't had a chance to go yet, but I can see it from the street, and I've always wanted to go do that.
Rooftop Cinema Club.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the before I even opened that up and saw the word Cinema Club, for some reason I was reminded of there was a really there was something called Hot Tub Cinema Club. I made a video on it. It was a disaster. It was like the Fire Festival
where
of
they
movies.
Just had like a bunch of hot tubs, like a drive-in theater.
And apparently it worked in Australia, according to their fucking marketing. But they came to Vancouver and tried it in Vancouver, and because of the probably just high cost to rent out a place, they just did not find the right venue. And they had a bunch of, like, the hot tubs were way smaller than they advertised because I guess they were just trying to fit as many in like this space as possible. It was on the second floor of like just a building that is used for like offices or whatever. And then I shouldn't spoil I documented the whole thing. Just add that to your list is my Hot Tub Cinema Club video.
Cinema Club. All right.
I documented the whole thing and it was very funny.
Did you go to it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I went.
man.
I was like most of the review is like my cell phone camera footage. It was a disaster. That's a fun, very different YMS video.
All right. So I asked Erin if she has any questions for you. Given, you know, little extra privileges. So she
biased.
She wanted me to bring up my take on Parasite. Okay. So I have a feeling
think it's bad. You think it's stinky?
No, I like the movie. I have a feeling when I watch, and I don't know if it's a language translation barrier.
Sure. But
I feel a lot of the dialogue is ham-fisted.
Oh?
And like the thing with the smell.
What about it?
Like when at the end where the smell is the thing that triggers him. I thought that was so fucking ham-fisted. Like, oh really? Like that's really. Oh, like I said, eat all of it so you can get on that spoon.
Yeah, I think I will actually. Thank you.
Like,
have you seen any other Korean movies?
I saw the TV show. The
Oh, Squid Game. I wouldn't call Squid Game is not what I would. I mean, Squid Game's fun and it's good, but I wouldn't say that that's like emblematic of like Korean cinema.
No, fair, but it had the same thing I'm talking about when the old man's kind of like going crazy during the chip scene when he's supposed to die. Like it's very corny is the way I would describe it, and it's something I've noticed in foreign films that there seems to be like I'd say more foreign films from like Asia, like Chinese foreign films or some Japanese films.
I think that what you're saying isn't untrue, and there is some level of like cultural you kind of have to acclimatize yourself culturally in some ways, but I would also say the same thing about American movies.
I'm
as a non-American, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to, like when viewing something, you have to understand like how the language is spoken. When I'm saying language, not necessarily literally, I mean like the cinematic language and like what audiences are expecting and what types of tropes are normal or what types of ideas or character attributes even are for a country. I think that same thing exists no matter what country you're watching it from. And I will say like there's some countries where I'm like, okay, what the audience is they're like, I'm not into. Nothing against people from the country. It's just not, I'm not connecting with most of the big hits from that country or whatever.
You know, when you look at like a car, right? You look like a sedan nowadays. They're very sleek and they look the way they do. And then you look at a sedan from like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and there's some like clunky aspects to it that it wasn't refined further as the decades went along. Or like if you go to like websites from the 90s, right? With all the little animations and all the random crap, and it's just before the invention of, you know, like the modern web design. It kind of feels like that, like you're looking at an older era. If you've ever traveled to like a foreign country, you'll see like the billboard advertisements. I'm
in a foreign country right now.
True. if you like, I spent some time in the Middle East and all that, and like or in China, and the advertisements, like it's not the polished.
It's like you're back in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
That's how I feel visiting America a lot.
Really?
Well, you fucking... I told you earlier, like, writing down to sign a fucking check. Like, we've moved past that.
I just want to say...
decades ago.
In defense of America. A lot of restaurants have adopted the thing where they bring you the thing.
You're barely starting to do that.
One,
you're barely... This has been this has been over and dealt with, like, fucking 20 years ago in Canada.
Listen, Joe's Stone Crab... fucking delicious key lime pie, fucking wonderful stone crab claws.
It's not the norm to have the machine in the US. It's the norm to have the server take away your credit card where you can't see it and you don't know if they're fucking copying it somewhere, and then bring back a piece of paper that you have to sign, and you might have to like use your fucking phone calculator to figure out what tip you want to give them.
I know.
We've been past this for decades in like every other Western country.
I used to do, when I was doing StarCraft, I did this thing called Gosu Pizza, where I would allow like amateurs to come in and play for a tournament, and if they won, I would literally like be like, all right, what's your address? And I'd order a pizza to their house. And fucking like a StarCraft pro named Scarlet was like, hey, can I get a pizza? I was like, absolutely. And I went to order them a pizza, and I couldn't, because in Canada, you have to have your fucking credit card at the door.
Order a pizza in Canada, you have to have your credit card at the door.
That when I called to order it for them, yeah, that was the issue we ran into.
As opposed to
in America, you just sign the piece of paper they bring to you, and that's it.
But they don't take your credit card at any point. What do you mean?
Yeah, like so in America,
do you put your credit card online?
In America, no, you just call and be like, all right, you paying cash or card? All right, what's your number? Blah blah blah, and then you prepay.
Oh, but so you say your credit card number over the phone?
Yes.
Well, yeah, like if they bring the machine to the door, then you want to have, like if you never gave them your credit card. If you did an online order, I don't know what year you did this. If you did an online order, every pizza place that I think exists in Canada at this point in this year, if you do an online order, you'll just put your credit card in online as if you're purchasing like something off of Walmart.
I did that. And there was a little pop-up that said, you have to have your credit card present at the door.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe it was, I don't know if you got it from like a weird indie, like...
It was fucking Papa John's.
Papa John's?
Or Domino's, one of those two.
Okay. Does Domino's exist in... Oh, yeah, I think it probably exists in Canada.
Dude, I love like artisan pizza, like Neapolitan pizza, but fucking Domino's. After they got their shit together about 12 years ago, I fucking love Domino's pizza.
Out of the chain pizza places in the United States, I would probably say Domino's is the best one.
Now, I also like Hawaiian pizza. So I like
with
barbecue sauce and pineapple, ham.
Is
chicken.
Hawaiian with barbecue sauce?
Yes.
Traditionally?
I don't know.
You know what's funny? Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada.
No shit.
Yeah. There's a lot of those.
I love Canada for so many reasons. Letterkenny, Jim Carrey, fucking, who else is a Canuck? John Candy.
Denis Villeneuve.
Have you ever seen Strange Brew?
No, I'm aware of it though.
Do you like Rick Moranis?
Yeah, I like him.
Do you like?
I gotta check out more of his like things that he's well known for sure.
Have you seen the Great White North bits?
No. There's a huge chunk of the 80s that is missing for me pop culture wise because of the fact that I was born in the 90s.
Well, obviously, how old are you? I don't know if you say.
33.
Okay, so we're close in age.
64.
Yeah.
I'm 64.
64.
I look great.
Damn, We need some studies
it's
done
the
on
shampoo.
you. But like, I don't know, I had a mom that was always like, oh, the 70s and 80s were the best for Saturday Night Live and shit like that. So I got exposed to a lot of old TV and whatnot. But the Great White North is pretty funny. You should look up the bits on YouTube.
Did you watch Trailer Park Boys?
I did.
Yeah.
Something fucky.
When it got on Netflix?
No, I had to buy it when I watched it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You're one of the OGs.
Trailer Park
Because it was one of those things that was huge in Canada, and then as soon as it became available on Netflix, there was like this huge rediscovery period.
Yes.
Where Americans loved it. Americans were huge into it, but they just didn't know about it because it wasn't, I don't know, just available.
I love Letterkenny. I think there are diminishing returns. I think once you get to season 4 or 5, I think it's like, okay, well, we've done the 5-minute banter sessions quite a bit. Do we need to do any more of these? No, but I've heard Shorzy or whatever the spinoff is pretty good.
Do you know who Nathan Fielder is?
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen his Nathan For You, The Rehearsal.
Oh, only Nathan For You.
The Rehearsal's even better. The Rehearsal's incredible. Write down The Rehearsal if you're doing a watch list here. One of the best. Have you seen Kenny versus Spenny?
No.
That's a classic Canadian kind of reality show, as in some of it's clearly like rehearsed, but like who cares because their dynamic is like so funny. And what they're doing to each other is so real. And it's in the same vein as like Jackass, basically.
Oh, well, Kenny versus Spenny.
It's Kenny versus Spenny, where it's Jackass with a character dynamic of two people, where one is the Chad and one is the cuck, basically. And that just, it carries the show for 6 seasons. And it's so fucking funny. And there, essentially every episode there's a competition, and whoever loses the competition has to do a humiliation at the end, and it's whatever the other person decides.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. And the competitions are like, who can stay awake the longest, or like who can smoke the most weed. And this was like this was groundbreaking in the sense that it was allowed on Canadian television, and there were other shows that would point at Kenny versus Spenny being like, they did it, why can't we show this? And just like no other show was able to show the stuff that for some reason we were able to. I have no it was explicit. It's crazy what they allowed on television in that show. Kenny versus Spenny is great. There's a current show that's happening right now called Nirvana the Band the Show. Nirvana with 2 N's, as to not copyright infringe. And it's made by Matt Johnston and Jay McCarroll, 2 very talented Canadian filmmakers. And essentially the premise is 2 guys, they're in a band, but they're trapped in like 90s pop culture and don't understand that things exist outside of that, and are fucking stupid and have never tried it. So there'll be like an episode where they discover what coffee is. They'll be like, oh, what is coffee? And it'll pretty much dictate the way that the story goes for the rest of the episode. But half of it is like pranking people in real life. So kind of in the same vein as Sacha Baron Cohen, where Borat created a narrative where the narrative was planned, but they get to like fuck with people along the way, and you get genuine reactions out of people. That's a great show. And they're filming a movie right now.
And who's this?
Nirvana the Band the Show. With 2 N's. Nirvana the Band the Show. It's incredible. I would recommend it to everybody. And especially, they have so much, like half of the show is like they get away with lifting a lot from other materials through fair use parody law. So they'll just they'll have an entire sequence in the first episode where they're just parodying Jurassic Park, and they'll just be like, oh, we'll use the music. and they'll just do it, and they got away with it, and nobody's giving them shit. Didn't pay licensing. They have a good lawyer. They know their rights, and there's few people in the industry that are willing to just do that. Most people in the industry are like trying to face away a water bottle,
safe.
like, oh, yeah. Like even on some YouTube channels, like, oh, I don't want the brand to be showing. I've not understanding that.
I've never understood that.
It's done out of precaution and fear, when in reality, I was gonna
say, who's gonna give a shit? Like they have a Coke product?
unless you write like a pedophile character that's like, my favorite brand is. You know, like you're probably going to be fine.
Let me say real quick, whenever you're ready, I can sear up that steak.
Let's fucking do it.
You want that?
Actually, right. I'm going to pee real quick. So you
pee,
take
I'll
over
entertain.
for a second. And then
what's up, folks?
Probably refill a drink.
I'll take care of that when I do the meat. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing tonight? We have, as you all know, YMS Adum is here. We have had 2 cocktails and a ton of movie talk. I think, fuck, how many? Come on, you can get up. Eve wants to be on the show. Give me a second. Anyway, she wants some tartar. We'll give her a piece of bread, shall we? Shall we feed Eve? Should I tie this to subscriptions? 5 subs for Eve to get a piece of bread. Would that be cruel? We're not going to do that. That is the prettiest Boston Terrier, isn't it? Talking about how pretty Eve is. She's a good girl. All right. I'm going to go get that meat going.
Mm-hmm.
Eve, you stay down. You, sir, enjoy.
Thank you.
Stream.
All right. Hello, everybody. I just grabbed a beer.
Oh, okay. Got it. You're good.
So I'll probably, yeah. But I might reuse that glass later. Thank you. Why is my birthday in the description? What? Oh, okay. That's funny. That's great. At both of the restaurant reservations that I made, on the reservation I said we're celebrating a birthday just in case they brought me a free cake, but neither of them did. Because I figure I'm close enough. Have I seen Jinro the Wolf Brigade? No, but the title's so familiar that it's either on my watch list or maybe I watched it and forgot about it completely. There might be a rating for it on IMDb. But for sure, I'm aware of the movie. I've been made aware. Yeah, Jinro. The Wolf Brigade. Best city in Canada, aka Montreal? Nah, fam. Depends what you want out of the city. If you love Putin and racism, then Montreal is great. Mm-hmm. Star Wars is shit, but good for its time take. Yeah, I mean, I hate Star Wars. It's bad. You can tell how good Star Wars is by how good the conversations are about it. The scariest horror movie I've ever seen. Well, there's different types of fear. So I would say something that it depends like how much that you feel jaded by horror movies in general. Because there's some things that are legitimately terrifying. There's a Spanish horror movie called Rec, R-E-C, that was later remade into a shitty American remake called Quarantine. And I find the energy of that movie to be like really like scary in an anxiety-inducing way. It's very high energy, like intense fear. 28 Days Later has some great scary moments too. Those are both zombie films. Martyrs is like one of the most existentially fucked up scary movies. Like that'll just fuck with your head in like a scary way. That's fun. The Descent has a lot of there's like a lot of different ways that you can measure fear or create a scary scenario, and The Descent manages to capture a lot of those, like darkly lit, claustrophobic, you know. Martyrs 2008, yes, the French Canadian one, not any of the other ones or the dumb remake. You're right. Sorry, I forgot to specify. 2008 or 7, I forget. Thoughts on World War III currently starting? I don't think that if we had a World War III that it would even be called that, so World War III is never happening. I think people are too scared to call it that, even if it happens. And also, I'm just completely oblivious to global politics right now. I'm too busy on my own shit. Is Midsummer as good as people say, or does it feel overrated? The director's cut is as good as people say. The theatrical cut is overrated. Did I see Come and See? Yeah, it was great. That's a depressing movie. Censor? Yeah, that was fun. The Spanish movie, I think. Or am I thinking of a different one? Favorite Villeneuve? Incendie is fucking awesome. I agree. Have I rated any of his films a 10? I don't think so. I love Blade Runner 2049 a lot. Incendie is up there for sure. Prisoners is great. Like, he had a bunch of really, like, bangers in a row. Event Horizon I don't love. There's things about it that are fun, but I wasn't scared by that movie at all. And there's better movies that do kind of cosmic horror shit. I feel like I've definitely watched a movie called Censor. So let's see if what I'm thinking of is what you're thinking of. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a movie called Censor that I rated a 5 out of 10. And I am never going to revisit. And I don't remember anything about it. So sorry. Yeah. I watched the first episode of Arcane, and I was so bored by it that I didn't continue to episode 3, where everyone says it gets good. And so maybe I'll revisit it at some point, but right now I'm just like so fucking... You shouldn't have to watch like 3 hours of shit for it to start getting good. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll watch it at some point. It's a commitment. I would love to make a movie, but I get bogged down by the practical nature, and I want to have the right team of people to work with, and I often find collaborators difficult to find that are either talented or trustworthy or just a combination of the two. If the TTS movie recommendation or movie recap channels get you exposed to more things, then that's a good reason to watch, I guess, but I don't watch those for any reason. I don't feel like I need recommendations from those channels. What do I mean by trustworthy? I mean, not flaky. There's some people that there's collaborators are either dedicated and reliable and then not talented, or talented and then not dedicated or reliable, in my experience. It's very, very difficult to find people that are both. Have I seen anything similar to the Tree of Life? I mean, other Terrence Malick movies, I guess. He captures a lot of that same feeling in his other movies. If you've never seen another movie by him, then fucking just watch all of his filmography. You'll get a lot of the same feeling. Do I think movies will be made through AI in the future? I think AI is showing up in movies already. I mean, entire movies? Apparently there's one that exists and there's a trailer for it. I think I wrote down the name. I'm going to react to it on my stream at some point, but I haven't seen it. Next Stop Paris. Apparently it looks like shit. So we're pretty far from AI generating a actual movie, I guess, but... Paul Verhoeven, I would like to spend more time on his filmography. Starship Troopers is great. Love Starship Troopers. Haven't seen it in a while. Never seen RoboCop somehow, I know. Holy shit. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That's a big boy. Thank you so much. Camera can see. Big steak.
Big steak.
Big. Holy shit. My hand. What is that? It's a human child. Cooked to perfection.
Absolute perfection.
Thank you so much. It's great. I feel spoiled. What resolution are you streaming in?
1080.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do I stream to YouTube in 2K, and then it like automatically downgrades for Kick and Twitch. I think it downgrades to 1080 for Kick and Twitch, but I have my OBS settings for 2K because YouTube can actually handle it, which is another benefit. Oh, okay. I will try your favorite piece. The plastic forks.
Yeah.
Make it funny.
All right, help yourself. Take as much
Thank
as
you
want.
so much. A good steam. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to assume that if I held it up close to the camera, it wouldn't be in focus, so I'm not going to try. But you can try zooming in to this piece. Hmm. I don't eat steak often.
No?
No. But it's good. Thank you. It's delicious.
You know what sucks? I thought of like 3 questions while I was over there, and I forgot them all. Steak distracts.
Mmm. Thank you.
What movies did you talk about while I was over there? You talked about
We just mentioned Starship Troopers. I wasn't big on Event Horizon. Martyrs is a must-see fucked up horror movie. It's French-Canadian. 2008. Don't watch the other ones.
what's the most anxiety-inducing movie you've ever watched?
Climax. We talked about it earlier.
Okay.
The people on acid that didn't know they were going to be on acid movie. That's the highest anxiety I've ever felt watching a movie.
Does that make movies hard for you to watch?
No, it makes me want to seek them out more. I love feeling something.
I like feeling, but the anxiety makes me look forward to the end because I want the resolution.
No, I want to experience it forever. Because it's still fiction. I like feeling a genuine emotion.
I have to tell myself that. Like, hey, this isn't real. Like, you're watching something that's total bullshit. Like, you don't have to be fucking as worried as you are. But it doesn't stop the sense of dread, waiting for the next thing to come.
It was awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Irreversible, it's great. I bought the reversed cut of Irreversible Blu-ray, but I haven't watched that version of it yet. What was it called? The straight cut? I don't remember. Retro. Hey! That was one lick of the plate. Or one... It might not have made contact. It's definitely an attempt.
An attempt was made. All right, what's the fattiest piece? This one. All right. All right. Who do you think gets jerked off too much?
Like an actor or director?
We'll go with director first.
Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Yeah, fuck him. His the Fablemans. It's fucking bullshit. It was literally him jerking himself off. That should not have been nominated. It was worth that year for Tar not to win any Oscars because the Fablemans also didn't win any Oscars that year. It was worth it. I was like, you know what? That's a fair trade. That's an actual fair trade.
We were talking earlier today about like how biopics seem to always win, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that way like with the introspective Hollywood type movies?
Yes and no, because in a certain, they're not as frequent as biopics. There's like 10 fucking Oscar nominated biopics every year, whereas the isn't Hollywood crazy movies happen like once every 3 years, and they're usually also good, and there's a reason why they're there, and it's not like just a formula that you can replicate cynically necessarily. You know, the examples of that are like Birdman, La La Land, you know, like they're still great movies, whereas I feel biopics are just like, oh, you like the person and there was a movie made about them, but not necessarily that the movie was good.
Did you cry at the end of La La Land?
I didn't cry, but I felt an emotion.
I cried.
Most of my sad emotions are tearing up, but not weeping.
I didn't watch Forrest Gump in a long time. I watched Forrest Gump like 2016, 2017. I couldn't remember. I honest to God, I couldn't have told you the last time I had cried at that point. The when he's talking to Jenny in the graveyard outside his house.
I haven't watched that since I was like 15 probably. So I should probably give it a rewatch.
Oh, he's like, you died on a Wednesday. La La Land.
Classic. What was that, 94?
Yeah,
I think that was the same year as Pulp Fiction.
He what was it? La La Land at the end when they're doing the montage, and then shows that that's not them getting back together or anything like that.
Yeah, I like a good non-bullshit ending where it's not. You can either do it in a way that satisfies everybody to the point where it's disgusting, or you can do it in a way like Nymphomaniac where it's so unsatisfying that it's disgusting. But I like movies that are bittersweet.
Yeah,
I like movies where there's it doesn't go in either of those extreme directions, and it's not necessarily the middle ground, but there's it feels like there's some sort of emotional resonance to it, and it makes you think about it in more of a way than if it did something predictable.
What'd you think of the end of Uncut Gems?
That was a great screening. Yeah, I saw that at TIFF. I mean, the end of the movie is like a highlight, really.
It's frustrating.
It's funny.
You see him win. You see him get exactly where it needs to go, and then that fucking psychopath kills him.
But another interpretation is because he gets killed, that's the only reason he wins, because
he's set free from his addiction.
If he didn't get killed in that moment,
he goes
at the top of his high, he would just waste all of his money again. He would literally fall back into the same patterns. No, so that's the only way you can get the resolution to the character in that sense.
I know, and it's obvious, but it's frustrating. Like, I
like that choice
because you're like,
it's a good ending.
You're rooting for the guy. You're like, come on, win. Like, you get
I don't know if I am.
Him.
He's kind of an asshole. He's kind of a dumbass.
He is, but he's also in the throes of addiction. So like, I have empathy for the guy. I don't want to see him get fucking clapped by his fucking
by his
brother-in-law's fucking. I don't know how he was related to the guy, but like a relative's fucking mobster people. Yeah. And then they go.
I mean, he would either get clapped by somebody else or as himself, right?
That was God.
He would have made his own life and everybody around him worse if that's not how it ended.
I know. I know that's.
And it was a good ending for his girlfriend.
It was. Yeah, she got all that money.
She never could have had that ending if he didn't die.
Still frustrating. I wanted to see him win. he did win.
Nah, well, he did, and that's the only way he could have.
So, here, this is one of the questions I thought of. Why is A24 making so many good movies?
Because unlike other production companies, they give a lot of leeway to the artists making the film. They will either, I think some of the films they've distributed have been buyouts that they didn't necessarily produce, but of the ones that they do produce, they're not constantly checking and giving notes to the director. They're essentially letting the director do what they want and funding them, trusting the process because they're working with people that they want to. Not all of their movies are great. they've definitely made a brand for themselves, and they're smart at how they've marketed themselves. I would say a similar studio that less people are aware of, that is doing as great, if not better, work in that same sense would be Neon.
Okay.
Which Neon distributed Parasite.
Okay.
Titan, the car fucking movie that we mentioned last time.
I've not seen that one.
Yeah, Neon's great.
What's the do you think that they've kind of set themselves up to a point where there is so much expectation from them that they put themselves in a tough spot?
I mean, no less than any other successful entity. I would say that my biggest criticism with them is, and I guess, you know, it's a business, so I guess they have to do this, but they've always been incredibly dishonest about how they've marketed their horror films, because the horror films that they distribute and produce are very atypical. And when people want to see a horror film, if you want to get people in the theater for a horror film, you want to kind of, if you want to make money from the average consumer, you want to give the impression that they're going to see something familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not often the case. And so you'll get a lot of people going to see an A24 horror movie and then being like, what the fuck? What is this? What? Like, what? It's not what the trailer seemed like it would be like. Like, it comes at night.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not what the marketing was.
It's funny you say that, though. So something that we've been doing in our movie nights is going and watching the trailers for them as we try to figure it out. And taking it back to like some of the movies that I've seen or that she's seen, we both find ourselves saying, this isn't matching the tone of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I hate it.
We watched Magnolia the other day. And
don't say too much about it, because I'm about to do a rewatch to that soon.
Okay. Then
because it's been so long since I've seen it, I want to experience it.
I'm not even going to tell you about the well, no, if you've seen it, I will say about
I've seen it a long time ago.
The trailer has it like a kind of makes it sound like it's a quirky montage of different, you know, characters and whatnot. But the tone is way different when you actually watch the movie. But are you going to do a video on it after you rewatch?
I'm not going to say exactly what I'm planning on doing with it, but I'm planning on rewatching it soon.
Okay.
I think in the next month or so.
I was really happy with that movie. What else has been but yeah, like there's a lot of tone differences in like trailers, especially from it seems from like the 80s and 90s, where you're watching this tone and it's like, there's a guy, he's this way, and there's things that's happening, and now he's blah 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 blah. And
80s and 90s were terrible for that.
But now they'd spoil the whole fucking movie.
No, they used to. They've done it. They've been doing it for a while. It really depends on the movie. It's not a new thing, but there is a more cynical, modernized version of it that I agree with what you're saying.
Well, it's like these trailers are like 3 to 4 minutes long and show the entire storyline. It feels like of the
usually
entire
it's for terrible movies though. So my rule is, if I'm excited enough for the director that I'm like, I'm expecting this to be in my favorite movie of the year list before I've even seen a trailer for it, because I know the people that have made it, I won't watch a trailer.
Smart.
Yeah. And if it shows up in a theater and I recognize it, and I'm watching another movie in a theater and I see that the trailer's starting for a movie that is like that, I'll literally go like this. I'll start humming in my head to block out the sound, and I don't care how I look to people around me. I'm not getting spoiled for the movies that I like. It's not even necessarily spoiled, but I want to go in blind.
No,
right?
They set you up for a little bit of expectation for certain aspects of the movie. So even if there's a twist here or there's a certain way things are conducted, but I mean, now don't spoil this for me. I haven't seen the third Guardians of the Galaxy yet.
I have not also.
But I'm pretty sure something bad happens to Rocket Raccoon, and I only know that because of the fucking trailer.
I didn't watch the trailer. I think maybe I did, actually. I don't remember. It's like fucking Marvel movies just bounce off my brain at this point. I can't.
It's the only reason I felt comfortable finishing that comment is because I know.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't even care. People are like, this one's actually good. Yeah, good and then disposable.
Right.
Good and then I'm not going to think about it after I've seen it. Like good and then I say it's fine. Who cares?
Get the perspective. I like cape shit. I don't.
How much?
A lot.
Oh, how much? A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Like
a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Like a lot. I went through this. I went through this weird. I don't know if I was fucking depressed or what. I think I was like.
You were depressed, so you turned into a cape shit fan.
Not a cape shit fan, but like I spent like 2 weeks. I shit you not. I binged the entire Marvel series up to Endgame. If that was the last one, yeah, up to Endgame. This was like in 2021. It was weird. Like there was a bunch of shit going on in like the politics world and stuff. And I think something just fucking snapped, and I was just like not feeling life. And so I literally spent every day watching cape shit for 2 weeks, and I made it through the entire.
That's an awful 2 weeks in my opinion, but was it great?
Made me feel better. I was holding on to some semblance of
if that's
endorphins.
your comfort, I'm not gonna tell you any different.
I will say I really like Loki. If you're gonna give any of the cape shit spinoff TV shit a try, I thought Loki was pretty good. Has Owen Wilson in it, a few others. I liked it.
I still won't watch it.
No,
sorry.
All right. No, it's fine. To each their own.
There's people on my subreddit that are constantly saying this particular Star Wars show, it's not like the other ones. You gotta check it out.
I do like The Mandalorian.
Star Wars, Marvel, it's all the same to me. I use those words interchangeably.
So you've seen Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
What's that term they use for a TV that's like high-end TV? There's a term for it.
Based in GigaChad?
Maybe that's it.
I think that's it.
That's it. It's something more formal, but I can't remember. But for prestige
not
TV,
cringe.
Isn't that it? Prestige TV.
I don't know. Is that
like that?
I didn't know there was a word for it.
Have you ever seen Dexter?
I've seen. I don't think I've seen a full episode, but I was glad I didn't because I knew how bad it turned. So there's this thing with television shows for me where if it's not like a miniseries where it has like a distinct start and end and there's like a plan for how things are going to go, or it's not like I started watching Breaking Bad in season 1 and there was enough interesting me into seeing it. I was like, oh, what's Bryan Cranston going to do in this type of role? There was some buzz or like I started watching it like as soon as it was released, so I was around for the whole, waiting for every episode sort of thing. But every other hyped show that's existed where people are like, oh, this is so good, even if season 1's incredible. Dexter, Game of Thrones, right? Like however many of these things, I feel like I can wait because my watch list is so fucking huge that it's not like I don't watch things out of boredom.
Your watch list.
I don't watch things out of boredom.
Any other person's.
I don't watch things because I go, oh, I need to fill up time in some sort of way, and I don't know what to watch, and that's this thing. Like it can exist in my watch list for a while, and if there's no reason for me to get to it immediately, it might sit there for a bit, and then if other people start saying like, oh wow, this is like a lot worse now, like Dexter and Game of Thrones and a billion other shows where it's like, wow, this really fell apart and seemed like they had no plan from the beginning on how to end this, then I'm kind of glad I didn't start it, and I don't really feel like I'm missing out on much, because if I'm going to watch something, even if the first seasons are great, unless it's like The Simpsons where it's contained episodes where there's no through line from episode 1 to the final episode, unless it's like that, I don't want to start like it. That's like saying, oh, there's this really great movie that's great for the first 20 minutes, but then the entire second half of the movie is just the worst fucking bullshit in the world. Like, no, I don't want to watch that movie. Like, it's not going to be on my list. I don't care how good the first fucking 20 minutes are. It seems like a waste of time. What like, that's how I feel anyway.
I like. So, are you saying that like if you see it, you start watching the show, and it's one of those like. You just got to get through the first season. Like that's like, no, then it's not happening.
No, yeah, especially in like a narrative show. Like I would say that Simpsons gets a lot better in season 2, but it's not like a through line show where like what happened, like you can start it at season 2. It's not going to be any different.
Trying to think where we wanted to go from there.
People are saying watch Andor.
Andor. I have not seen that one yet. That one or the Jedi with was he the blue chick or the one with the little tangle things that hang down? I don't know. I haven't watched that one.
Some soy cuck sort of show. I have to watch Sopranos. I've seen...
Oh, yes.
Did I watch all of season 1? Am I in season 2, Sopranos?
You like it?
I liked it, but I've heard that it gets a lot better. And I was fine with what I watched, and I think I'll continue where I left off.
I'm rewatching it because I
love the ending. I've seen the ending.
No spoilers. I know a little bit about it, but like I watched. So I was in Iraq, and I didn't have season 1, and the last season was still being processed, and it hadn't been pirated yet, so it wasn't over there. So I've not seen the last season. So that's what I'm missing. But I watched everything else, and I fucking loved it. Now I'm rewatching it again. And back then I was like working while I was watching it, so I wasn't like fully paying attention. So I so far have really, really enjoyed the show.
What was your average day in Iraq like?
Wake up. I was on night shift for almost the entire deployment. So I'd wake up about, I think 10 or 11. I think 10:30, 11. I'd always shower before bed. So I just get up, I'd go brush my teeth. I'd get to work. I'd work until about midnight, 1 o'clock. Then every other day I had a gym shift where we were allowed to take an hour to go to the gym.
What was your work?
I was an intelligence analyst. So I'd sit there and I'd do things I can't talk about.
Sure.
And then
not gonna get fucking Snowden, Assange.
Exactly.
Oh, please tell me everything. Yeah.
And then I would and then I go to the gym. I come back. You know, you have meals throughout. Like they have a midnight meal that you can go to. So like at midnight, I'd go fucking get my dinner.
Yeah.
Or I guess breakfast at that point. And then it was wake up, and then I'd sneak in. I'd get back. I'd rush back home after turnover because our shifts were 12 hours. I'd rush back. I'd take a shower, and then sneak into this female Marines trailer because we all lived in trailers. And like 2 or 3 nights a week, I spend with her, and then rinse and repeat.
Did you feel like it was easier to adjust to night shifts with it being in a different time zone than if you were to try to adjust to night shifts? And
so when you first get over there, I've been over there 4 times. So when you first get over there, there is this like energy you have, like, oh, I only need a few hours sleep, so I'm getting so much done. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna talk to the family back home. I'm gonna go play. I played a lot of World of Warcraft. I still play a lot of World of Warcraft. So it's World of Warcraft, it's talking, whatever. But then after about 3 days, it fucking hits you, and then you kind of get back on it. Yeah. So the 12-hour shifts are fine. Like that's, and we didn't have a day off, at all. So those were fine. Didn't have any issues there, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed every deployment I had, but I wasn't in a combat role. Like I saw combat from, watching an ISR platform behind a screen.
Night of the Hunter. What is that again? It sounds familiar. There's so many things where people name the title and I'm like, oh, that sounds familiar. But I don't know if I've seen it.
How many movies do you think you've seen in your
life? Does it count how many ratings I have on IMDb? So Night of the Hunter is on my watch list. That is a 1955 film.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's on my watch list, so I'll see it eventually. And then I have logged almost 3,500 ratings on IMDb.
Holy shit.
So that's probably as many movies as I've seen. I would say maybe 1% of those are movies I didn't finish. But I would also say that there's probably more movies than that I've seen but have removed my rating because it was so long ago that I would want to rewatch it more recently to like have a definitive rating on it.
I'm sorry, I asked this question earlier. Maybe it's the whiskey.
Sure.
I don't know. What is your comfort movie? Like, what do you
Lion
go
King.
It was Lion King. Okay, that's it. All right, cool.
Any mood.
How many times a year do you think you watch it?
I mean, on average, as in how many times have I seen it in my life? Maybe, I think I've seen it at least as many years that I've been on this planet.
Okay.
But I haven't seen it in the past year, I don't think.
Because I like what we were talking earlier, like Lord of the Rings, it gets 2 watches a year, at least.
I think I've seen it more than the years that I've been on this planet.
Okay.
You're saying Lord of the Rings, the whole trilogy?
Whole extended?
Yeah.
Extended.
My roommate is a fucking Lord of the Rings nerd.
I'm a slut.
Absolute
Lord of the Rings.
nerd. I forced him to watch the Amazon show with me. We had a really funny commentary track. It's on the YMS Watch Alongs channel. It's one of the first ones I did on that channel. We did the whole series, and you can hear him slowly die inside over the course of the...
I forced myself.
There's a really funny clip on the YMS Clips channel. I think it's called like Gael dies inside or something.
We're gonna get this configuration set up to where I can do my production shit and we can watch clips.
Yeah,
live.
yeah.
We'll get there. Maybe I'll intersplice it. We'll edit the video.
Let's see. I'll just see what the clip is called. The show finally breaks Gael is what the clip is called. It's a very funny clip. It was the last him reacting to the last episode of that series, and I'm gonna force him to watch season 2. It's gonna be great.
Like last October, I was super bored and I had nothing to do. I was just cooking for Steve, and I think I forced myself to watch it finally, and I finished it. I will say I do want to know what happens in season 2, but
begrudgingly.
It was like watching the fucking Hobbit. Oh, the fucking goblins in the Hobbit. They had the goblins perfect. The orcs were perfect in fucking Lord of the Rings.
And then they're CG.
Like, oh, that was it. Like fucking practical effects versus CGI. Like 2 things. One,
lazy.
Like the what's it called? The filtering or whatever that they put on it. There's a reason that CGI effects from like earlier films that were high budget look really good today. And it's because they didn't have this fucking filter that they put on these movies that changes like the color tone across the board. It's not like natural. You know what I'm talking about?
I wonder if I know what you're talking about.
Like you brought up Jurassic Park before, right? And you talked about
it was like low lighting conditions.
So the low light for the T-Rex scene helps.
Yeah.
But like in other scenes that are like daylight and whatnot, you still have these creatures and they still look really good. Not the first one. The first one had like the Brachiosaurus that kind of looked a little shitty and whatnot. But like in the next one, the CGI of the raptors and whatnot still looked pretty good. Or of the dinosaurs during the on Jurassic Park 2 when they go through the game trail, right? Like that looks good. But now they do this tone on every fucking movie that fucks with the CGI and it makes it more noticeable.
I don't know if there's like a tone necessarily that they're doing in every movie. I think that more noticeable CGI is a result of CGI being more of an expectation rather than like a workaround, right? So in a film like the original Jurassic Park, CGI was used sparingly and only in situations where you couldn't have a full animatronic, whereas now it's the expectation to use CGI. So it's taking up more of the runtime. You have a lot of animators working completely underpaid, super cheap, crunching to meet deadlines, not really able to make things look as good as they could because studios just don't pay them enough and they don't want to spend as much money, and so much of the movie is CGI that like they feel like they're forced to not spend the proper amount of money on it. A lot of films now, it's like there's no consideration taken for how it's going to be filmed in a scene that uses CG because the expectation is just like, oh, any scene can be fixed with CG. Oh, this can just be CG. Not, oh, if we're going to do CG, it has to be in these conditions with this angle, with showing only this and, you know, this lighting. There was more of a consideration made for it at a certain point in time from certain directors, and I don't want to make it seem like every movie that uses CG now is like worse, because there's a lot of movies where it is done incredibly well, but the movies where it's done the best, you don't notice that it's CG. There's a lot of CG work done in films that you wouldn't even think have CG in it, like Wolf of Wall Street. Like half the movie's CG. You don't even know it.
Really?
Yeah.
Like backgrounds and shit?
Yeah.
Oh, no
like
shit.
Environments.
So I don't have a problem with CG. I have a problem with, like, I can't think off the top of my head, but like lazy CG. That's like they didn't invest in the budget and it sucks because of that. Like you can really
or give the animators enough time, or just plan it out properly.
Yeah.
It's all situational. It's all just context dependent.
Cocaine Bear was a disappointment.
I hated Cocaine Bear.
I thought it was going to be, for a spoof comedy, like it would be. I thought it would be. It's not really spoof comedy, but you know what I mean. Like for like that absurdist comedy,
like a self-aware type.
I thought it was going to be a riotous frenzy of amazing comedy.
The bear did cocaine,
and then it was just that. Yeah, it was.
What pissed me off about that movie is, for the tone that they were going for, they literally could have just had a guy in a suit. It would have been better. And it wouldn't even matter if it didn't look realistic. That's what fucking Hundreds of Beavers did. They didn't care if it didn't look realistic because it fit the tone. It fit exactly what they were going for in Hundreds of Beavers. Didn't need to be CG. What the fuck is the point of having like, oh, it's a CG bear? Because it doesn't, first of all, it doesn't look real anyway. Second, the entire movie, the challenge that the filmmakers are now addressing is how not to show the bear. You look at films from the 80s where instead of CG, they used like an animatronic or like a person in a costume with animatronic features or puppetry. When they do that in a movie, like a bad movie like 1995 Congo, where they had someone in an ape suit, they're spending the entire movie going like, how do we show off this fucking ape suit that we spent so much money on? We're gonna show it in every fucking shot. This is the coolest thing. We want to show it. Cocaine Bear, how do we not show the bear? Because every single frame, it costs more money. Whereas you've already made the expense in Congo when you've already built the costume. You want to show it more. There's no excuse not to.
Do horror movies not like kind of hide the antagonist?
Depends on the horror movie. Depends on what they're going for.
Because I think of like not Freddy versus Jason, but any of the Jason movies or Michael Myers, like you don't see them as much as you see the rest of the cast, right? Or Freddy Krueger, for instance. Like you're only seeing Freddy in like the dreams and whatnot.
Depends on the movie. I mean, like there's a formula to those 80s slasher films for sure, where a lot of the characterization of like the characters you're supposed to empathize with, they just make them as annoying as possible, and like, oh, you want to see them die, and then it's like supposed to be some sort of sick satisfaction when you see them die. There's a movie coming out called In a Violent Nature that's premiered at a couple festivals, and it might not be great, but conceptually, I haven't seen it yet. Conceptually, it sounds really interesting. It's a slasher movie film from the perspective of the killer. So typical, yeah. So tropey, from what I understand. Obviously trying to emulate these older slasher films, but a different perspective. And that sounds fun, and I would like to see it. It's apparently getting wide release May 31st, or maybe a limited release. Mobile IMDb is not as good as the oh, here we go. Yeah, May 31st US.
While you do that, you can keep the audience.
Hello, audience. Get busy. Surprise Q&A. Ask me shit. I'm looking at chat. I am also team sad red face. Okay? Happy blue face. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you. My family. My favorite acting performance, what, of all time? Do I have a favorite acting performance of all time?
We made chat bigger so we can talk to you guys. Also, please.
That's a very easy solution that you should have thought of
a little bit
2 hours ago.
I'll be honest, I did, and multiple things distracted me, but we're here.
That's fine. Yeah, favorite acting performance. What could it possibly be? Oh, there's Kick Chat too. I didn't even have Kick Chat open. Can you make that bigger?
Bigger than it is?
Yeah. I think you can.
I can try. Yeah.
Control plus. Thank you. How much does the Paranormal Activity franchise anger me? Not a lot. I just stopped paying attention to them after a while. Perfect. I can read it. And then just scroll down a little because it's paused for the... Yeah. We've been live for 3 hours. Have we been live? Oh, we've been live on Kick for 2 hours. We've been live on YouTube for 3 hours. Sorry. Love exposure. I have not seen a Sion Sono film that I've felt strongly about. And Love Exposure is like, what, 5 hours? Or is it his 3 hour film? I thought it had some interesting filming and colors, but like I just was not attached to it. And I don't know if I even finished it. Comment about my next part of Synecdoche, New York. I think I have commented about that.
Quite a bit yesterday, I think.
Yeah, yesterday and today.
It's on the list now, though.
Have I seen the X-Files? Bits of it. Did I rate Her better than Lost in Translation? And if so, why? Yes, 1000%, because it's a better fucking movie. What do you mean?
Do you like Zombieland? Sorry.
No.
No?
No, I don't. I think Zombieland was just tapping into a part of the culture that really wanted to see like the cheesy or like, you know, like, oh, we're kind of being self-aware, like slow-mo zombie shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be fun. Just the rest of the movie as like a whole, as a structure, it wasn't anything special.
We're Kevin Baconing this shit, so I brought up Eisenberg. And now I'm going to go to the Social Network, and I'm going to now talk about Sorkin. How do you feel about Sorkin?
I'm trying to remember all of his filmography. I remember the last movie I watched from him I didn't like, and I can't remember what it's called. It was like that courtroom bullshit. Let's see. What did Aaron Sorkin do?
I like
because he's mainly a writer, right?
Yeah. And it's his writing primarily that I'm curious about your thoughts on.
Aaron Sorkin. All right. Roles. Writer. I did not like Being the Ricardos. That was bad. Trial of the Chicago 7 was the one I was thinking of. That was one of the most fucking cookie cutter, basic bitch ass movies. Just, if you've seen a movie, you've seen that already, and it was just terribly filmed. And there's a way better version of that movie that it reminded me of called Mangrove, which is the first episode of a mini-series by Steve McQueen called Small Axe, but it's episodic in completely separate, detached ways, so you can watch Mangrove as a movie and you don't have to watch the rest of the series.
Wait, and this is like an old?
No, this is like 2019.
Oh, you said, is there a new Steve McQueen?
Yes, there's Dead Steve McQueen is not directing movies. There's a British black Steve McQueen that is maybe my second favorite director, but we'll see like what he does in the next. Like, he was he was for sure definitively my second favorite director from his first 3 films, but now it's like I don't know anymore. But he still makes some great stuff. I love the way he expresses himself. Yeah, Steve McQueen films are awesome. He did Hunger. He did Shame. He did Widows. Did he do a third one that was between those? I don't remember. Anyway, Steve McQueen's awesome. Check out Mangrove. It's a way better version of Trial of the Chicago 7. Trial of the Chicago 7's bullshit. Haven't seen Molly's Game. Steve Jobs was mid. Moneyball was mid. Social Network was great, but that's mostly due to Fincher's directing, so I don't know if I can credit that to...
a lot.
I don't know if I can credit that to Sorkin.
You see Roma?
Love Roma. Yeah.
Direction.
Yeah.
Another one. Again, I'm going to continue to
Alfonso Cuarón.
Continue
Roma's
to give
great.
credit to her for expanding my movie, because it's another one I never would have watched, but really enjoyed.
Did it win Best Picture? No, that was the year that it was going to, and then it went to fucking Green Book.
That they got robbed.
Green Book. Anything but Green Book should have won that year. God.
I have a gift for you, but I don't have it up here.
Oh.
I have to find it, and I will find it before tomorrow.
Okay.
But I have. So my stepfather, his mother was married to a movie producer, and so when she passed, we went to clean out her apartment, and I got a bunch of movies that were screeners. So I wanted to give you one of the screeners. I'm gonna bring a bunch of.
Oh, like a physical screener?
Yeah,
like a DVD screener,
and
or
it'll
like
say on the back what all they're nominated for and stuff. And they're like,
oh shit, yeah,
in mint
I would
condition.
I would love to see that.
Like, because a lot of them weren't open, and I'm like, what the fuck was this guy doing in the Academy if he's not watching these movies?
That's what I find myself asking every year.
I think I have like a sealed Jurassic Park, a sealed fucking like a bunch. So I'll bring a few.
I would love to see
precious,
that. Thank you.
And you can pick.
Thank you.
But it's very interesting to see that. But again, I had the frustration of, you're a member of the Academy, you have a vote. There are movies in here I love. Why the fuck aren't they open?
that's the same issue with the fucking Michelin restaurant reviewers. Is like they're people that have the job through like nepotism and just access, or like just being in the industry, that are not necessarily the most passionate about food or about movies, right? Where these people that are like, oh, it's your job to give this sort of critique or review or assessment of what the best things of each year or each city are, and you're not even really passionate about it, and it sucks. And I'm just sitting here like, like, at least I fucking try to watch all these fucking movies. Like, the Academy is not aware that movies in a year exist unless there's a for-year consideration campaign for them.
So we talked about the issue of there are like biopics often win, right?
Yeah.
So that type of thing, like, what are the most annoying like cliches of the Academy Awards that you just get under your fucking skin?
Well, they don't watch the fucking short films. You can literally just predict it by like just any sort of like, oh, is this saying something that's progressive racial politics? Even if it's the worst movie there, like by any measurable standard, you can just be like, oh, they read the synopsis and they picked that one. There was a fucking hilarious movie. There was a short film called Skin from 2018 that I would recommend because it's so fucking bad, and it won best live action short, and I called it just because it was like the subject matter. And essentially it's the cheesiest, dumbest fucking thing in the world, where the premise is there's a white nationalist guy and he's like, oh, I'm such a Nazi. And then he has a white son, and then they go to like a grocery store. He's like, you should hate them because they're black. And then one day, his because he was so racist, some black people come and they kidnap him and they tattoo him completely black. They tattoo his entire body black. So like like pitch black. Like he doesn't look like a black person. It's the dumbest thing where like they might have thought that it worked on paper, but just like
this is a South Park episode, right?
I'm sure it is.
Where Cartman is making fun of Kyle for being a ginger and making fun of all these gingers, and then like talks about them having no soul, and then they go in the middle of the night and they dye his hair red and give and tattoo freckles on him and all that stuff, and he starts a fucking Nazi revolution.
I'm sure they got inspired maybe. Anyway, so they tattoo him completely black. It looks like the dumbest fucking thing in the world. And then he comes home and his son shoots him because he thinks it's a black guy. And it won best live action short. There were like plenty of like there were other like competent ones that year, but I was like, this one's winning because they didn't fucking watch them.
Well, that person's not going anywhere, so fuck it.
Exactly.
Let them have their one award.
I mean, they got nominated again for another movie, but I don't know why. Nobody watched that movie.
What's your favorite editor?
Maybe Sally Menke, rest in peace. She is responsible for the voice of so many Quentin Tarantino films.
She's not the one who did Goodfellas, is she?
I don't know, actually.
So we're not playing on our phones here. We're researching.
Mm-hmm. Have I ever walked out of the theater on a movie, and if so, which movie? Maybe like 10 in my life. But the one that I can think of, because somebody asked me about this recently, was a movie called... What was it called? The Painted Bird? And it was like a fucking 3-hour long, like... artsy fartsy, like it was like a black and white torture porn movie where the whole point was like, this little boy, he's gonna have so many adventures, but all of them are sad and some disturbing things are gonna happen. But it just wasn't purposeful. It was literally just like the whole point was just to be torture porn, but no artistic merit to it, and it was just absolutely pretentious. And I was like, okay, well, I have other things that I need to go see. I didn't want to waste my time. Tarkovsky or Kubrick? I mean, yeah, Kubrick. But I've seen more Kubrick than Tarkovsky, but yeah, I would have to say Kubrick.
What are some Tarkovsky films I might have seen?
Some of the titles are on the tip of my tongue. What is it called? Solaris? But not the George Clooney one. That was a remake. What's his other one that I really liked? What was it called? Fuck, it was my favorite one. What was it called? Stalker, thank you. Somebody in chat said Stalker. I haven't seen Andrei Rublev yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Who's the guy who does these square angles? Wes Anderson.
Square,
like the not angles.
You mean
like the
symmetrical
framing? Yeah. How do you feel about
Mirror? I want to see too. Sorry, Wes. How do I feel about Wes? I mean, he's got I like his style and it's consistent. But unfortunately, I think maybe at this point he's gotten self-aware enough to be self-conscious about it, and is kind of still retaining his style, but trying to do like these weird atypical narratives that don't necessarily work. His last two films, I was the most like lukewarm on, for sure. And I hope that he kind of just gets back into... It feels like he's being self-conscious. I don't know if that's what's happening, but I wish he would just get back into just doing what he feels like doing. And I don't know. It's weird to try and psychoanalyze in that way because I don't know. But it seems like he's kind of trying to defy expectations narratively when I don't know. I would rather have Grand Budapest is such a satisfying build-up of events, and I feel like that really works for his style.
I just had that movie spoiled for me. I've been wanting to watch it for a long time.
You can't really spoil the movie. It's about the experience. It's not really about the narrative. It's about the feeling.
You make me feel better about it then, because I saw a scene that looked like a climax, and
Doesn't matter. Okay. No, watch the movie.
All right.
That's not a spoilable movie. There's very few that exist.
What's the oh fuck. By the way, you can have more steak. I'm good.
Thank you.
What's the we were talking about Wes Anderson. Oh yeah, well, what is your favorite Wes Anderson?
Either Grand Budapest or maybe Fantastic Mr. Fox.
I just watched Fantastic Mr. Fox for the first time. I really liked it. I haven't seen Grand Budapest. I've seen Steve Zissou. Isle of Dogs is my favorite.
Rushmore is really funny. If you haven't seen Rushmore.
I have not seen Rushmore.
Yeah, that's one of his earlier ones. That's probably his funniest.
Does it keep to the square framing on that one?
He gets more precise about it over time. Like, it's more exaggerated over time. But I mean, you can still see parts of it there for sure. It's not as apparent in his earlier works for sure.
Who is your favorite artist? Obviously, movie is all art, but who is your favorite that goes for artistry in a way that like conventional filmmaking doesn't necessarily do?
I mean, I have a favorite director, I have a favorite screenwriter, and I have a favorite band, but I don't know if I have a favorite artist. I mean, Charlie Kaufman, I've said that, you know, his work has impacted my life probably more than anyone else's. So probably that. I feel very personally connected to his art. And then favorite director is like Michelle Haneke, which you might not have seen any of.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Is what is she directed?
He's Austrian.
Michelle
Haneke.
Got it.
Michael Haneke is the anglicized way that people say it. His most popular films are Funny Games, The White Ribbon, Amour, and Cachet.
Okay, I've heard of Amour.
Okay, yeah, Amour was an Oscar movie for sure.
Oh, that was another one. Biggest robberies at the Oscar. Like
Michael Keaton should have won for Birdman.
Any others?
Anything else should have won over Green Book. Fucking yeah, I mean those are the two that come to mind.
Do you like The Darkest Hour?
I have to remember what the fuck that movie is.
Churchill movie with Gary Oldman.
Oh, I think I was very mid on that. Yeah, another biopic.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I was... Oh, are you sure that's the title?
It's Darkest Hour. Not
Darkest Hour.
Darkest Hour.
The Darkest Hour is a 2011 bad horror movie.
Yeah, no, not that one.
Yeah, Darkest Hour is the... Yeah. Gary Oldman. Yeah, I was mid on it. I watched it, thought it was fine, and then forgot about it.
I'd feel like I was being dishonest if I didn't say that. I fucking love that movie. But I'm also a huge fan of Churchill, so...
Exactly. People like seeing biopics of people that they like, and that's part of my issue with biopics, is I'm so fucking not qualified to speak about historical events, and you know, obviously they have impact on real life and current day, etc. But I don't find that takes that influences my perspective of a movie. I'm trying to think of if there's any exceptions to that, but I honestly can't think of one.
Have you seen Rocketman and have you seen Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody was shit. Absolute fucking garbage. And Rocket Man was fine.
So the only redeeming thing about Bohemian was Rami Malek's Freddie Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought that was incredible. Like, the band even came out and said, like, it was like watching Freddie, like, come back to life. So that was fun to watch, and that's the only reason that movie has rewatchability, is to kind of see that character brought back to life. But Rocket Man was far superior.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's... Bohemian Rhapsody is fucking terrible.
Well, because there was such an interesting story to tell, and they just fucking danced around it.
And it was directed by a pedophile.
What?
Literally. Literally.
Who's the director?
Bryan Singer. He's one of those, like, open secret, like, many accusations sort of, yeah, like, literally.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, it's basically Harvey Weinstein without having gone to jail.
Oh, shit. And he was doing this, like, is he still...
Yeah, like, well after all of the accusations.
Yeah, he's
like,
still
there's
active.
there's, like, no reason for him to... You know, Hollywood is where you go to get away with those crimes.
Oh, the Republicans were right.
Yeah. Roman Polanski. Apparently, there's something happening legally with Roman Polanski. He might be, like, getting charged civilly.
No
I don't
shit.
know if he's getting extradited, but he might actually be facing some consequences at some point soon. Or at least there's news about it.
He's what, 80s now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but that's the trouble with Roman Polanski is, like, unlike Bryan Singer, Roman Polanski is one of the greatest directors of all time, which sucks because obviously that's not an endorsement of his personal life. But as an artist, we have to recognize that, like, a monster created some of the greatest works of art.
Bill Cosby is one of the greatest comedians of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can say what you want about it. Bill Cosby was one of the greatest stand-ups.
A lot of art comes from, like, troubled minds, right? A lot of comedians are, like, fucking drug addicts. A lot of musicians are drug addicts. Like, a lot of artists are, like, just, like, socially ostracized, like, outcasts that just don't fit in with people. And then some of those people are just monsters and pedophiles and rapists and abusers, and yeah, and you got to separate art from the artist at a certain point.
What do you think of was Polanski Last Tango? He didn't do Last Tango, right?
I don't think so, but I'm gonna look it up.
But what's his name? Marlon Brando. What'd you think of Last Tango?
I didn't see it.
Well, damn. I don't have an interesting follow-up to that.
1972.
I had to watch it for college.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't in a film class or anything. I don't remember why I had to watch it at all. Just remember the butter scene. So if you ever do watch it.
Mm-hmm. What about Philip Seymour Hoffman?
You like Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Love Philip Seymour Hoffman.
What'd you think of Capote?
It was good. Did you watch In Cold Blood?
No.
Because what I didn't know about Capote, and I'm glad I figured this out before I watched it, because Capote was on my watch list for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
What I found out is that it's essentially a companion piece to a movie called In Cold Blood, I believe from the 60s.
Isn't that what the book was called?
Yeah.
Okay.
So In Cold Blood is the film adaptation. Yeah, 1967. And it's really good. It's a really great movie, In Cold Blood. I was actually surprised with that one. And they're both, like, you got to watch them together. I would say like watch Capote after watching In Cold Blood.
Okay. I haven't watched Capote in a couple of years, so I'll have to rewatch. I'll do In Cold Blood. In Cold Blood.
The Master was awesome, yeah.
So
damn, PTA's just got so many fucking great things.
Do you like Charlie Wilson's War?
I haven't seen it.
So Philip Seymour Hoffman's performance is incredible in Charlie Wilson's War.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but it's you're saying Philip Seymour Hoffman's name. Like, I haven't seen a performance that I'm aware of that is bad.
He's the star of Synecdoche, New York.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you've just increased my interest in that one.
Yep.
Tremendously. Very versatile, both in voice and expression.
Yeah. Miss him.
Heroin, wasn't it?
Yeah. I know, right?
Mitch Hedberg.
And sex. That was like before fentanyl even.
Yeah.
He OD'd on pure heroin. Skill issue.
Well, the ones who do like fucking speedballs and shit. It's like,
yeah, you might have done heroin and meth
before
maybe.
you fucking like, yeah, no, this isn't the one.
When a substance is that addicting, people can go back to it, even when it's illogical.
It's not the return. Like for those, I understand. That I get. It's the ones that like, let's shoot up coke and heroin.
Oh yeah, that's a speedball. I thought, what's heroin and meth? That's not a speedball. I don't remember.
It's a good night. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. So here's one. As a kid, like whenever Punch Drunk Love came out, I was probably in high school, junior high, something like that. I found that to be the most insufferable movie I'd ever been put through at that point.
Did you rewatch it since you were a kid?
I have not, and I've heard from a lot of people that I respect as far as their movie takes that it's a good movie.
I mean, based on the things that you currently enjoy, I think you would like it.
I'll have to give it another shot because like watching it, I was like, this is boring, and I do not understand what the fuck is happening.
Well, yeah, it's an atypical movie to watch as a kid. I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as a kid either. I couldn't imagine enjoying that one as a kid.
I have to give it a rewatch. I remember like the repeating scenes with like the car flipping over and shit, and I was like,
do you know the subtext?
No, I knew nothing.
Well, since you've already seen it once, I'll explain this. There's like a fan theory, and it works. It's pretty clearly intentional. Is that it's like I guess like an allegory, if that's the right word to use, for like a Superman story, and like the like blue lighting and his like superhuman strength that only gets shown in like certain scenes.
Okay.
And he feels like an alien to the outside world. And like there's a lot of like these weird connections to it. And even without understanding that part of it, I think it's still a great movie, like as an adult. But yeah, that's a fun thing to think about watching the movie. Like it ties in and connects in a really funny, interesting way.
I'm gonna rewatch it. Does Tarantino have a foot fetish? What's your?
Well, of course he does. That's not even a question. That's not even there's no question he has a foot fetish.
Well, see, when you say no question, that means different things than when he says that's not a question, because he's like, stop fucking asking me that.
Oh, have you seen him? There's like he went on a talk show and like people like he like rubbed people's feet like in front of an audience. It was disgusting.
I've not seen that.
Yeah. They were like, I think was it the BAFTAs or there was like some sort of like critics award for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and Brad Pitt went up on stage. It wasn't the Oscars, it was one of the pre-Oscars things. So it was either BAFTAs or like Critics Association of something. And Brad Pitt went on stage and he's like, oh, what was the line? He made a very funny joke about Quentin Tarantino's foot fetish, and I can't remember exactly what he said. Fuck, I wish I remembered that line.
Oh.
SAG, it was the SAG Awards.
The Tarantino like foot fetish thing, like he seems very sensitive when people address it. But I mean, look at what's the vampire movie? Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh yeah,
like he's got.
Yeah, he wrote that.
Yeah,
for his own character to drink a shot like off of her foot or whatever.
The fucking Uma Thurman feet scene.
It's everywhere.
In Kill Bill.
It's everywhere. Like everybody knows. Everybody knows.
And he doesn't
have to hide it. Why be embarrassed about it?
There is something that if you don't have a foot fetish, that you like looking at the feet. There's like a different aspect of the person that can be communicated through that. Like it can be comfort, it can be discomfort. Like if the feet are walking on like rocks or some shit, right?
It's fetishized.
But
it's entirely fetishized. It's entirely fetishized. It's not. It's not like a character attribute for these things. It's entirely
not a character attribute, but the way like you show someone's hands, right? Like showing feet can be like a similar thing. Like
if I saw a director with the filmography of Quentin Tarantino and they showed hands instead of feet, I would think that they had a hand fetish because he fetishizes the fuck out of it in how he shows it. It's entirely sexual. Oh, he said he separated more women from their shoes than the TSA, is what he said, yeah. Thank you.
That was a good one. What is your favorite Tarantino movie?
Kill Bill. I think Death Proof is underrated. People shit on it. I love it.
I feel that way about Hateful Eight. I hear from a lot of people. I love the Hateful Eight.
I think it's great.
They don't like the Hateful Eight, and that is one of my favorites. That's after Kill Bill for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Death Proof is fucking awesome.
Good.
Do you like the accompaniment from Robert Rodriguez?
The Planet Terror?
Yeah.
I liked watching it as a double feature, but as a standalone, there's no reason to. Planet Terror only is a good experience to watch as the Grindhouse cinematic experience.
What was the other one? Did you like Sin City?
I like Sin City, yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it in like probably 15 years.
Jackie Brown is the one Tarantino film that I did not see, and I finally, sometime like this year or late last year, I watched Jackie Brown finally.
What'd you think?
I thought it was really good. I liked it.
I'm so mid on it. I don't connect with it.
It's not.
I've seen it like 3 times at least, and it doesn't resonate with me.
It's, I think, my bottom of it, but Tarantino doesn't have a movie that I don't in some way enjoy. Reservoir Dogs is a favorite. What else? We have Reservoir Dogs. We have. Let's do that. Let's do that game. Rank your Tarantino films.
Kill Bill. Pulp Fiction. Death Proof. Reservoir Dogs. Actually, I don't know. I would have to rewatch The Hateful Eight again. That one might be close with Reservoir Dogs. Those two might be interchangeable. I think I like Hateful Eight more than I like Reservoir Dogs. Jackie Brown's at the bottom. And then going up from the bottom, probably Django, Inglourious Bastards, and then am I missing anything?
Yeah, we missing anything? I think Inglourious Bastards, Django, Jackie Brown, Kill Bill, Hateful Eight. What am I missing?
Pulp Fiction.
Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
The Critic isn't happening, by the way. You're a boy.
Yeah, that
He's
just
canceled
got announced.
Although they did at one point say that The Hateful Eight wasn't happening, so who knows?
What was The Critic supposed to be about? Do we have any insight into it?
I don't know. Brad Pitt was supposed to be in it.
Then he made a comment.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I liked, and I would put it somewhere in the middle. And I never saw Four Rooms, but that wasn't like fully directed by him, right?
I was gonna say
that's not in his 10
canonical 10.
That's not in his 10.
Did you like True Romance?
I remember liking it. Wait, am I confusing it with another movie?
It's one where they tell the Sicilian joke.
I think I keep confusing it with another movie that has 2 words and it has Woody Harrelson in it. What was that one? Woody Harrelson and Rodney Dangerfield plays like a crazy dad. Who's that guy? What's that movie? That's also 2 words that I keep confusing. I don't know if I can't remember if I watched True Romance.
True Detective?
No.
Rodney Dangerfield wasn't in True Detective.
You crazy people don't even... I have to look this up. Natural Born Killers. Okay, it's not. It's not 2 words then. I don't know why I keep confusing.
Rodney Dangerfield is in Natural Born Killers
for like one scene, and it's so good.
Okay, well, no spoilers then.
He plays a character that is very memorable. Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why I confuse Natural Born Killers and True Romance, but I always do. And I think I haven't seen True Romance, but I've seen Natural Born Killers. So was Quentin Tarantino associated with Natural Born Killers or no?
Maybe as an inspiration? I don't know when that came out.
No, that's not a good acid movie. Okay.
Nick Cage in True Romance. What? No. That's we just talked about him.
Christian Slater.
Yeah, Christian Slater. And Brad Pitt's in it. So is fucking Michael Rappaport.
I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, entertain the chat.
All right, folks. How you doing? What up? Do you think 2001: A Space Odyssey is a good acid movie?
On the come down, maybe.
He said on the come down. I don't know if you guys heard that. You'll have to remind me of that one, bright one. Speed Racer. The remake. I guess it would have been the first movie, right? How do I know YMS? He's here to do Bridges with Steven and Kyla. It's been a good night. We had some tartare. We had just a big fat piece of steak. Eve got some steak. If you guys saw her. Oh no, I mean when he's back. I'm like, because the chat's gonna scroll and I'm gonna forget. He is. He's doing the full rounds. He did Anything Else yesterday. Came on my show, and yeah. I've not seen Mandy. What was the last movie you saw in theaters? What's that? What was that movie with the chick who the weirdos online are talking about her breasts? Sydney Sweeney, with that horror movie. What is that one called? I saw that in theaters a couple weeks ago with Aaron, and I liked it. He hasn't seen it yet, so I can't spoil the ending. Immaculate. Yeah, I saw Immaculate. And I can't spoil the ending because he hasn't seen it, but I was in mixed feelings about the ending. Overall good, yes. I enjoyed it as a horror movie. I did. I really did. Signs. I enjoyed watching Signs. Like, Signs creeped me out, but there wasn't enough of the presence of the aliens. You know what I liked? I liked War of the Worlds. Is that the one with Tom Cruise? Licorice pizza? What? Is that a movie or is that a disgusting food item? Dude, the tripods, man, scared the fuck out of me. That movie actually terrified me. Nope, just Burgess. A favorite 9/11 film? I don't think I've seen many. What's up, Kana boy? Good to see you. Mayo for grilled cheese. You can help yourself to a beer, or if you want, or did you see War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise? Yeah. All right, well, I'll save the rest of that for when you get over here. That is non-alcoholic. There is an open one if you're looking to mix a drink. Yep, just look on the counter. There should be one over there. Yep. Bridges is the Stephen and Not So Erudite podcast. It happens on Friday. Erudite, yeah. A lot of people do. Have you seen Satan's Slaves? He has not seen Satan's Slaves. Someone said it's a really good Indonesian horror film. It's from 2017. Yeah. Who played Wolverine? Hugh Jackman. Did you see Van Helsing? When did you start watching movies for your... Well, yeah, I'll just save that until you get over here. Stop talking to me, chat. Make me want to ask him things. Dan. If you want vodka, there's... Yeah. The Prestige. I loved The Prestige. We'll ask Adam how he felt about The Prestige when he gets over here. Are you more excited for kinds of kind... I don't know if it should be Kindness or Kindness or Nosferatu? He said Kinds of Kindness, probably. Have you seen Sick from 2022? Written by Kevin Williamson. Modern slasher.
I think it's on my watch list, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, I should get another water.
Mm-hmm. Were you satisfied with the ending of Succession?
If I continue Succession, it'll be from where I left off in season 3.
Right.
So I have not seen the ending of Succession. So apparently that what was it, Indonesian horror film Something Satan is already on my watch list. There's a review for Late Night with the Devil on my channel. Films that can function as both porn and compelling art, having both of those aspects be intertwined. There's a film called Short Bus that does that. Yeah, well. David Lynch, mega turd or uber genius? I mean, if those are the only two answers, then I would say mega turd, but he's a talented person. who makes some great stuff. But if I had to choose between that and Mega Genius, then I would have to say Uber Turd. If those are my only two options. Oh, Mega Turd or Uber Genius. Yeah, Mega Turd. Thanks. I think people throw the word genius onto anybody who's talented and also acts like a kook. You know? Anybody who's crazy but also talented, they'll say genius. Like Kanye. They'll say genius.
I think Kanye says genius about Kanye. Don't get me wrong. I think Kanye is probably in some ways a musical genius, but he's
I just don't use the term genius often.
No, it's usually like they're incredible, they're brilliant, they're creative. I don't know. There's a lot of innovative things like that.
Yeah, genius gets thrown around too much. Nepo babies in movies. 99% of people in Hollywood.
If they can act well, I don't give a shit at the end of the day. Like, if I enjoy watching the movie, I don't care if he's some producer's son or... I will say, I think Timothy Chalamet is the most pretentious fucking name in both spelling and pronunciation.
Well, as long as it's not his stage name, I don't blame him for it.
Yeah, no, true.
It's not his parents.
No, it's not his fault.
And also, what? It's French. Fucking French people.
Fucking French.
Jeez.
He says that, though, because Canadians hate Quebec.
Quebec hates Canada more than Canadians hate Quebec, so...
I would find them annoying, honestly. You know, as much as
my brother lives in Montreal. I know enough French to, like... I was in Quebec and a woman needed to borrow my phone and I understood what she meant.
You just said borrow.
Borrow instead of borrow.
Yes.
I also say tomorrow instead of tomorrow.
That's
a Canadianism.
A boot.
But no, that's not what a boot is. That's not what JJ McCullough's accent is. I'm not saying that I don't talk different than you. I'm saying nobody in fucking Canada talks like JJ McCullough.
The boots hit pretty hard.
Yeah, you think of every other word that he would say that has ow about in it.
There's got to be some reason that, like some...
Because he heard that that's what Canadians sound like and he'd faked his accent. That's the reason.
You really think that?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
It's on record.
Yeah. We're starting beef here. I'm gonna shit talk JJ McCullough's accent every fucking day here. Okay? I'm on 3 different shows. I'm gonna do it every single one.
I've not seen any of the Ghosts.
We're gonna have to fight IRL because we're both in Vancouver. We're gonna have to. Yeah, now we have to. Yeah.
No dessert. I mean,
this was dessert. We also had key lime pie earlier in the day.
True. Oh my god, that fucking pie.
It was good.
That's the best one I've had. Those conch fritters too were also the best I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Nuclear. Christian Bale. You like him?
Yes, but I feel like I used to like him more because of the roles that he chose. I feel like sometimes a lot of my bias towards certain actors there's a combination of like talent and performance versus the roles that they decide to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And so an actor like Joaquin Phoenix or Tilda Swinton, or there's like a handful of actors where it's like, oh, they're in a movie, I'm more interested because they pick really interesting movies. Christian Bale is a great actor that I feel has moved into picking really boring movies that are still demanding performance-wise, and maybe he just wants an Oscar, but more boring movies for me. And so I think he's very talented, but I don't trust him as like a barometer as to whether or not I will see a movie.
Right. Oh, that's fair. Do you like Vice?
I liked him in Vice, but I didn't like Vice.
Okay. Was
boring
the narrative method of it, or was
it's
it just the pacing?
Just boring biopic. It's just I don't care about anything in it.
All right. What's your favorite?
You have to make an independent. You have to make a great story independently of the fact that it existed in real life, or it's based off of a real life person.
Was it?
And a lot of these biopics don't.
So, what is your favorite biopic? If you had to choose one, the one you hate the least, you hate all.
That's a good question. What is my favorite biopic? Diving Bell and the Butterfly.
What's that about?
It's about a guy who got essentially paralyzed throughout his entire body except his eyes, and he wrote a book by having a nurse. Basically, he would like blink whenever she would like hit a letter on the page. That's a really good movie.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Do you like The King's Speech?
I did like The King's Speech, but I understand why it's considered to be overrated. I liked it, but it's also kind of a little disposable.
Just watch that one.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have won Best Director. But, you know.
Did it beat anyone in particular that you were annoyed with?
There was a lot of competition that year. Let's see. Kings.
While you look that up, did you like The Prestige?
I did like The Prestige, yes. I will rewatch it at some point. I mean, I've seen it more than once. Right. King's Speech. 2010. Oh, yeah. So immediately, Darren Aronofsky, Black Swan is like an easy choice for Best Director that year and Best Picture, honestly. But King's Speech won both of those and is less memorable and impactful. Still a good movie, but like just not worthy of those titles.
Black Swan was good.
Someone saying like and get on the mic. Are you less
Is this better?
audible?
Is this better? Is this what you want? Turbo?
Let's see.
Are you excited for the Don Hertzfeldt and Ari Aster movie coming
Of course
up?
I am.
What's that?
Don Hertzfeldt is an animator that has a bit of a cult following, and he is successful both in industry, but only through short films. He's had Oscar-nominated short films, but he's also successful kind of as an internet person. There's a classic early internet short film that was, I think that one might have also been Oscar-nominated. I don't know, but it was called Rejected Cartoons.
Oh,
and
I fucking love that.
My spoon is too big. That like that old. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, I love
Classic shit. So that's Don Hertzfeldt, and he's made some really interesting stuff, and I like him. I love his short films. I don't think there's a short film that I haven't enjoyed from him. His feature, there's a lot of people that like stan it, and I found it to be like, he made a feature called It's a Beautiful Day, and I'm like, But
was it animated?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's had his same style consistently.
He did the Pop-Tarts commercial, didn't he?
I have no idea.
What's his name? Hertzfeldt?
Don Hertzfeldt. And there was news released recently that he's teaming up with Ari Aster to do a thing. So Ari Aster is going to produce like a film of his, and I think it might be like a horror thing. I don't know.
Yeah, he did. Oh no! Apparently, it was a ripoff.
Oh,
okay. Well, that's
fun.
That's fucking sad.
Have I watched any Jim Cummings movies? Of course, I'm the only I'm in personal connection with Jim Cummings. I was standing his shit before anybody else knew about it.
What was there anything?
He like personally thanked me for pimping out his films.
No shit.
Yeah.
What's a Jim Cummings movie I would know?
2 on the screen: Thunder Road, Wolf of Snow Hollow. His newest feature, The Beta Test. It was good. I wasn't as big on, and I wish that it was as good as those other ones, because they did this interesting crowdfunding thing where, unlike Kickstarter or Indiegogo, you get like a little bit of return on investment. So you crowdfund a film, and you can just do it through your computer, and then it's like, oh, if the movie's successful, you get like this percentage back.
That's pretty cool.
That's what I did for the beta. It was like a couple $100. It wasn't anything significant. But I was like, damn, I wish that was a big hit. Then I get $200 more. So conflict of interest, but you can tell I'm an honest person by saying it's not his best movie.
Madam Web.
David Bruckner's a fucking awesome director. I love David Bruckner.
What's a Bruckner film?
So, he is a horror director.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen VHS?
No.
Okay. Have you seen The Ritual?
No.
Have you seen the new Hellraiser?
I want to, because
The
I like
Hellraiser
the original
remake.
a lot.
Okay. So I can't think of anything that you might have seen from him, but I've never. Wait,
who's the original Hellraiser?
Clive Barker.
Okay, I was like, it would have been funny if it was Brockheimer and the guy's name is Bruckner. No, okay.
No. So David Bruckner is a director that I'm trying to pimp out, and I wish would have like a fucking big break. And he's been attached to, so Hellraiser is like the biggest franchise he's been attached to in terms of like overall IP, I guess. And even though I haven't like fully connected with every one of his films,
mm-hmm.
there hasn't been a single one where I haven't been impressed by like some part of the film, and I haven't like been like, oh yeah, this is great in like some way. He's done a lot of anthology horror stuff, in the sense that there'll be certain horror movies where it's directed by more than one person and they do segments.
Mm-hmm.
The Signal from 2007, he did the first third of that movie. It's the best part of that movie, and that's a fucking hilarious, awesome movie.
The Signal?
The Signal, make sure you watch the 2007 version, and the 2011 movie is not even related, but it just has the same title. So The Signal 2007. There's like 10 movies called The Signal. Southbound is good. Jim had a pretty big cameo in a recent popular thing, not spoiling. Is it a spoiler that he has a cameo in it? Is it You Are a Boy? Is it something that you know I'm going to watch anyway? Oh, is it going to be like Fallout TV show or something? Anyway, why do I think Hellraiser was rated so low? Because people have expectations about what the film should be based on the other movies, and it changed directions.
Did it?
It did. But it did. If you are as frustrated as I am about the trope of horror movies not caring about the characters and just throwing a bunch of disposable assholes into the movie that you have no empathy for, then you might like the new Hellraiser movie, because it takes real characters and it makes situations where it's like, I don't want this to be happening to this character, but that's what a horror movie should be. You should be feeling some sort of negative emotions. You should be feeling fear. You should be feeling something for the characters. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Am I excited for Longlegs? No. Oh, sorry, that was directed at you. But I don't think you know about
it might
that
be
movie.
Tagging you to
highlight it.
Yeah.
I like Neon, and I like Nick Cage, but the director has not made anything special. I like the marketing, but I think it's going to be all hype and a flop.
Do you think Nick Cage is on an upswing?
Yeah, in the past 5-10 years. Like his meme ability has helped his career in a interesting kind of fun way, and people are using him and utilizing him in ways that he should be. That was kind of what I saw him at the Dream Scenario. He was at TIFF and he did like the whole Q&A, and he was talking about like the concept of that movie, how his like meme culture relevance drove him to be like, yeah, I want to do this sort of thing, which was kind of a satisfying thing to hear about it.
Oh, Sideways. How do you feel about Sideways?
I remember enjoying it at the time, but it's not a movie that I feel compelled to revisit. I think I've seen it more than once, but
that's been one for me that Aaron introduced me to, and I had not seen it, and I'd seen very little of Paul Giamatti. I think I couldn't even tell you what I had seen him in before that. Who's his friend who plays him?
Ooh, the guy with the big mouth.
Yeah,
I don't remember his name.
He
Sandman.
does have a big mouth. Yeah, Sandman. He was in Easy A. I like that movie a lot.
I think the name Taylor is within his name. Can somebody help in chat?
Chat always helps.
My chat always lies to me, but it makes things interesting.
Do you feel like A24 is getting...
Thomas Hayden Church.
That's it.
All right. Taylor is not his name.
Do you think that A24 is getting so big they're being risk avoidant and becoming just another normie big studio?
No, but I think that their larger budget projects have forced some interesting directors, not forced, but have inevitably kind of... I think that there are some directors that work best with constraints.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that with someone like Ari Aster or even Alex Garland, I think the fact that they got a big budget made their movies worse. I think that they should have... I think their movies are better when they're forced to think about how to work within the smaller budgets. But I would love to see A24 give that same amount of money to fucking Charlie Kaufman. But fuck, I guess that's not happening. Why the fuck is he not able to fund a movie? He's one of the most talented fucking people on the planet.
What do I know of Charlie Kaufman?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
There we go.
Adaptation. Okay. Synecdoche, New York. I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Anomalisa.
All right, we've been a little too highbrow in some of these movie discussions. Let's knock it down a peg.
Let's talk about porn.
I was gonna go that low, but
no.
Fucking Riley Reid is overrated.
That's you're basically talking about porn at this point. Who the fuck? I only know that name because people find her hot, and that's
she's gorgeous. Just
I don't even remember what she's been in.
You know, she's no Lily Ty circa 2006.
What do you think of Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney is gorgeous.
Are her tits destroying woke culture?
I am so tired of seeing fucking tweets about that. It's like, man,
they're not tweets anymore. They're excretions. I stole that from David Pakman, though.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Super Troopers. We were talking a little bit about independent film earlier and all that stuff. Do you like the Super Troopers, like the Broken Lizard troop?
I liked them when I was younger. I don't know if I would like them today.
I
remember, like, what was it, Club Dread or something? Camp Dread?
Club Dread, I saw a little bit of.
But I remember even when I was younger, not necessarily even liking them, but just like, oh, it was a fun thing to put on. I think they were good for their era. What about Skinamarink? That was another movie I pimped out way before it was popular.
What is Skinamarink supposed to be?
It's a super indie, super low budget, like literally just fucking 3 people basically. Movie from Edmonton, my hometown. and it's a vibe horror movie in the sense that it's all about atmosphere, and it's not about narrative, and it's kind of like a dreamlike state. And my biggest criticism would be like, it's maybe a bit too long, and there's a couple like key moments where I think like editing wise probably they made the wrong choices, but in terms of an atmosphere, like it did some that for a movie to make me feel scared is like a big achievement, and that actually did that.
Yeah,
which is crazy. Yeah.
What's your favorite type of scared in horror movies?
I mean, atmosphere does a lot. So that would be up there. Yeah, atmosphere or like anxiety. I think that like my favorite type of any kind of emotional experience in a movie is like something where there's an artistry to it and there's a choice made and it's not something I've seen before and I'm feeling something unique from it, from the combination of sounds and images that I'm experiencing. What's the best Korean movie and why is it Oldboy? I mean, it might be Oldboy. I think that might be my favorite. Have you seen Oldboy?
I've not seen Oldboy.
Oh yeah, you were saying you only saw what, like one Korean movie?
Yeah, just the
one Korean movie and a TV show.
Yep.
Oldboy is incredible. But make sure you see 2003 the Korean Oldboy, not 2013 shit Oldboy.
2003 Oldboy.
And once you watch Oldboy, put an asterisk near that. Bump that to the top of your list or something. Because you're writing down a lot of these, but yeah, don't look up anything about it. Okay. And after you watch that, watch my review, which is completely demonetized. But
why was it demonetized?
Can't say.
Okay.
But it's in my like top 5 most viewed, which is a shame. Someone was saying The Wailing. I don't think it would be in my top 5 Korean movies, but I like The Wailing. It would be my top 20 probably. Fuck, I love, what's his name? There's a Korean director. He did Burning and he did Secret Sunshine. Oh my god. I gotta check out more of his films. Poetry. Lee Chang-dong, thank you. I feel like if I check out more of his filmography, I think he might be like my favorite Korean director. I think he might... Actually, I don't know. Park Chan-wook's really hard to top. Burning kind of sucked? Go fuck yourself. Get out of here. What are you talking about? Did you watch the wrong Burning? I'm a Burning bro.
Did you see Stargate?
No.
Who's that fucker? Big Trouble in Little China.
This is a good question that I won't ignore. As someone who interacts with a lot of indie filmmakers struggling with distribution deals, do you feel like it's a good time to something about Steam type distribution? That is one of the reasons why I'm trying to pimp out a lot of self-distributed films, is because I think that we should prove to the industry that you can be successful without the red tape, without the necessity of having like even necessarily like a theatrical release. Although theatrical releases are very helpful, especially for like crowd energy and audience interaction and things like that. Steam distribution is not Netflix. That is not fucking true. You don't know what you're talking about. If you want to make a game and throw it on Steam, there's very little you have to do. There's much less of a barrier to entry than even putting your movie on like fucking iTunes, essentially. Netflix is tons of fucking red tape. They have to essentially buy out your movie. You're essentially selling the rights to your property to Netflix. Unless you're doing like specifically a licensing deal, and in which case they're not even going to fucking listen to you for licensing unless you're already being represented by a larger company. So that is not true at all. You can make a game as one person and self-distribute it on Steam way more easily than you could self-distribute a film. Right now we're looking at, like, I don't know, the closest thing to Steam would be like Vimeo on demand or something, which is, you know, not a lot of people. There isn't the same community of people looking for new films on that platform as there are people looking for new games on Steam. And it's a lot easier to advertise a game to the internet by creating a trailer and posting it on YouTube. You don't have to put it in a fucking theater.
So here's the thing for me is, like, I'm not, you know, I'm only being introduced to a lot of these movies recently. I'm not one to go out and, like, try to hunt for movies outside of what's, like, being put in front of my face through advertisement. So do you think there's much of a market for, like, that Steam type platform? Like, if someone were to really, like, put their head down and say, okay, we're going to do this, like, Apple comes around and says, hey, we're going to create that Steam.
I don't know if it would require Apple. I think that movies are like, games are already ingrained into this kind of culturally familiar idea of like the single player experience, where you're already in front of a computer and you're already, like, seeking out things that are digital.
Yeah.
Whereas movies culturally are more seen as something that the legitimacy of it is through, like, stars and the theater experience. And so the red tape is so culturally ingrained that I think that over time, if people like me and other, you know, internet savvy film reviewers, people that are speaking to younger people, maybe a, you know, 20-ish year old demographic, new generation of people that care about art, if people are doing their fucking job and helping to promote these smaller films that are fucking fantastic, and I would not be talking about Hundreds of Beavers if I didn't believe in it, if I didn't think it was a fucking incredible movie. If people are doing their jobs and helping these films exist in this space where they don't need, you know, a giant studio or an Oscars campaign for your consideration campaign, or even awards, right, at, like, a film festival, I think that maybe once people realize that those things can exist outside of that structure, then culturally, once people are more used to that, then people will start seeking those things out in that way. Because, I mean, like, if we had the same thing with games where, like, people are, the expectation is that you're supposed to trust these, like, oh, the billboard, or, like, who's the big actor in it, right? If that was the expectation for games, then we'd see a lot differently in terms of how things are distributed. But right now, the most successful games are, like, fucking indie things, word of mouth. Minecraft is one of the best-selling games of all time. Fucking Undertale was, like, one of the best, biggest fucking games. Like, you can literally just be a small team of people creating art and get your art out there. There's so much fat on this.
I know. Prime cut, man. Nice and fatty.
I want a little bit of fat.
Completely fucking random, but, you know, that Skidamarink or whatever movie you're talking about.
That's a lot of fat.
Do you remember Skidamarinky Dinky Dink, Skidamarinky Doo?
Yeah, I mean, that's what
is that what it's based on?
I mean, it's not based on it, but it's kind of evoking that.
Okay, got it. All right, so
because the main characters are like children.
Okay, got it.
It's supposed to be like a nightmare you had as a child and then repressed. Is like the tone of the film.
Takashi Mike. Or Miike.
Miike. Yeah, I love Takashi Miike. Auditions, fucking incredible. Ichi the Killer is great. He makes too many films per year. That guy literally has made over 100 movies. He passed that like 10 years ago, maybe.
Jesus.
The Japanese work ethic. Although I guess there's other directors that are not Japanese that have done more, but
Have you seen War of the Roses?
No.
It's a Danny DeVito dark comedy from the 80s.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've not seen it.
With
Sorry.
who was in Wall Street? What was that guy's name?
Wolf of Wall Street? Or
No, Wall Street. Gordon Gekko, actor. Michael Douglas.
Oh, yeah.
He's in it.
I think I still need to see 13 Assassins. The comment that I wanted to respond to and then I forgot about it. And I can't find it. Oh. Is Paul Greengrass the person that I'm thinking of when they say Paul Greengrass? Oh, I fucking hate him. Yeah. What a piece of shit.
Who's this person and why? Is that your response?
He's shaky cam in an unartistic way and absolute disregard for handling any sort of serious event delicately. And he did oh yeah, he did the Bourne movies were fine. I rewatched them. They're not as good as I remembered. I feel like I might feel the same way about United 93, though. United 93 was way too opportunistic.
Yeah.
And
where were you that September morning?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then he tried to, I guess, maybe recreate the success of United 93. He made a movie about, like, I don't know if you heard about the Norway shooting, where, like, this guy did, like, a terrorist bombing, and then while the entire country was distracted with the bombing, he dressed up as a police officer and then went to, like, this island where these kids were like this whole youth group was having a camp and just, like, massacred all of them. And it was, like, the biggest mass shooting disaster, like, murder. Yeah, I think he might have, like, I think he was, like, the high score before the Vegas shooter, essentially.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and so he did a movie about this, and he, like, he did it so fucking, what's the word? Maybe not cynically, but, like, just sensationalist, and everything that was interesting about the story. So the entire second half of the movie, if not maybe second 2/3 of the movie, was about the court case surrounding it. And I was like, okay, there are interesting things about the legal system in Norway. There are interesting ideas about the maximum sentence in Norway. And they don't address these things. Everything that was interesting about the real world event that anybody who found any, like, substantive commentary within the real world event would have talked about is not to be found in it. And he just made some fucking cheesy bullshit, and I absolutely hate him for it. That movie just, like, completely, exploitative, distasteful. Yeah, that was terrible. That movie made me hate him. I was mid on him before, but now I just hate him. He's an asshole for that movie.
Any other people you put in that category? Exploitative.
Exploitative. I wonder. I'm sure there's other people, but I don't know if one comes to mind immediately.
Did you see Troll Hunter?
Yeah. I remember not being crazy about it. That was like Scandinavian or something, right?
Yeah. I was excited about it when it was going to come out. I enjoyed watching it the first time, but it's never one I've wanted to go back to. They had a sequel come out, and I was excited for it, and it was fucking ass. And it was dubbed.
Yeah, I don't know if I got through the entirety of the first one. I think I dipped on that one. I think I gave a Talking Pony 10 out of 10. Why? Because some of my 10 out of 10s are ironic 10 out of 10s. Because they're so bad that they're funny. There's some movies where I have to debate in my head whether or not I'm giving it a 1 or a 10. it loops back around. 10 is not the end of the of the numerical system. It loops back around to 1. 1 loops back around to 10.
It's kind of like an ace. It can be either an
exactly
11 or a 1.
Exactly. Yeah. What's your drink right now?
My drink?
Coke and what?
Rum and Coke.
I might make one.
It's good rum. No, what? Bourbon's bourbon. Bourbon's whiskey. Whiskey. Well, rum is to the left. Yep. Adam and I are doing our best to see how much of the liquor stash we can kill in the first week. Was that we yeah, we broke into it yesterday when you got here. It's normally been just Dan bringing whatever, and then I normally ask the guests, you know, what they want and all that, make sure we have it. And Dan's like, I'm tired of not having a liquor stash. We're getting a liquor stash. I am drinking a rum and Coke. Yes, we're Ubering. Well, no. I live just around the corner, and he lives, well, he's staying 1 block over, so we're all good. Lycan, can you convince Steve to put some blinds or something to block the outside light's reflection on the windows? Yeah, we're working on it. We have some UV ideas. We'll see. It's unfortunate because there's an amazing view out there, and we really want you all to see it. And as you can see, you know,
it's a work in progress.
Yeah, it is. Just like whatever echo has been happening tonight. Apparently, it's been kicking on and off.
Oh, it has it?
Yeah.
So you got to fix that for
we're gonna
tomorrow.
We're gonna try.
If it's been an issue from yesterday,
it's a new one.
Maybe. Damn. Are there headphones that we can bring, have connected all the way over here?
No,
I wouldn't mind trying to troubleshoot it.
But it's something software related, and it might be our virtual audio cables that are causing it, because there's no duplication.
What are you using for an audio interface?
RME UFX 2.
I would recommend, if you're not worried about it completely fucking up, I would recommend doing a hard reset of the audio interface, as in just unplugging it and plugging it back in. Hopefully it should continue to have the same settings, but maybe show up here early tomorrow just to make sure that there's no hiccups with it.
Yeah, no.
Run a test recording or something.
Yeah, we've got to do Def G in chat, Def G19, something like that. So shout out to him. He's been spending a lot of hours with me. We were doing it earlier today.
See, someone says the audio issue sounds like it when it's not someone not close to the mic, and yet yesterday it sounded like when people were talking too loudly into the mic.
Yeah,
I think it's literally I don't think it has to do with the sensitivity. I think it has to do with just a weird glitch that's happening. I re-listened to some of it. It was happening yesterday.
So we'll figure it out. Don't you worry, guys. We'll get there. Still early. You gotta think every show here is I don't know. We don't have enough time to really troubleshoot between shows. So technically at this point, we're 4 shows in, if you think about it that way. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Joe Rogan didn't get good audio until in episode 100 plus 300 when Jamie finally came around. He had his friend Brian Redband doing it. Oh, Def G's in chat.
Who's that?
He is the guy. He's the man. Def G?
Well, they're not even a member, so how can they possibly be the man?
Because he's been spending so much time that he's bought.
Where's the fucking super chat?
Decades worth.
Where's
of
the
super
fucking super? Yeah, okay, all right. Where's it now?
Time.
I don't believe you.
I promise you, man. Def G has been.
You're gonna have to prove it,
dude.
Def G.
Oh man, get Joey Diaz on the podcast. That would be the shit. Got to get him out of Austin or LA, wherever he is these days.
I do not agree with Tarantino that Dunkirk is the best movie of the 2010s. No.
Dunkirk. Yeah. No.
Not even close.
I did really love 1917.
Mm-hmm.
I feel I understand where Steven's coming from. He is really just annoyed with how much people love the one shot meme, like especially when it's like, oh, you know, this movie's.
No, I mean I think we hashed it out pretty well in the conversation yesterday. Like, there's a balance between, you know, spectacle versus like purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can do something as a gimmick. It doesn't make it a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
And there's plenty of movies at this point in time that have done the one shot gimmick.
Yeah.
Some where they've done literally the entire movie in one shot and not just cheated it. And those are a bit more interesting to me.
I watched a scene of when they do a one shot, and it's like a time lapse of like someone's apartment changing, their life changing, them getting married and all that. I've seen like them do they had like an overhead camera showing all the people like moving the scenes and all that shit. Like, incredible work.
Jojo, I've been meaning to watch Russian Ark. Can you tell me, because I've never looked this up, and I've known that Russian Ark is like a one-shot movie. Did they just load several reels of film? Because that was before digital. So I'm actually confused about how that worked. Did they create a device where like film perpetually loaded one reel after the other somehow? Because that sounds really interesting.
It's what do you call it? It's
They had a special reel, like a perpetual one. Enter the Void. Yeah, that's cheated to look like one shot. That's a fucking crazy movie.
Enter the Void?
Yeah, that's from the same director as Climax. And it's about a guy that has an out-of-body experience on DMT. And it's also high anxiety and really fucked up. And Gaspar Noé, Quentin Tarantino is to feet what Gaspar Noé is to incest. He very clearly has an incest fetish because it shows up in all of his fucking movies. He loves incest.
What if he was molested and that's the reason that he's...
So?
It's not a fetish.
What if Quentin Tarantino was molested by a foot? I don't care. I'm just saying that what their fetish is.
Fetish versus, you know, like this was a traumatic thing for me or something significant in my life. And
well, they present it in a way where it seems like they're masturbating to it.
What's the most masturbatory movie you've ever watched?
The Fabelmans.
Yeah, okay. I should have known that one. What do you think Spielberg seems to be? Is it just because he's attached to such big movies like Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones?
Like he revolutionized and was like a very important key figure in cinema. Like, okay. I'm not discounting his legacy. I'm just saying current Spielberg is like, people just like the name and think that it's good because it says Spielberg on it.
Did you like War Horse?
No. I mean, it was fine. It was fine.
I wasn't particularly moved by it.
Yeah. He hasn't had a good movie in a while. Veronica 2017. What was that?
Sorry, guys, can't play clips right now. We have. I got to figure out. Well, I don't have my laptop in the first place.
Veronica 2017 is on my watch list, but I have not seen it.
We'll figure out the clips. I'm gonna get a remote desktop set up so that I can do clips from here and play them over there for you guys next time. Don't you worry.
Best actor working right now. Love Tilda Swinton. Love Joaquin Phoenix.
Do you like Napoleon?
I didn't watch Napoleon.
I haven't seen it
and I was
yet.
morbidly curious about it. I almost watched it before my Oscars annual shitting on, but didn't fit. I couldn't find time for it. And it was a 3-hour movie. And it's directed by fucking Ridley Scott, who is also not great right now.
What about actor-wise? Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, I love him, but he's not even an actor right now anymore. He's like retired from it.
Yeah.
Phantom Thread was his last one, is what he says.
I haven't seen I haven't seen There Will Be Blood yet.
Oh, it's incredible.
On
But
my
it's
list.
it's also like it's a character movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like a. Ooh, have you seen No Country for Old Men? Actually,
I love No Country.
those came out the same year, and those are like both incredible. 2007 was a good year.
Oh my god, dude, that fucking movie. I just showed it to Aaron. I love that movie. What's his name? One of the main
Josh
characters.
Brolin?
No, the old dude from Men in Black.
Ooh.
Recall of names today has been a bad thing, and drinks ain't helping.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Thank you.
Yes. There. See,
Did you
just takes
actually
a
get?
second.
Wow. Nobody in chat said it. Wow.
Yeah, no.
You got
it back.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Tommy Lee Jones, like his performance is great. And it's one of those frustrating movies where you're like, do this, don't do this. Like when you see the fucking woman tell the dude where they're going, the mom,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, fuck. You know it's gonna lead to death.
Yeah, but I think that it's purposeful for the narrative it's trying to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch Gone Girl?
Yes.
Love Gone Girl.
That was so good. I haven't read the book, but do you like that real quick? You ever see a movie that you're like, I like this so much, I know it's based on a book, I'm gonna go back and read it?
I often don't feel like I have a lot of time to read books, but recently I've started using Audible, and you can get a free trial at audibletrial.com/YMS.
Subscribe to that shit. We have like 1,000 people viewing this.
And you get a free trial.
No, let me say honestly, Audible is amazing. So once a month when you're on Audible, you get a credit. And if you don't use the credit
it forces me to check out more things.
Yeah. If you don't use the credit, like they add up. Like you don't lose it. It's not like once a month you have to use it. It's like I went into Audible when I started really using it. I had like 6 credits. After you
get 5 credits, I think they're like, these are going to expire.
Do they?
That's what it said to me recently. And I was like,
they might have changed their policy.
Or maybe it's different for Canada. I don't know.
But go use your monthly credit and buy the book. You don't have to listen to it right away.
You get a free trial, audibletrial.com/YMS. And you don't even have to pay a penny. You can cancel it before it's over. And I get money out of nowhere straight from Jeff Bezos's pocket. You're deaf, though? Well,
then how are you getting this? Because I don't have subtitles.
I've been doing closed captions this entire time.
Did you?
Yeah.
Fuck. I didn't realize
Mentally.
that. I was trying to keep them out of this place.
Oh. Man, fuck deaf people.
His words
You didn't hear
mine.
that. You didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. You didn't hear that because you're deaf.
Bezos. Haha.
Satire.
Do you like the scary movies at the beginning?
I love the first one. I actually rewatched all of them pretty recently. The first one is definitely the most complete version of what it should be.
Yeah.
And like intentional and satirically it's the closest thing we get to like Airplane but horror movies.
Yeah.
And I think it did its job pretty well. Scary Movie 2 I loved when I was younger, and then I rewatched that recently. I was like, wow, this is awful. And then people were hyping up the third one. I was like, that's fine.
Is it the small hand one?
No, that's the second one.
Second one? Okay.
Yeah. And then the fourth one I don't remember too much about, even though I watched it recently. Was there 4 or 5?
There were like 6 or 7.
No, I think 5 was max. Did I watch 4 and 5? Or does only 4 exist? I think I watched 4 and 5. Yeah, 4. Okay, now I remember. 4 was a parody of War of the Worlds.
Yep.
And then 5 was a parody of fucking Black Swan. which was weird because they're like they ran out of relevant horror movies, I guess, to talk about, and they kept trying to pump them out.
They're 5. Yeah,
but,
you're right.
But news as of within the past week, they're rebooting the Scary Movie franchise. They're doing another one. It's in the works, and I don't know what they're gonna do. Maybe they're gonna parody some Ari Aster shit. I have no idea.
Wait, you say there's another one coming?
Yeah, they're rebooting it.
Ooh.
This is news within the past like week.
I have high hopes.
Why?
Low expectations, high hopes.
Okay. Yeah, 4 had Saw and War of the Worlds.
Did you see the new Saw with Chris Rock? What'd you think?
No, that's not the new one.
Oh, is
that's
there
the
another
second
one?
newest one. Yeah, Saw X is the newest one.
Oh shit.
Spiral from the Book of Saw is the Chris Rock one, and that is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. It's one of the cringiest, fucking biggest piece of shit ever. It is below the bottom of the barrel.
You make me want to rewatch it because I remember thinking like, it's a horror movie.
No. It's embarrassing. It's fucking disgusting.
What's your favorite Saw?
6.
Yeah? Can I watch 6 without watching 1 through 5?
You could, but it's funnier if you watch it because Saw 1 works as a horror movie, and then the twist and the gimmick and all that shit, and it works what it's trying to be. There's a charm with a low budget, but it's successful at what it's trying to do, and obviously being like kind of a torture porn thing. Which ones have you seen?
I've seen Spiral.
That's it?
Yep.
Fuck. Jesus. Okay. You haven't seen a Saw movie then?
No.
Because that was not even that was terrible. Yeah. Watch Saw 1 and then decide if it was worth it to if you liked Saw 1 enough, then maybe you might like Saw 2, maybe you might like Saw 3. I think as a first time experience, there's a lot of value to like the original 3. But as they keep going, in the same way that M. Night Shyamalan had the expectation of what a twist, right? In the same way that like he made The Sixth Sense, and then it was like that was his big break, and then he's like, oh, Unbreakable, twist, The Village, twist, right? Like all the Signs, twist. People started expecting that out of them. The exact same thing exists in Saw, where they're like, how do we recontextualize and add to the story in a way that catches people off guard? Because even if you've seen Spiral from the Book of Saw, that had a twist at the end, which wasn't really a twist in that movie, but they keep trying to outdo themselves, and they keep retconning and rewriting the story in very funny ways. Saw 6 is the perfect blend of like ironic humor, not intentional, but also intentional in the ways that it's trying to be successful. So there's a bunch of amazing trap concepts for like the torture porn aspects. There's a lot of like very satisfying payoffs to these torture scenes, but there's also terrible acting for people that were only cast because they had big tits. Awful writing of like how the story fits into the universe. But like if you love both of those things and you're like, this is Saw, which it is to me, that's up there. And even people on like the Saw subreddit who like take the movies way more seriously than I do, they rank Saw 6 like in the top 3.
1 second. Just talk. Thank you for the raid. Thank you to everyone coming
in. Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Mwah. I'm going to give Saw a try. I've seen the parodies through the scary movies. Like I said, the Dr. Phil, parody with Saw and all that stuff.
I would say Saw 1 and 6, but 6 is like the magic of 6 is also having seen the other ones. because it's.
I'll take my time.
So here's the thing.
I'll work through them.
Every other horror franchise, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Hellraiser, etc.
Halloween.
They've all hit this wall where either they try to reboot themselves or like change actors or like change timelines, and they're like, oh, I don't know, what are we gonna do? Like, let's just, fucking Halloween's like, let's pretend that the second movie didn't happen and we'll just continue from there. And then now they're rebooting it again. Let's pretend the recent reboot didn't happen. Saw, none of that. They continue. They're 10 movies in, and they've got 2 more movies planned, and it's all the same timeline, and it keeps getting so much more stupid every time, and it's incredible. And you have to think, like, what are they going to do now?
But you say they're 10 in?
They've made the 10th film. They've made and the 10th one is actually good. It's a return to form. And the reason why it's a return to form is because they got Kevin Gruder to direct it. He's been the editor since Saw 1, and he understands the movies. He understands what makes it work. He's the voice of the franchise in a way that, like, James Wan, obviously the director, and Lee Winnell created the first one as well. They were both a part of the writing team. They oversaw the first 3 films. Kevin Gruder has been there every single film except Spiral, the Chris Rock film. That was the only one that he didn't edit. And I think he might have served as like producer, like he threw some money into it, but wasn't really involved. And then finally they're like, oh, we trust this man. We trust this man again. Bring him back for 10. Series is great again. Skip 8 and 9. You don't need to watch those movies.
I don't.
As in you've seen 9, but skip Jigsaw and just watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and then. There's an echo again. We don't know why.
Sorry, folks.
And you're going to have to come to the studio early tomorrow and try to troubleshoot that shit.
But thank you for the time.
Do you want me to come over early before the thing tomorrow?
Yeah, if you want to.
Because like
I'll let you know. I'm gonna take
this is an issue that we need to fix.
Take a picture of that message.
I probably have some I'll have some free time. I'll be awake.
Yeah.
before...
Otherwise, you guys are without a producer because I'm going to kill myself if we can't figure out this echo.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks for letting us know, poopy ass.
Good old poopy ass.
Yeah, it was happening yesterday. We were trying to figure that out.
No, honest to God, you're the problem. I noticed that.
What was funny? From the moment that I left Atlanta, I felt like the trip was cursed because on the way there, I was like, I forgot my phone charger. I forgot my fucking phone charger. And I never forget my phone charger, and I'm so organized, and I have all my shit. And so I had to buy one for like $80 at the airport. Well, because I needed 2 cords, because one was for my portable charger, and then I wanted the quick charger for the other thing. I was like, okay. And even though it was like, oh, one's half off, they were just overpriced bullshit. $80 American, basically, for like both of like 2 cables that were identical to things that I could have gotten for like $10 total on Amazon. I was pissed off. And then I get to the hotel. I'm like, I forgot my hairbrush. And then like thing after thing. And then the hotel was dumb. I'm not going to go into too much detail about that, but
it's been fun.
I've told you a couple things about that hotel. And I was like, fuck. And I couldn't like get inside and like... Yeah, I felt like the trip was... I thought that the moment I showed up here yesterday that I would like just fall and knock things over. I was like, something's cursed about this, so it's probably me.
Here's a question. Have you seen Band of Brothers?
No.
What? How have you not seen Band of Brothers?
Ask me about Jean Diamant. Do you mean for him to ask me about Jean Diamant for me to explain Jean Diamant to him?
Yeah, who's Jean Diamant? Sacre bleu, who's Jean Diamant?
Jean Diamant is the shorter abbreviated title of a French film by auteur, feminist film director Chantal Akerman. The full title is Jean Diamant, 23 Quai du Commerce 1080 Bruxelles, which is an entire name and address of the character. and it's 3.5 hours long, and most of the movie is a woman cleaning her house and cooking food. And it's great. but it was one that I loved on its second watch.
Okay.
And the first watch, I was kind of like talking over it because I was watching it with a friend, and we were like, we didn't know what the fuck was going on. And I wasn't sure what it was trying to get at. But the second watch, I recommended on my podcast as an April Fool's joke to trick my co-hosts into watching it, being like, haha, you're watching a woman clean her house for 3.5 hours. But then when I watched it again, I was like, fuck, this is actually kind of brilliant. And it's like a Criterion movie, and she's like it's like a weird art house movie, and it's really well shot, and like the acting's great. But it's one of those movies where, like, in the same way that like having limitations on how you film a scene. Have you ever heard of like Dogma 95?
You mean like the Kevin Smith Dogma?
No.
Oh, okay.
So Lars von Trier was a part of something called Dogma 95, which was like a film movement in Denmark in the 90s, where him and Thomas Vinterberg, which is another really great director, they decided to write a manifesto about creating self-imposed limitations on how to create a film. And so in their list of rules, they were like, okay, we're creating a series of films where you're not going to name the director, you're not going to have artificial lighting, you're not going to have a gun in the scene, like no characters are going to die. All audio is going to be captured from within the scene. There's going to be no ADR. And they were like, let's experiment and make films in this way and see if we can still make a compelling work of art. And I think Dogma 1 was Thomas Vinterberg's Festin, or The Celebration. And it's a really, really great movie. And it's like a character drama and like just really fucked up. And stylistically, like there's really intelligent...
What's it called?
The Celebration. Yeah, it's a really, really great movie. I was trying to bring that back to another point about limitations. What was I just talking about before?
You're talking about the limitations they put on to themselves. And
what was the movie I was just talking about before that? Somebody in chat.
Wasn't The Celebration?
No, before that. I was trying to bring that into the conversation about another film in my train. Jean Diamant. So in the same way that there are limitations that can be beneficial to a film in terms of trying to center in on something and do something atypically and sort of see what grows from that. Jean Diamant is a film where, because it's just a woman cleaning her house, the subtleties of what the character is going through internally, and there is like a deeper story to it, and it's not literally just a woman cleaning her house. Like there's, we get information about, like, I think her like husband died, and like she cooks meals for her son occasionally, who like barely ever sees her. She like turns tricks on the side. She's like a prostitute, but like it's not shown, but like it's a lot of it is implied and like sometimes told. But you see, in any other movie, you could see the exact same scene of a woman making this food or cleaning her house and having the exact same facial expression. In any other movie, it could be just a scene in between other things happening, but it making up the bulk of the film with the other context in mind. You're forced to notice the subtleties about the character. You're forced to interact with what she's going through internally and come to terms with the fact that this is her day-to-day routine that's happening forever, and she's trapped in this environment. And you as an audience member is forced to experience this almost in real time with her and understand the buildup of her own emotions and what that might do to her as a character over this period of time in a way that you couldn't really communicate with just like a time lapse, right? Where you feel it with the character, and like something mundane will happen, like she overcooked her potatoes, but that will set off like a series of like emotional events for the character in a way where if you showed that in another movie, it wouldn't be as significant, but because of the limitations that they placed on what the movie is showing, it becomes so much more. And it's crazy. And so like I appreciate it a lot, and I can't recommend it to everybody. Obviously, because most people are just gonna be so fucking bored by this movie. But I fucking love it. And I could watch it again easily.
It reminds me of Roma. Like there were moments in Roma where I was like, there's some
long shots in Roma.
Yeah.
But it's way
No,
way more.
I believe that this is like, in this case, it's way more like extended. But there were like long shots in Roma where I was like, okay, all right, what's gonna happen next? Like you're watching, I don't know, people walk around and clean shit and like have little banter, and it's like nothing meaningful, and it's like, eh. So I
should watch Johnston again. I've seen it twice. I should watch it for a third time.
It's good.
I think that could pique my. I think it would probably, if I made a top 100 movies list, it might be on it now. I think I could watch it again and bump it up there. You know what's funny? We were talking yesterday, or me and Dan were talking about like kind of a bias of older films existing like on the top 250 on IMDb. So Jean Dielmand was on the top 100 on Letterboxd because most of the people that were seeking it out were people that were already like interested in it and knew what it was and kind of like were seeking out that kind of experience. And I recommended it on my podcast as an April Fool's joke to make the co-host watch it. And because other people listening also watched it, it got bumped out of the top 100.
Oh, no.
Just because, yeah, most people watching it for the first time aren't going to really get the same experience at it. Like what we kind of mentioned this earlier. Once you familiarize and acclimatize yourself to the expectations of how a movie is paced, and you set yourself up with those expectations, sometimes it's an easier watch. The one thing that I'll look up about a movie that I don't want to be spoiled for is the runtime. Yes. Because I'm not going to go into a movie that's 3 hours long, even if it's a movie I'm excited for. I don't want to be expecting something that's an hour and a half and being like, oh, is it wrapping up now? I want to know that's the only thing I want to know about the movie is the runtime before going into it.
I've gotten into shit. So like one time Aaron gave me a list of like 3 movies, and I looked at them and I was like, oh, okay, cool. 2 of these are 3 fucking hours. One of them is an hour and a half. And if I choose the hour and a half, I get to choose my movie faster. And so I did it based on that. And she like intuned that. She was like, or intuited that. And she was like, you picked the shorter movie on purpose, didn't you? And I was like, yeah, because I'm honest. And I said, yeah, I did. And she was like, all right, cool, fuck you. You get to choose an hour and a half movie next.
Yeah, the runtime of the movies I recommend on the podcast is just based on how much time we have in the week.
I will say she's made me appreciate longer movies. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll watch like 4 hours of Lord of the Rings, but that's because it's Lord of the Rings and I'm ready for it. But
I love Lord of the Rings.
I wouldn't have sat through 6 hours of
the OG trilogy,
Nymphomaniac, if it hadn't been for her. Her being like, can't watch the normal one. It's not going to be the same movie.
To answer your question in chat, I have seen The Night House 2021. I saw the premiere at Sundance Film Festival. I'm a David Bruckner stan, and one thing that people don't understand when they watch that movie is they actually built those fucking sets to align. There's like these weird perspective shots where almost like a what's the word? Like an eye trick. What was the fucking word? Like a, not hallucination, like a, there's a word for it that I'm just completely blanking from my mind. Anyway, so there's, from a different perspective, things will align in the frame and it looks like CG in the film, but people don't realize that they optical illusion. Thank you. people don't realize that they actually built those sets. And even though at the end of some of those shots, there's like some CG, people don't realize that like the entire thing was like a really incredible set design. I was going to mention when I saw the Hobbit trilogy in theaters, I gave it a bit of leeway because a lot of the effects work, I saw the 60 frames per second version, 48 frames per second version, the high frame rate in theaters. And there were some shots where I was like, oh, in the wide shots, it kind of looks fake as fuck, but, you know, it might just be my eyes not being used to the frame rate, and I just didn't know. I rewatched that for the podcast like 2 years and a half ago, maybe. And I was like, wow, this still looks like shit. And I'm not watching the high frame rate version, so I can't give it that benefit of the doubt. And I unfortunately watched the extended versions, and holy fuck, that third movie, the extended version, is like one of the worst things I've seen in my entire life. I hate that shit. Camera Person 2016 is awesome. I love that movie. That was Kirsten Johnson, who also directed Dick Johnson is Dead. That was a good movie, yeah.
All right, we're gonna do about 10 more minutes, folks.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So ask your questions.
10 minutes starting from when I get back from peeing.
When he gets back from peeing. So hold off on those questions because he won't see them and I won't remember them. We've been drinking for a long time, folks. Oh, and while he's gone, we just say that Eve, the adorable puppy that you've been seeing, I only feed her based on revenue from these streams. So share it with your friends, right? Let other people see it. Subscribe to the channel, please. Please, for Eve, please. Just, it's a button. Just push the button. Can't you? Why can't you push the button? Please, push the button. Hit the subscribe. And if you do so, you can maybe get treats, you know? So please subscribe to the channel. Vegan Gains approved diet? Fuck no. When I made this beef tart, I made beef tartare earlier for those who didn't see. And I saved a bunch of beef scraps and I'm going to cook them up for Eve. So fuck you guys. No Vegan Gains diet. The whale, I haven't seen the whale yet. Chiles Rianos. If I get reminded of that, I will. Boiling Point? No. Haven't seen that. Isn't that a legal drama?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's not Gary Cooper, is it? No? Okay. I've heard of Boiling Point. I haven't seen it. Hold off on questions for Adam. Ligma 2019. Yeah, not as good as the Bofa 2022. You know what I mean? Do I enjoy tea? Yes. Lapsang Souchong is my favorite, but I will regularly drink Earl Grey. I prefer balls, not bags. Loose leaf is good. Bofa D's nuts, Dev. Yuck. Gosh, Mickey. You know, actually, since you're a movie person, one talent I have. Well, let me ask you. Can you do any good impressions?
If I can do an impression of Goofy about to fuck his son.
Let's hear it.
Max. That's the one word carries so much intent behind it.
I do a really good Gollum. 1 second.
Stupid fat hobbits. They stole it from us.
That's good.
What's taters, precious? What's taters?
I'm okay, Eve. I'm okay.
You got the look down, but I think the voice needs some work.
Yeah?
I was trolling you.
Okay, trolling me.
Yeah.
You're the first person that ever said that.
No. That was good.
I
was expecting a little bit of cringe, but that was good.
I auditioned for a World of Warcraft guild that way. I told them in my application, back when you had to apply for guilds, I said, I do a mean Gollum impression, and that got me in.
Stephen Graham. What have I seen him in? That name is familiar.
All right, you got 10 minutes on the clock, folks. It's 1:26. Right. You got till 1:36.
Are you going to remember that number?
I am.
Do you do a timer?
I have to clean the fucking kitchen.
Oh, yeah. Stephen Graham. Oh, Boiling Point. Have I seen him in anything else? Oh, he was in This Is England. I like that movie. I don't remember who he played. Oh yeah, they're doing a Boiling Point TV show now. Yeah. So I don't know. He was good in Boiling Point.
Can you do the Peter Griffin laugh?
Does he laugh again? And yeah, I don't know.
Someone said, I can't read part of the message because it's covered, but yesterday Adam said the fountain something something.
Yeah, fountain's overrated.
Yeah?
Not good.
What are your criticisms?
Love Exposure, I talked about. You fucking people asked me about this fucking 3 hours ago, and I'm not into any Sion Sono movie, and I've tried watching them, and that, what was that, like 3 hours long or 5 hours long? It had some interesting shots. I'm not huge on it, and people get pissed. I reviewed his movie before anybody fucking saw it, the new Nick Cage, what was it called? He did a movie with Nick Cage in it. I said it was shit. And then fucking Sion Sono fans were pissed at me. They were like, you don't know what you're talking about. And they hadn't seen the movie yet because it was only out in festivals. And then the movie came out and everybody thought it was shit. They were just fucking standing this dumb director that some people think is great, apparently. But I've got some of his movies on my watch list and I'll check them out, even though nothing that he's made is connected with me.
Did you see the Taylor Swift Era Tour?
No, but I saw the remix, which was the Era Tour.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I haven't seen Human Nature. Denzel Washington is not the best actor of the last 40 years.
I saw a really funny video the other day of like some black dude. He did all three Denzel voices. Like he was himself acting with these three different people talking, but it was the three different types of Denzels. This is one of the moments where I would bring it up and show you. It would be funny and we'd laugh together. But
Cosmopolis was mid. Cronenberg has not been good for a long fucking time. And his son is not great.
His son is an actor or another director?
Brandon Cronenberg. Some people love his shit. I think there's interesting things about his movies, but they're not great.
I'm gonna look him up.
Do I know what is Tarantino's next film? Yeah, but I'm not telling.
Do you really?
No.
Okay.
We're friends. There's some things I've talked about in this stream that I have insider information about, and I've had to resist the urge to talk about, but
his son looks like
part
he
of the
makes...
biz.
Cronenberg looks like he makes artsy films.
Ooh, I mean, like Brandon. You've seen... Oh, Brandon.
Oh, like
no, he makes films that
I'm
are
looking
kind
at these
of
fucking like covers, and it just looks like
he tries to emulate his dad doing like the whole body horror thing, but like they're flawed and fine. They're not like offensively bad, and some people really connect with them. But Videodrome is good, but I hate James Woods in it.
Do you like James Woods at all?
I don't know what else I've seen him in, honestly.
That's the guy, like, super crazy conservative now, right?
Yeah. But I'm not like familiar with his whole filmography. Titan, love it. We talked about this yesterday as well, and also very early into this one. If you cut 30 minutes from Infinity Pool, it would have been great, but you spelled it Infinite Pool, so you're dumb. I call it Infinity Poo because it wasn't good. Memories of Murder is awesome.
Terrence Malick, Badlands.
Haven't seen Badlands.
It said, what's your favorite Badlands?
My favorite Badlands or my favorite Terrence Malick?
What's your favorite Terrence Malick Badlands? Maybe he meant like question mark, then question mark Badlands.
Oh, favorite Terrence Malick? Damn. I'm going to have to like look through his filmography. Would it be The Tree of Life? There's so much of his shit that I haven't seen. I haven't seen The Thin Red Line. I haven't seen Badlands. I haven't seen Days of Heaven.
Do you like Mr. River?
Mr. What?
Mystic River.
Haven't seen it yet, but it's on my watch list. I know it's a big movie.
Someone says Mystic Pizza. I've heard of that.
That's a PTA film, and wait, is that a PTA film?
Like Parent Teacher Association?
No, I was thinking of what is Mystic Pizza? I was thinking of it. What was that fucking PTA movie where it sounded like a dumb pizza movie? Hold on. Terrence Malick. I got Sunlocked here. I liked Hidden Life. I liked Knight of Cups. I liked Tree of Life. And then I'm sure I would, his films before Tree of Life, I would like more than any of those films. Yeah, Licorice Pizza is what I was thinking of. Antichrist, love it. We talked about it at the very beginning of the stream. So
spoilers.
Fucking rewind.
Yeah, the first like 20 minutes of this is spoiler city for those who just
we had a dumb idea about trying to avoid spoilers and then gave up on it. We tried to wave our hands. Knight of Cups is underrated. I agree. Enemy, Jake Gyllenhaal. I like that movie. Yeah. Blade Runner 2049. Love it. Yeah. Days of Heaven and Badlands. Just from what I understand about them without having seen them, I think I would like more than the other Terrence Malick films I've seen.
Hold your questions because I thought of something. Did you see Kingdom of Heaven?
Did I see Kingdom of Heaven? Probably not, but I'm going to look it up. Because that's so familiar sounding.
I think it's another Ridley
Orlando
Scott film.
Bloom. It's not something I've seen.
So apparently do not watch the theatrical fucking cut because I guess they took so much out. Because I remember watching it and thinking like, oh my God, this is a great film. And then I went back and watched it 13 years later.
How did we get more viewers now than when we started?
I
tweeted it out too. And then you had a raid.
We got a host,
also.
yeah.
You had a raid on Kick, but we have more YouTube viewers.
Oh no, we got a YouTube raid too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we got double rated.
Oh, nice.
It's a stalk, baby. But yeah, it's one that I've seen I watched the theatrical cut a couple months ago, and I was like, oh, what the fuck is wrong with this movie? And then I went and read about it, and apparently enough got cut from it that it's a totally different movie.
Ridley Scott, more like Ridley Thought.
With that thick ass.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has.
I'm team angry red face.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm not team happy blue face. I'm team angry red face. It's like my channel image. Oh, you can do that on Kick too. That's fucking funny. Does that require an extension?
I don't. It might be Steven. Destiny might have it unless Kick has it.
Yeah, I gotta install that on my Kick, even though I only get like 1 viewer per stream on Kick. So if you're watching on Kick and you're looking for new Kick channels to follow, kick.com/YMS.
Follow him.
Because I stream on Kick, and I'm looking for a reason to not stop streaming on Kick. So
follow him now so that he gets a boost in followers, and then I can say, hey, if you come on the Lycan podcast, you get more followers.
I do a try stream, Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Twitch.tv/YMSplays, kick.com/YMS.
I've not seen it, so no big spoilers because I had this and The Green Knight on my list. But what did you think of The Last Duel?
Did I watch The Last Duel? Let's see.
Ooh, that was a rough movie to watch.
No, I didn't watch The Last Duel, but it's on my watch list. But I hate Ridley Scott in the past 20 years. He sucks.
Did you watch 3 Billboards?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I like that a lot. I liked 3 Billboards a lot. And then I was so excited about the movie when I saw it the first time at TIFF. And I loved the direction the story went, and I felt so much emotion. I was like, this is a 10. And I downgraded it to a 9. But people still gave me shit, and there was this one criticism over it, like, oh, the CG deer looked so bad. But it wasn't a CG deer. It was a real deer, but just a bad composited green screen. So it wasn't a CG deer, and you people are crazy. You don't even know what your criticisms are.
All right, folks. It's the last minute.
God damn it.
I know. I mean, honest to God, if you want to shoot the shit with chat while I clean up, like if you're all right,
I'll shoot the shit with chat.
All right, guys. Gentlemen,
I'll shoot
enough.
I'll shoot the chit with chat.
You want any more of this?
It's tempting. I'll have one more tiny piece. Thank you so much, by the way. This is feel absolutely spoiled.
Are you full? Are you satisfied?
I'm totally full, yeah. To the extent that I could be.
As a fellow bottomless pit, I understand.
As a fellow bottom. Documentaries from the last year that I think everyone should watch. That's a great question, and there's tons of fucking fantastic documentaries every year, and so I'm going to check my short lists from the past couple years because I know that there are some. Hell yeah. Sperm World is available on FX, and it's if you're in Canada or Mexico, it's on Disney Plus. Wherever you get FX in the US, I don't know what the streaming service is, but Sperm World is fucking incredible. That is from Lance Oppenheim. Black Box Diaries came out this year. Hulu. Hulu has FX. Check out Sperm World. I love Sperm World. Really super well shot, thoughtful, very interesting characters. Black Box Diaries is great. That is not available for everybody to watch yet, but you can add it to your watch list. That is doing its festival run, but that's incredible. So those are 2 great ones from this year, and then let's see about 2023. I'm sure that there are tons in my list here. There's fantastic documentaries every year, and they get slept on. People don't watch as many documentaries as they should, and if they do, they don't watch the right ones. Four Daughters was great last year. Very interesting, kind of atypical documentary. The Contestant was fucking awesome. And I'm shocked that that didn't have a wide release. But I guess it's doing it in 2024. The Contestant was about that crazy Japanese game show called A Life in Prizes, where some YouTubers have made their own little mini documentaries on them yet, but I would recommend not checking those out because it's great to just go into it blind, about the guy Nasubi. Apparently it's being released on the internet May 2nd this year. So check out The Contestant. Let's see. Kokomo City was awesome. I like that documentary a lot. Very low budget, very guerrilla. I don't know if I would call it guerrilla actually, but very personal, just style heavy documentary. What time is the podcast tomorrow? I was told 4 p.m. Eastern. Nasubi was in Love Exposure? No way. No fucking way Nasubi was in Love Exposure. I'm gonna look that up. No fucking way. What, did they cut to a program of him? Wow. As Nasubi, so they did cut to a program of him. He wasn't playing another character. Am I a Monty Python guy? Yeah, I haven't seen all of their shit. Monty, you know, Holy Grail, Life of Brian, those are great. Stanford Prison Experiment 2015 I thought was underwhelming. Why did the Oscars snub the Lego movie? Because they're fucking stupid and they don't watch short films and they don't watch animated films. So they literally just don't watch them. That's why. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Oscar Academy voters are sent screeners that there's no indication of whether or not they watched them before submitting their answers. Yeah, they don't. Yeah. I mean, even so, there's nothing within the regulations of how they count the votes that is incentivizing them to count that. So there wouldn't be any system because otherwise the Oscars wouldn't be the way they are right now. I think there should be that system, but am I affiliated at all with the Amazing Digital Circus? I follow the creator and 2 of the voice actors on Twitter, and they follow me back. Otherwise, I'm not involved with the film. And I recently watched it on my stream, and I liked things about it, for sure. Would it have been worse if Bohemian Rhapsody won Best Picture over Green Book? I think it would have been funnier. I think it would have been... I think Bohemian Rhapsody would have been even more understandable than Green Book. I don't think I've seen Grim Fandango. I don't know why that name is so familiar sounding. Oh, it's a video game. All right, well, I've added it to my IMDb watch list. Shinsekai Yori from the New World. That sounds familiar. Thank you, by the way, for being people that are asking about, like, actual movies and not just cape shit. Every person asking a question has been more or less somebody that's, like, actually interested in, like, art. which is really refreshing, and I wasn't expecting that necessarily from being hosted on a channel that is not my own. Good. Is that why everybody's pissed at Steve at all his movie takes? What is one sleeper movie you should watch? Hundreds of Beavers right now. Hundreds of Beavers is available to purchase on iTunes in the US, Canada, and Mexico, and Amazon in the US. And you should watch it right fucking now. It's like Looney Tunes modernized. Watch it to the end. It is incredibly satisfying. It is for gamers. It is for fucking gamers. Have I been to DGG chat? Yeah, but I get the verification mark if I comment on YouTube, so I usually just hang out there. And also YouTube is a better player, so. You enjoyed that Cocaine Bear movie? Well, you're a fucking idiot, so. Sorry. I'm being a bit facetious. Do I have a favorite Destiny video? No bullshit trying to debate incest is my favorite Destiny video. Failing to debate incest. A name that everybody would completely forget about if not for that video. One of few people from the, what was called at the time internet skeptics, one of few people from that crowd that, like, followed me on Twitter, and I decidedly did not follow them back. And I was like, I don't think that I want to associate myself with this person in any way, because they're a fucking moron. And that was before that.
Who is this?
No bullshit. That was way before that stream even existed. I looked at their content. I was like, this is one of the dumbest fucking people that has ever said words on the entire fucking internet.
There's a lot of those.
There's few that have presented themselves so unintelligently that I wouldn't even follow them back on Twitter. And I follow a lot of people on Twitter.
You do. You do.
I follow a lot of people I don't agree with. I follow a lot of people from different strokes and different folks, but yeah, that was one where I was like, I don't want them to DM me and think that I even approve of their existence in any way.
You ever see Ip Man?
No, but I know what it is. IP Man, where he fixes people's internet. I did watch The Strange Things About the Johnstons, and I thought that it was underwhelming based on how fucking literally, obviously, it was literally just like, oh, it's so shocking because it's incest. And it's like, okay, I'm not 10.
We've all read Flowers in the Attic. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not 10 years old. Whatever.
IP Man when the packet drops.
So here's a question. Is the audio echo issue still happening? Spring, summer, fall, winter, and spring. Oh, is that the Korean director I like? So here's a question. Why the fuck why does DGG like these movies so much? Because I'm actually shocked that people are asking me like real movie questions. How did that happen?
DGG is a very eclectic group of people, and there are a lot of very media literate individuals in there. That
How the fuck did that happen?
I mean, I don't know.
Because it's not like Steve watches some movies, but he's not like...
He attracts the kind of audience that would be very into things that are not within the, I don't know, the mainstream.
That's really cool,
flow.
though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by the questions that I'm getting, actually. No, so I don't. I think the only movie I watched from him was Pieta, and I wasn't huge on it.
You do
But
not
that's a director I want to check out more from.
You do not get to say that you guys watch good movies because I've been in DGG for the movie streams, and
Oh, is it because I'm here?
was subjected the other day to High School Musical 2.
What the fuck?
So don't tell me about DGG watching good movies. All right.
Was that a troll
fuckers.
recommendation, though?
No, there was probably a troll vote. They do it democratically and they vote. But
Also, Pieta was 2012, so I might have been too young to appreciate it. Sorry.
No, just High School Musical 2. Fuckers.
Certified Kino. That's what somebody's saying.
No, it was not. I watched 90 seconds of it. It was cringe.
Strangers in Good Company. So, in chat, the audio issue of the echo is not happening currently. Because it was happening earlier, even with 2 mics.
All right. So what I want you to do real quick,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to start talking excitedly. Do it for about
Whoa! Like loud?
Yeah, just like
Oh boy! Wow!
and then I'm keep talking.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna make noise at the same
goodness!
time and see if that triggers the echo.
No. And I wouldn't think it would, because it's clearly a program software kind of issue. It's either your audio interface or I don't think it could be OBS. I've never had that issue.
Mm.
It's definitely not like a room echo or like how loudly you're talking into the mic thing.
I just didn't know if like on the software side, like if both gates are open and both are picking it up, the software fucks up and duplicates it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was the trigger.
The neighbors, it's so late. Well, fuck him. I couldn't find the movie Strangers in Good Company, by the way. So I don't know if there's an alternate title, but if you're wanting me to add it to my watch list, I can't, because I don't know what movie you're talking about.
Also, I've heard these neighbors fucking while setting shit up here, so
Oh,
it's
maybe
fine.
maybe they heard me. Maybe
They deserve it. Oh my god, my neighbor, like in my apartment, this chick like randomly at like fucking 12:30 in the morning just goes
recording some metal shit.
No, I don't. She's fucking crazy as fuck. No idea. Think she might be bipolar and just has mental issues because I've like heard her get railed by her boyfriend and it's like good, fine. And then I won't hear the railing for a few days and then I'll hear the screams.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've heard her cry and just fucking very deep cries. And then I'll hear her fucking scream like she's screaming into her pillow, except she's not screaming into the pillow because I can hear every fucking decibel of that fucking scream. I think she's going through some shit, but I haven't. It's been about 3 or 4 weeks since I've heard her scream, but I shit you not, this was like a every few days occurrence.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well,
I was living in a small house in Vancouver where I was in the basement suite, and I could very clearly hear the upstairs neighbors having very loud verbal and physical altercations. And then like sometimes their like child would be over, or like sometimes their dog, like I would hear yelp, and I called the cops on them like a few times, and they took it out on me. They were like, "Oh, you're the issue. We've had to deal with your shit." It's like they were just making it up. It was a terrible living situation. They like, but I got them kicked out by the landlord by the end of it, but they were like literally like knocking on my door like, "You want to fight?" It was terrifying.
like
And
what,
like
the
when
cops
it, like
just
every
left
time
and they come
was
down to you.
I was like working at Best Buy at the time, and like every time I came home, he would be like on his fucking front porch smoking like, "You fucking fag," like calling me all these like slurs and like, yeah, just like absolutely, it was terrible. Oh, the echo's happening. So are there headphones?
Yeah.
Testing. Okay, so this is not echoing. Yeah, talking to this.
All right, I'm talking to the microphone like we're getting real fucking loud. We're talking excited. Now we're in the diagnostic part of the stream. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, there's no echo on my end. It's delayed, but
Yeah, you'll hear the delay, but that's just going through the software. But
otherwise,
echoing. Hey, motherfucker, we're talking loud. I'm going to talk between the microphones. You fucking.
Yeah, this seems like something that would be difficult to replicate.
It is. We've tried earlier many times.
And it only started happening 2 nights ago?
Yeah. Well, some people said it was happening during the Krasensteins a bit, but the Krasensteins never got as loud. And that's why I think that it's something to do with when people get loud.
I don't think it's with the loudness. I really don't. I think it's I wish that we had the time to properly diagnose this. Like we might want to just like wake up early tomorrow and try to figure this out.
Yeah. I after 12:30 I can be pretty free. Actually I think I have a couple meetings tomorrow. Hold on. I think I do.
Test.
Yeah, I have 2 meetings, 11 and 1. So I'm free after 2.
Free after 2. Okay. Damn. So how, if you were to say in chat right now, how frequently do you think this is happening? Because it's happening semi-frequently, to my understanding. Enough that it's an issue. Enough that we should try to figure it out. 5 to 10%, about every hour or so. I would say the thing that I'm focused in on is this program on the left monitor.
That's the one with all the sliders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the software that controls the RME.
Do you think if you were to maybe, I guess tomorrow, like make a save state of your computer so that if reinstalling it or trying to unplug the audio interface and
we can unplug it and plug it back in. We can turn it off and on. Everything will stay the same.
Yeah, I would suggest not only, well, I mean, maybe see if that works, but if that doesn't work, then maybe try reinstalling the actual program.
So this is something that didn't start until we installed the virtual audio cables.
Weird.
And that's why I'm thinking that like something gets triggered that like duplicates it, but doesn't make sense.
That's not good.
Nope.
If it's only 5 to 10%, then that's not terrible, but still it's something we should get fixed over time. And if we can try to fix it by tomorrow, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
No, we should definitely try. So
I'm actually impressed with how well I can talk with the reverb of myself and my headphones happening like 1 second after.
I'm impressed that you can too, because it makes me feel sick.
Yeah. I only stumbled on my words like once.
Can you click on the YouTube chat just so I can see it at the front? Thank you.
Some people are saying they hate that program. Virtual cable management. So if it only started when you installed the virtual audio cable, maybe it would be worth it to either reinstall that or maybe even reinstall the drivers associated with that.
Maybe there's also a second, like, so there are 2 ways. There's the WDM that we're using right now for all virtual routing, but there's also a kernel level routing that we can do, and maybe that will change it.
I don't understand any of those words.
All right, let's wrap. We're gonna get up
I'm gonna
tomorrow and we're gonna fuck her shit.
You win. You win. I want to stay up longer, but
Oh, dude.
you're right,
I mean,
you're right.
If I didn't have to do work.
Oh yeah, you got work. Just let me take over the stream. I'm not gonna force you. I don't want to be that guy.
I mean, yeah. What's up?
Could I suggest a hard out at 2:15, or would that be too much?
2:15 we can do.
All right. I'm gonna make a really quick drink. Ask away.
Don't ask yet. Wait till he gets back here.
Think of your question.
I put everything back over here, so. Just a slob like one of us. I don't know why that was in my head. I don't know if you guys heard him. He was whistling, "What if God was one of us?" You have a good whistle.
Thank you.
Mine's shit. It's like... You've got the treble and everything. Or not treble,
vibrato.
The vibrato, thank you. I say treble because I think of tremolo, which is the fucking thing on the guitar.
This is pretty good, Jen.
Ain't it?
Better than Tanqueray. It's got a bit more character to it than Tank 10. Tank 10 is pretty smooth, but
I haven't tried Tank 10. I do like
Tank 10
Tanqueray.
is really good for Negronis.
That Nolets is... I love that for Negronis. And martinis.
Yeah, I like Tank 10 a lot.
You ever watch soap operas growing up?
No. And I was surrounded by people that did, and I never understood it.
I was, and I watched Passions was and Days of Our Lives were two of my favorites.
Are you familiar with Ralph Bakshi films?
Well, that's for you.
I mean, it says the word Lycan.
It does.
It doesn't just highlight your name. So that is for you.
I'm going to say I don't. I'm not.
Do you know what Fritz the Cat is?
Yeah.
It's probably his most popular. So he directed that movie.
He did a few cartoons that I've seen. I never saw Fritz the Cat, but I saw was something the Goblin shit. It was a fantasy one that he did.
The Wizard?
Fuck.
Wizards. Wizards is one that I love. He has a style that he was associated with like the animated Lord of the Rings.
Yes, is it?
But
yeah,
I don't remember if he directed one. I think he did. No, he did not do Goblin in Central Park or Troll in Central Park.
No, that's
even.
Don Bluth film. Ralph Bakshi. Movies. He did do Wizards. I never saw that. Looks cool though.
Wizards is crazy. It's a film that the absurdity of what it contains is a part of the enjoyment.
Yeah.
Yeah. As it goes on, you're like, wait, what?
He did Cool World, which I've always wanted to see. Just understand.
He did direct Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah, yeah. He did the animated film version of Lord of the Rings, but then there was like a Hobbit one that he was going to be involved with, but wasn't. Yeah, 1978. Okay. Can I tell bad performances from bad directing? Well, bad performances are a result of bad directing sometimes. And when a film has nothing but bad performances, when every performance is bad, that's a bad director.
Give me an example of one where you think it's a bad performance because of the actor, not the director.
I'm sure there's fucking plenty. I'm trying to think of one that stands out though. Because there's some people. Oh God, yeah. the teenage character in 28 Days Later, everybody else in the movie is great, and she fucking sucks, and I don't know why she's there. But I could also maybe, pass the blame onto the director, because a lot of directors just aren't willing to take the time that they need with younger actors. But also, she's like, I don't know if she was in another movie ever after that point. It's like, what are you doing? Like, that might have been a casting decision.
Brian Cox said that Joaquin Phoenix in Napoleon, which I think he said you hadn't seen.
No.
But he said Joaquin Phoenix is entirely responsible for the...
Did he say he was entirely... Was that his phrasing?
I think he said it was very extreme phrasing.
What's the exact quote? Did you read the quote?
What's that movie Twitter account discussing film? I'll get it to you in a second.
Do I think a parody movie like Scary Movie can be done today? Yes. Just has to be done by talented people. The genre can be done easily. You just have to get people that aren't fucking idiots. Black Dynamite 2009 was incredible.
I've always wanted to see that.
It's great. Mishima, Life in 4 Chapters, I don't think I've seen yet, but it's on my watch list, or it should be. So yeah, I'm like actually confused why I'm getting so many like real movie questions in this chat. It's like really substantive interest in film as an art form. Because Destiny doesn't, as far as I'm aware, really talk about like art housey films.
No, he doesn't. So he says, Brian Cox says, Joaquin Phoenix is truly terrible in Napoleon. I think it's totally his fault. I would have played it a lot better. I think he's well named. Joaquin, wacky. It's sort of wacky performance.
I found Strangers in Good Company, and yeah, I added it to my watch list. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to respond. There's a lot of crossover between my community and DGG. There's some amount. Have I seen Martyr's French film? Yeah, I recommended it earlier, and it's not French, it's French-Canadian. It's from Quebec. 2008 Martyrs is a very fucked up horror movie, which is a great film to recommend to people if you want to fuck them up.
I love fishing in Quebec.
Mm-hmm. You fished in Quebec?
You're a Hoover Schneef?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Letterkenny. Everything I just said in the last 30 seconds was Letterkenny.
Oh, okay. You're streaming Holy Mountain? You're in fucking DGG chat tonight? Great. Let me know what you think about it. If there's one thing that I want, and I'm going to pimp out Hundreds of Beavers again tomorrow. If there's one thing that I want by showing up here on this trip, is for people in this community to be exposed to films that deserve more exposure.
This movie?
No, not Holy Man. The Holy Mountain.
Oh, the Holy Mountain.
Not the Eddie Murphy bad. No, the Holy Mountain, yeah. The Holy Mountain is a fucking religious experience. But I wouldn't recommend the Holy Mountain to everybody. That's a movie that like you have to already be into.
This is an animated film?
No. What are you looking up?
The Holy Mountain. This?
That's not animated. That's not.
No?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's very colorful.
Yeah.
And very vibrant.
Yeah.
But it's not animated. Super Dark Times 2017.
We are still live.
I'm really glad that I did the whole 3 podcast run for this trip.
Yeah? Good. Glad we didn't exhaust you.
No. I'm glad it worked out. Super Dark Times, I have not seen, but it's in my watch list already.
Listen, if I didn't have to do adult shit tomorrow, we would be fucking going until I can't fucking stand anymore.
I've seen Taste of Cherry, and I think it's fucking incredible. I love Taste of Cherry. I would love to watch it a second time. And also, Hundreds of Beavers, I've bumped it up from a 9 to a 10, and you can see me in real time bumping it up from a 9 to a 10 during my YMS Watch-Along on the YMS Watch-Alongs channel on YouTube. if you're planning on watching Hundreds of Beavers, you can watch it with me. There's a channel on YouTube called YMS Watch-Alongs.
You get demonetized on that channel?
No, because I don't show clips from the movie. I show the time code.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a fun way where all I have to do is just say 3, 2, 1, and then if people press the button at the right time,
so they're
watching the movie with
commentary.
me. Yeah, it's like a commentary track, and you see the time code on the screen, and if somebody needs to pause and come back, then they can resync.
I fucking love that.
Yeah. It's a good idea that nobody else is doing, and it's a small channel that I'm trying to grow, and I would love to have more people on. And we do live streams on that channel as well, so hit the bell if you're interested in doing movie watch-alongs, please, because I would love to have more people on it. More people would be doing it if it was more monetizable.
Mm-hmm.
But I intentionally don't do mid-roll ad breaks on that channel because it would fuck with the sync.
Yeah.
The whole point of it is like, oh, thank you. Yeah, is to watch movies with people and also encourage people to watch movies that they might not want or not necessarily not want to watch, but might not have heard of or might not have been as interested in, because movies can be a really social experience.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of films, including Hundreds of Beavers especially, the one that I did for that was the first and only time that I've done a drinking game for it, because officially the Hundreds of Beavers team released an image of the Hundreds of Beavers drinking game for the movie, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. Of course I'm going to do this. So Paul Mescal, love him. Love that he got Oscar noms for what was that movie called? That was a good movie, but After Sun. Yeah, he was. Oh fuck! One of those snubs was All of Us Strangers got snubbed. All right, we're 3 minutes for our hard out. Even though I feel like I could go forever, I have energy to last for a billion days, but we're 3 minutes from me making that promise of me saying that I would end the stream. So I'll be streaming again tomorrow. You can see me talking with your buddy Steve. Yeah, All of Us Strangers is great.
Oh, fucking Dune. Do you feel like I went to your review specifically looking for the music critique, and you seemed like you were happy with the change and how they used the motif and
the change from part 1 to part 2, or yeah.
So this is a big one because Steven hates Dune. He didn't even like the second one. So
but he thought it was better than the first.
Sure, but he gave it as little praise as possible.
I'm not gonna push people too hard on that kind of thing. Favorite Mitski song? Nobody, obviously.
Where do you suggest starting with Gaspar Noé?
Fuck. Do you want to see someone get raped? Or do you want to have the worst anxiety of your life? Or somewhere in between? Like, there's 3 really great films from Gaspar Noé. Climax is incredible. I think that's my favorite of his by far, actually. Yeah, Climax is amazing. Amazing bad trip movie.
That's the one we talked about with the anxiety.
Anxiety, French people that are doing acid that didn't want to. Really, really great. Yeah, Climax is his... I think Climax is his best. Enter the Void is poo-poo, but worth watching. I can understand that perspective, but I like it a lot. Yeah, I think Climax is his best for sure. Climax is, oh God. There's some movies that like just talking about them, I'm like, I could put that on right now.
Yeah.
I could watch the entire thing right now. Climax is one of those movies. Yeah. Wong Kar-wai, I unfortunately have not seen any, but I've seen some of the films that he's produced. And I love what I've perceived at least to be his impact on those films. And I'm very excited to check out In the Mood for Love. Obviously Tarkovsky.
All right.
All right.
No.
Sorry,
No.
everybody. No. I would love to do this forever.
Hold on, chill.
Oh.
We're gonna extend a bit. But you better spam in DGG to get people fucking in here.
You better fucking spam.
A little bit. This is going to go by how I feel because I do have to be conscious tomorrow and physically capable.
See, I'm experienced and I know that I'm going to be conscious.
It's not
tomorrow.
the alcohol. It's the lack of sleep that's going to fuck me.
Oh, yeah. I have to wake up later than you do. I don't have to wake up as early as you.
But in order to do so, you have to answer a question for me.
Yes.
What is your favorite, in whatever stretched sense of the word you have to say, cape shit movie from the Marvel franchise?
Specifically from the Marvel franchise.
I'm not going to give you DC. That's an easy out.
I know. Pretty easy, right? Well, do the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films count or no? Do we count Marvel as...
No, we're talking
post Iron Man.
What's that fucker's name who runs that show? He plays Happy.
John Favreau?
Yeah, I'm talking the John Favreau.
Iron Man and post Iron Man. Favorite one of those. God damn it. Well, see... Damn, they're all so fucking forgettable. No, you people in chat are... No, they're all bullshit. They're all bullshit. Somebody give an answer that is a movie that is not immediately forgettable. All of these are bullshit. Every single one of them. Even Deadpool? Yeah, well, Deadpool didn't join the MCU until the movie that's coming out later.
Year, yeah. Which I'm very excited for.
Yeah, none of these are good.
Yeah, well, I said favorite out of the ones that exist. So favorite, again, in the stretched sense of the word.
I guess, what was the, was Infinity War? There was like two movies where it was like the pretend end of it.
Infinity War and Endgame.
Probably Infinity War then.
Yeah, okay.
That was one where I was like, okay, the culmination made sense. I like that something was planned out. There were some emotions that worked for it. And as a film event, I could understand what was going on. But if you ask me what happened in it, all I remember was he said assemble. And there was like there was a giant midget. And I don't remember anything else that happened in it.
That was the second one.
There you go. That's how much I care about them, and that's how much of an impact they have on my life. Is they're just immediately disposable.
I'm glad my sense of self is so strong that
I'm glad that you were able to tell me which one of those films it was from, because I wouldn't know. I literally wouldn't know. That's it. That's it. Like that's all I retain from these. They're absolute nonsense soy boy. I can't. Every single year that passes, I'm more comfortable shitting on them. Is Lycan in boxers? Yes. Those are his undies. Steel with Shaq? I haven't seen that yet. Hulk is unironically great. That is not a part of the MCU. We were talking about Iron Man and later. Del Toro and his style. I'm assuming you're talking about Guillermo and not Benicio. Love Pan's Labyrinth. We talked about that earlier. Is Madam Web a Marvel movie? I mean, yeah. I mean, fuck. That's the best one, I guess. That's the most memorable and engaging one. That's the most one that out of the Marvel movies, Iron Man and Post. That's the one that I was excited to watch the most for a second time.
Did you watch Madam Web twice?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't seen it once.
Okay.
No, I had zero interest
a special. It's a special film.
It was your review in particular. Don't get me wrong. I would have been excited to see some Spider-Woman action or something like that. You with Madam Web is what really was like. Okay, yeah, fuck this. Like, he was with my father when, or he was with my mother when they were in the Amazon researching spiders, and then before she died. Yeah.
It's a special film. It touches this unique point where it's a very difficult point to pin, but there's so much bullshit going into the movie and so much cynical corporate bullshit, but it still manages to be engaging in a funny way. Neil Breen, you wrote down earlier, he's a true independent auteur artist. He's very highly regarded, I would say.
He's the one who directed this?
No.
Okay.
But I'm giving a comparison. So you wrote down Neil Breen earlier. He is the opposite end of the spectrum where he would loop back around from a 1 to a 10. I give Neil Breen a 10. Because he surpasses Madam Web in that direction. Where it goes back to a 10. Madam Web, I cannot give a 10. I give a 1, but it is still very entertaining. The worst movie that I can watch is a 5. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Where it's so the Holdovers, I'm not even watching it. I could fall asleep and wake up, and I've seen the same movie.
It's so sad because I as we talked about this earlier, I know it's predictable in so many ways, but it's a Paul Giamatti film.
You said you were going to ask me a Paul Giamatti question. You said you were going to save it for later.
It was the one about your feelings about Sideways.
Oh, okay, that was it.
Yeah, that's become.
Was
one
it
of my
you
favorite.
that ordered the Merlot at the restaurant last night?
No,
or was it Dan?
It was Dan.
Okay.
We don't drink.
I was
Merlot.
about to say you haven't seen Sideways. Merlot is shit.
I am not drinking fucking Merlot.
Apparently, the sales of Merlot tanked after that movie. Yeah. It it influenced culture in such a way.
Maybe that's why people hate Merlot. Like
literally, I think that is.
Merlot was my gateway to wine.
There's nothing wrong with Merlot.
No,
the movie just said it was bad.
There's not.
Nothing wrong with it.
I'm sure that some fucking wine snob will say, "Why? Oh, actually, Merlot."
No, here's the problem: is that most people that drink wine and think that they're wine snobs are literally just people that are hearing what other people are saying.
They're like a remora.
Oh
on
yeah,
the fucking
most people that
actually know wine.
They see the fucking color chart. They're like, "Oh, it tastes like mousy. Tastes like a little horse in there. Very woody." And they go to these fucking seminars and they're like, "Oh, I'm very cultured about wine," but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're not sommeliers.
Like Merlot.
Yeah,
Black
Merlot's good. I like
box
Merlot.
Like, you ever black box?
No.
3 bottles of wine in one for $20. So first of all, that immediately gets it a 9.5 out of 10 on the scale. But yeah, no, Merlot's fine.
Nothing wrong with Merlot at all. And the fact that movie decimated the sales of Merlot is so fucking funny.
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
But that's wine culture. A lot of people that are just like have so much fucking money and want to pretend like they're a part of something, like the thing I was talking about, that Jerome Ferrer restaurant in Montreal, where it got the Michelin star and it was voted best restaurant in Canada. A lot of these people are just like,
I wonder if Pinot Noir went up after, because he's jerking off Pinot grapes.
Probably.
Now, granted, I say this before I even saw that movie. Huge Pinot fan. Pinot Noir is my go-to red wine. But
huge Pinochet fan.
Throw people from a helicopter or two, But no, the fucking That and Cab Sav. Like Cab Sav, I dig, but it's fucking
I thought
heavy.
It was pronounced Cab Sauv.
Sauv. Well, maybe. Cabernet Sauvignon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not even into wine, but I respect things about wine. And the only reason I'm not into wine is because if I drink too much of it, I get a headache. It's purely a physical thing.
I've heard my friend Heather is like that.
Yeah.
She gets
mostly reds that do that.
She says the nitrates and they're
like the tannins.
there are
maybe.
filters you can get.
I don't know.
For the nitrates,
really?
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know how much of that is like serious or not, but she says if she uses the filter, she doesn't get the headache.
I have seen Little Shop of Horrors, or at least what was it, the Rick Moranis version? Yeah. I saw it a while back. I heard the factoid about the original that it was made like on a bet. Like the director was like, I bet you I could make this movie in like 10 days or something. I could be bullshitting. That wasn't the Rick Moranis one.
Okay,
The Rick Moranis one was a remake.
I was gonna say there's no fucking way, but yeah. You like musicals? Not take away from movies. I'm just musicals in general.
Kaurismäki. I recognize that name. Aki Kaurismäki is the full name, and I'm trying to remember what movies he's directed because I love. Oh, I know. I've seen one movie of his, and it was his most recent one called Fallen Leaves, and I fucking loved it. And I would love to check out the rest of his filmography. Sorry, what were you asking?
Oh, musicals. Now, don't think about movie musicals. Just musicals in general.
Yeah.
Do you like musicals?
The Lion King is a musical.
I'm sorry. I mean, like
just
Broadway
stage
type.
Oh yeah, I love Book of Mormon was great.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you
Saw
see it
that
live
twice. Yeah.
with the original cast?
I don't know what we would define as the original cast.
Josh Gad and the guy from Girls.
No.
Okay.
No. I saw them when they eventually toured. So I didn't see them in Broadway initially. I saw them when they eventually toured and went to Vancouver. And then when I visited New York a year ago, last year at some point, I saw the Broadway version, but it wasn't the same cast. But it was great. I love it.
Do you know that chick who got canceled a little bit ago for the Dragon movie commentary?
Lindsay Ellis?
Yes.
I love that I pulled that. That's so funny.
Do you like Lindsay Ellis?
There's things that I like about her, and there's some commentary that I like about her, but I mean, she exists, or she used to exist in this kind of channel awesome nostalgia critic sphere that I didn't really have any interest in, and now apparently she makes better content on a different website. I forget the name of it.
She just released a video for the first time
on YouTube?
Since it, yeah.
Oh.
Like about 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah. So I have no issues with her. She blocked me on Twitter, but it was obviously because of a block bot because I was following too many controversial people.
Okay.
So I don't hold any ill will towards her.
Lindsay, unblock my boy, please.
Lindsay Ellis. I don't think she's on Twitter anymore. I think she left. Yeah, I there's things that I like about her. My one criticism is the types of videos that I make are more editing conscious, and she's more commentary conscious. Not necessarily saying that like she's better than me at commentary, or that I'm, necessarily better than her at commentary or anything like that, but I've noticed there's certain kind of OCD things that I notice about the editing. There's something when you're editing another film. So a film will exist in your editing timeline, and there are several shots that are broken up in the timeline. And when you want to include a clip of that shot, if let's say the shot exists for 6 seconds, and what you include is roughly 6 seconds, but you include 6 seconds in one frame, then you catch one extra frame of the next shot. And so while you're watching one of her videos, it's like, oh, I'm talking about this, and you're seeing the shot, and it's like, 6 seconds and then one tiny frame of like an extra shot that shouldn't be there, and then you're going on to the next thing. I'm like, you should have caught that. You should have caught that. And that's the one issue I have with her videos, and I'm fucking autistic, and it bugs the hell out of me. And I think that I would enjoy her videos if not for that, but it keeps happening in her videos. And I wish that someone would notice it and stop her from doing that. Whether it's her or her editors or whoever edits her videos. But that's the one reason why I haven't fully gotten into her videos, is that one to 3 frames that keep appearing, and I'm like, that is sloppily edited, and I go out of my way to remove those things from my videos, where if some video of mine is edited by someone else, I'll fucking catch it. Out of my hundreds of videos on my channel, there might be one that has one of those things in it.
Do you aside from that, do you like her style of commentary?
I haven't watched a video long enough to know because of those fucking frames. I don't know. My roommate really likes her shit and has recommended her Hobbit videos.
So Aaron and I were driving back from, I think, Christmas or something like that, and I think that's where she introduced me to her. And yeah, the Hobbit videos were one of them, which were I might not have noticed the frame thing because I was driving, so I wasn't watching the video. I was just listening to the audio. But
are those lozenges, by the way?
No, they're not. They're nicotine. So
I mean, are they nicotine lozenges?
No,
is what
pouches.
Pouches. What is that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your flow. I was just kind of curious about that because it's not chew. I was like, what is that?
They're it's like little paper kind of thing, and it's just nicotine.
Does it dissolve?
Salt. No. Like that's why I put it in a napkin.
Oh.
It's just
the internal parts dissolve, and then you spit out the paper.
Yeah,
okay.
like
that's interesting. I've never seen that before.
It fully is.
I didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
No, you're fine. It definitely it seems to shrink a little bit.
Okay.
In as far as size, but yeah, it's just once the nicotine's gone, I no longer feel the joy of life, and then I throw it away. It's called an addiction.
I mean, yeah, I'm smoking a vape. Sorry, you were saying about Lindsay Ellis's Hobbit.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah. So the Hobbit, because I mean, Aaron knew the one to hook me on, because the Hobbit fucked with me royally, mentally.
You are a worse person because of those films.
Fucking hate the Hobbit.
Yeah,
it's a fucking 2-movie book at max. It's a fucking child's book. It didn't need to be 3 fucking movies. The goblins, you have them perfectly fine in the Lord of the Rings. You don't need to make them these squat little fat fucking pigs that you turned them into for the fucking thing.
Body
it's
shaming.
Dumb. It's fucking moronic. There were supposed to be marauding fucking psychopaths that come up through the fucking crag, and Gandalf smacks his fucking thing and kills a bunch of them. And he didn't need to fucking be these little fat little gremlins. I have one already. She's right over there. Her name is Eve. We don't need more of them in this world, okay? And they fucking made it.
Only one.
Smaug was fucking incredible.
But the way that they utilized Smaug was fucking manipulative. Because at the end of the first movie, they were like, "Oh, don't you want to see a dragon? Don't you want to see a dragon in the next movie?" And then it was like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Or was it at the end of the second movie? I forget which one.
No. Yeah, it was the next one.
Yeah, it was like called The Desolation of Smaug, and then he was in it for like the end part. And then it was like, okay, well, you named the title after the character, and then showed him in the last like 20 minutes. And then he didn't do anything, and then you cut to credits and went to a fucking... Who's that ginger artist that's annoying? I see fire inside the mountain. They did that in the end credits.
Oh, fucking Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, Ed Sheeran.
Sorry, when you say
inappropriate.
ginger, I think women, because I like ginger women.
Okay.
But then you say, fuck Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran in the end credits was so fucking inappropriate. And it was like, oh, aren't you excited to see this Smaug? It's like, well, you named the title of this movie Desolation of Smaug. I thought I would have seen it in this film.
And then fucking Thorin, right?
Yeah.
So in the book, right, Thorin is pissy and being a bitch and whatever. Oh, and the introduction of the whole fucking dragon flu or whatever they call it, like that was fucking stupid. Didn't really serve the plot at all. Thorin just goes crazy because he's like, I must find the Arkenstone. And then he finds out Bilbo has the Arkenstone and he goes, yeah, fuck you, I'm going to kill you, you hobbit. In the fucking book, there was a scene that Tolkien describes where finally when Thorin gets his head on straight and they go to battle, they jump out in glistening, glorious armor. Instead, they fucking turn it in the film to something where it's like, oh, well, they can't do that. Like, they turn off and they turn their fucking shit back to their rags and they fight in that because they've let go of the treasure. It was so fucking stupid. I wanted my goddamn World of Warcraft paladins, my fucking dwarf paladins, to come out wielding hammers and ready to fucking tear some shit up. And that scene, I was waiting for that. I shit you not, Adam. That was one scene that
You were waiting for that in the third movie?
I was.
Despite the first two?
Yes. I had hope.
How? Despite the first two movies?
Because I'm a fool of a took. And I had 3 fucking Lord of the Rings movies directed by Peter Jackson that I thought would have fucking come back and...
No. That Peter Jackson is long gone. He's not making those movies anymore.
And also, that movie, that trilogy, made me think of how much I think that practical effects need to be a continued art in movies. Because
it's an entirely different approach, and it was just lazy. And so somebody commented so Peter Jackson did these video diaries of the films that he made, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And people were commenting on they literally included in these video diaries. There was who played wizard guy? What's his name? Gandalf? Ian
McKellen.
Ian McKellen? Yeah. So there's like a clip of him like getting frustrated and sad in the new Hobbit films, like behind the scenes video diaries, being like, I can't act off of this. like, because he was used to the practical effects of the first films, and he thought that was what he signed on to. And the first films used, they used camera tricks. They used like forced perspective and like really interesting. Yeah, Sir Ian McKellen, thank you, knighted. We respect the British monarchy here. Yeah.
You have to.
I have to. Part of the Commonwealth, yeah. Fuck the Queen. Sorry, King. He's gonna be dead soon anyway. Fucking. What? I'm not gonna. What's gonna happen to me? Fuck the King.
It's a new world. Yeah. Brave new world.
Yeah. You shouldn't be. They shouldn't be on our money. All right, we'll go back to that. Hobbit. Yeah, he was like actually disappointed by how it was filmed. Is what people have been. That's the factoid that people have been telling me. Enough people that I believe it, even though I haven't looked at it personally myself. But the directing achievements that Peter Jackson made in the first trilogy are so purposeful for what the story is and how it was told. And I don't know if you've seen much of his earlier filmography, but like those same elements are still there.
Dead Alive is the only thing.
Dead Alive is fucking awesome. I love Dead Alive. And so he has films earlier than that are just like not as entertaining. They're like kind of like you just filmed this with some friends, but there's some shots where it's like, oh, you have a very comprehensive understanding of how to frame something in a forced perspective way and get like a really solid looking effect out of like a cheap budget.
Mm-hmm.
And he utilized those practical effects knowledge to make the Lord of the Rings trilogy in the first place. And it's one of those insane things where, like, unfortunately, because of the infrastructure of how movies are made today and because of how pussy, absolute pussy these film studios are now, where they're like, oh, is it an existing IP? Oh, is this a Marvel movie? I don't know if we can spend this much money. We're not getting these ambitious stories where you could have something like The Matrix, or you could have something like The Lord of the Rings, where they put their faith in an actual artist that knew what the fuck they were doing and they were passionate about the IP. Right now, a lot of IPs that are pre-existing, where it's like, oh, there's a fan base behind it, they give it to fuckwads who have never directed anything before in their lives. They're just like, oh, well, it doesn't matter because the IP is a name and people will click on it. That's what they did with the Amazon show of The Lord of the Rings. They gave it to 2 people who have never show ran anything before. I know. Well, they spent $1 billion. The thing that people don't understand is they didn't spend $1 billion in the first season. They spent $1 billion over 5 seasons, which is still too much and dumb, especially when nobody cares about it right now. And when they tracked the metrics of it, they found out that like 80% of people that clicked episode 1 didn't click past episode 3. It was something stupid like that, where like, oh, sure, people clicked on it to see what it was.
I'm in the top,
but nobody
20% of
nobody fucking finished it.
Well, they fucking. So watch the Lindsay Ellis video. She goes over this in depth. Like,
I will, but I will be pissed off at those single frames.
There were like 5 studios that were fighting for different shit and had an impact on decision making for it all. There was the whole.
They didn't make 5 seasons. They funded 5 seasons. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
I was responding to that comment. Yeah.
I was like 5 seasons.
No.
Who was the? It was not Benicio, not Guillermo. Robert. Wait, was it Guillermo del Toro? Was doing
Who
the
did
first?
What?
The first director before they brought Peter back. Was it Guillermo?
What do you mean the first director?
There was there was a director before Peter
on
Jackson on The Hobbit.
No.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson directed all 3 Hobbit movies.
No, he did. But there was an original director before he ended up as the director.
Oh, yeah. I think Guillermo might have been involved in some way, and then they got.
And there
Peter
was like
Jackson
a whole
back.
bunch of shit where it's like a director needs time to do X, Y, and Z, and he didn't have the time, and it was just dropped into it.
I heard
and
about
it was
that.
like, go in.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Make 3 movies out of 1 book.
It should have been fucking 2 movies.
Yeah,
because there is enough in The Hobbit to justify it. Oh God, I can fucking rant for days.
2 movies, maybe not extended.
Fucking
2 movies maximum.
2 movies
maximum.
2 movies. For this fucking franchise, no love story is needed. That was
no,
fucking dumb.
Of course not.
Absolutely fucking stupid. Don't bring back Legolas. We don't need that. Fuck you. I don't get me wrong. I like Legolas. We don't need him here. We don't. You could have a cameo. That's it. The fucking cameo. Have him standing next to his father.
And he looked like he doesn't look this. Orlando Bloom looked in his 40s. At least I don't know how old he was when he filmed the first ones, but like he looked way older. I'm going to pee real quick, and I'm going to answer one of those questions.
I'm going to go ahead and take this time because it's my time now. It's my show. This is the Lycan Show. Welcome to the Lycan Lounge. I fucking didn't need the love story, right? The editing on it, as far as the fucking way they made the movie look, it just didn't have the Lord of the Rings feel. The Lord of the Rings, you watch that fucking movie now, and it feels real. It looks real. The goblins, the fucking orcs and all that stuff, the Uruk-hai and everything. It looked real. Yes, were the fucking Nazguls, flying fuckers, CGI? Yeah, sure. Did they look real? Not really. You can tell it's CGI, but it still looked fucking good, and it was a limited use of CGI. Did Smaug look good? Yeah, it did for the most part. Did it look as good as the dragons in fucking Game of Thrones? Absolutely fucking not. Should he have? I'm okay with the way Smaug looked. I'm overall okay with the Smaug performance. I'm not okay with the limited use of Smaug. Also, the fucking dragon sickness arc. Like, what the fuck was that? Ugh. One of the best scenes was the the sing song with the fucking dwarves where they do That's What Bilbo Baggins Hates. That was good. The song that Thorin and them all start singing that like kind of gets Bilbo into like the ooh, I'm gonna go down the fucking path mood. Yeah, that was good too. I like that. Everything else, a lot of fucking hogwash. I think the troll scene with the mountain trolls that had wandered down, the 3 of them, Bert and all that, that was pretty decent. That was good.
Why are there 2 empty Coca-Cola cans in the refrigerator?
Bad habits. Speaking of that ginger fucker, Bad Habits was a banger song, and the summer that came out, I listened to that while swimming all the fucking time. Anyway, The Hobbit was a wasted opportunity, 1,000%. The Battle of Five Armies,
One of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. The extended edition. That was like, I think the most drastic change of rating I've ever made. Because in theaters, I think I watched it and was like, yeah, it's a 5. And then I rewatched it, the extended version. I think I gave it a 1. I think it was like so fucking offensive. I was like pissed.
It was not good. I don't know if you guys heard any of what he said, but like he said, the third one was so offensive he was pissed, and I agree with that. Like the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, I still got emotional when Thorin died, but I think that comes from knowing the Hobbit story from the book and whatnot, and yeah. Oh, and Azog. Fuck you, fuckers. Azog didn't need to exist. It was an unnecessary addition to the fucking movie. 1000%. Also, Tom Bombadil is in Lord of the Rings, not The Hobbit. But the lack of Tom Bombadil, like, didn't really... Like, there are major changes. Like, for instance, like, Aragorn in the books is all like, I'm going to be the fucking king. I am returning. I am here. And in the movies, Aragorn is like, I turned away from that path long ago. But it works for the movie. It's still good. It is a change that is done in such a way that the execution makes it fine. And I'm not going to fucking clutch my pearls over it. But The Hobbit, there should be fucking war crime trials. Geneva Convention action.
I also feel that strongly about the third film in The Hobbit, especially. It's actually offensive.
It is.
I'm a worse person from having watched that film.
I remember, when they used to like release things on TV or in the DVD commentary of like they'd show like what they did making the movie and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was stuff for Lord of the Rings where they were going to Tolkien fans and like going to bookstores, and Ian McKellen was there and other people, and it was like, talk to me about the book. Talk
Mm-hmm.
to me about the story, the characters. What did you like? Like what does this mean to you? Yeah. They would do this, and they would talk to them, and you had this sense that these people cared about making a movie that was true to form, that was true to what people were expecting from these characters. And I didn't see any of that in The Hobbit. I didn't see that whatsoever. Who's the guy who played Bilbo? Do you remember his name in the Hobbit?
I know exactly who you're talking about. I don't
Freeman. Something Friedman?
Damn, what is his name?
Chat, what's the duder? What's his name? Martin Freeman.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
You're right. Damn.
Like
Martin was the...
He was good. I liked him as Bilbo.
Oh yeah, he worked for it.
Anyway, I'm going to kill myself.
So somebody asked me about if I'm excited for Challengers. I am so fucking excited.
What's
for
Challengers?
Challengers is the new film from Luca Guadagnino, Italian director who I very much enjoy. And what is an interesting, hilarious fucking factoid about this. So this is going to come out in theaters in a week or two. And I already have my tickets. And what's funny about it is people have noted, so there was an IMAX poster released for this movie. So this is one of those movies where I haven't seen the trailer, but I've seen people's reactions to the trailer. So what people have said about the trailer is like, oh, it looks like a weird three-way romance with Zendaya, right? Zendaya and like two other guys. It's like, okay, what is this? Like, is this like a sex movie? I haven't seen the trailer. Luca Guadagnino has made Call Me By Your Name, which is like a really great gay romance film. He made what is it? I think it's called I Am Love with Tilda Swinton, an incredible movie that I'm not going to go into too much detail about. He made the remake of Suspiria, which I very much enjoyed. Great director, really interesting personality. And this new project has Zendaya in it, and a poster got released for it for the IMAX release. And it was one of those times where people were saying like, wait, what the fuck? Why does why is this an IMAX movie? Is this? I thought it was like a romance. I thought this was like a 3-way romance movie. And so people were wondering, why is this even an IMAX theater? Yeah, exactly. Literally, those are the images. It's like there's people on a bed. So this is going to be like shot in IMAX, right? And this is a director that I really like. And then even more fun factoid is the writer is a first-time writer for a feature film, but many people have heard of him if you're internet cultured. He made the Potion Seller video. Do you know what that is? Potion Seller. These are my strongest potions. You cannot handle that. You are of the weakest. It's
Potion
that
Seller,
fucking
I
guy.
tell you.
It's that fucking guy. He wrote the movie. This is his first fucking feature. And this is literally the first movie he's ever written. And it's a Zendaya, Luca Guadagnino movie. And it's already got a fucking 88 Metascore. Critics love it on the critic screenings. And I'm fucking hyped. And it has an IMAX release, and I don't know why. And I'm excited to see whatever the fuck it is. So apparently the echo's back, but I don't know how to diagnose it. You keep talking. I'm gonna put on those headphones.
So while he's going over there, there's a Spider-Man edit. Have you seen this? Where you remember the scene? Have you seen all of the Cape Shit movies?
What do you mean by all of them?
Have you seen Spider-Man, the one after he kills Mysterio?
Yes.
Okay. So you know where he's...
So in the software on the left monitor, I do not see visually the... Is the echo still there?
Is the echo still there, or is it gone?
Damn, I couldn't tell if that was just the real-time echo or not. Damn it.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Damn, I wish I could diagnose it.
So in the Spider-Man movie, the one after that, after Mysterio, I can't remember which home version it is.
Yeah.
There's a scene where he's like looking at the billboard and it's showing Spider-Man as Peter Parker,
like,
and that he
doxed.
killed him. Yeah, exactly. They edited it with this scene, like, cause there's like footage of this scene out there, like just a little bit.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Like just a little bit from the fucking trailer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they edited it, and like it's him freaking out, and they show Zendaya looking like embarrassed and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hyped for this movie. I've got my tickets already, and I'm seeing it in fucking IMAX.
You've made me excited for it.
Like, what the fuck is this gonna be? So, listed on IMDb, it's listed as romance sports. So I think she's like playing tennis or badminton or something. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen the trailer. I just like the director enough, and obviously I'm hyped because Potion Seller wrote the fucking
Potion Seller. Have you heard the remix?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. You guys won't be able to hear this really well, but I have to play this for him.
Yeah, tennis? Yeah.
So the Potion Seller, my favorite version of it isn't the original. It's someone put it to music.
It's like that tennis Will Smith movie? No, probably not.
It's got...
I'm going into battle, and I want your strongest potion. My potions are too strong for
Nice.
I listen to that. I shit you not. Like, I'm doing work and whatnot, and it's like, what's the next song I'm gonna listen to?
Send that to me on
Potion Seller.
tweeters.
It's fucking, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That alone has hyped me for this movie.
I know, isn't that fucking ridiculous? Literally, like, the first writing project officially that this person has had. And it's like Zendaya, one of the fucking biggest stars that exists. IMAX? Romance? Sports? Luca Guadagnino? Like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, critics love it so far, whatever screenings that they've had. And so I'm expecting like a fucking banger or something unique.
That Beaver movie's like in the 80s or 90s.
It's great.
Rotten Tomatoes.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that too.
Yeah. Everybody in chat watch Hundreds of Beavers and let me know what you think. Legit. You better fucking watch that movie.
You're gonna disrupt our Sopranos rewatch what we've been doing right now is where we're watching, and like if we ever need a break, it's okay. Let's go to the list and watch a movie, and we take turns alternating like movies. But I think you might have disrupted it, and we might have to spend Sunday. If she gets back Saturday, we might have to spend all night Saturday and Sunday fucking watching movies.
It's in your top 3 of all time to Pearlhead. Oh my god, it's a great movie. It is like kind of a once in a generation movie. It really is. I wouldn't be pimping it out this much if I didn't believe in it.
So Airplane was a once in a generation movie, and it was innovative in so many ways. I didn't see it until late last year, and I don't know what it is. If it's desensitization to, I can appreciate it for what it is, but that's because I've read about it enough. It didn't land for me.
That's fine.
And I like absurdist humor. I like Leslie Nielsen a lot. I feel like it's like the whole Star Wars thing where like I already know that Luke is Darth Vader's son. I feel like I missed out on what Airplane could have been.
Maybe. I do you feel like you like other movies of the same genre?
Yes.
Like
Well, no, I liked Airplane. I did like it. It was like
just not you missed out on the cultural experience.
Yes, because I think I listened to so many people talk about what the movie meant to them. I actually I listened to the autobiography, which really didn't spoil too much for me. Or I listened to the oral history of it with a bunch of people talking about what it was like to make the movie and all that stuff. And you have a lot of people like, who's the actor in Barry? What's his name? He's in Saturday Night Live. You know what I'm talking about.
I think I do.
Yeah,
but I forget his name.
Bill Hader. I like Bill Hader and people like that talking about like what seeing Airplane meant to them. And then when I saw it, I was like, I've seen this before, because I've seen what they've done in so many other movies. And it felt like I wish I had had the experience that people who saw that movie
to experience that as like a new genre in a way.
Yeah, like when I'm watching this and it's like, holy shit, what are they doing? That's crazy.
No, I can get that. Yeah,
like Scary Movie in some way, like that, like on the nose kind of humor, like the abortion joke at the beginning. You know, when he's coming into the terminal and they're talking about like, you know, it's this person talking about this zone and this person talking about that zone.
So they're apparently trying to revive, I don't know if it's Airplane or The Naked Gun, but they're trying to revive some sort of Liam Neeson series. Sorry, not Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
Airplane.
Or Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen, but they're doing Liam Neeson. They're literally replacing him with Liam Neeson. and in my initial thoughts, I'm like, that could work maybe. And I'll have to see. Like we were talking earlier about how he's like typecast.
He did in. Did you see Ted?
I hated Ted.
There was like either Ted or Ted 2. there was a fucking
Ted has a special memory I'll talk to you about in a second, but go for it.
There was this a scene where like he asks about this breakfast cereal. He's like, "Now I've heard it's for kids. Is it for kids, or will I be okay if I have this?" And it's that very serious, like, Taken tone that he's doing. And it was funny and all that stuff. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I could see him, like, doing the Leslie Nielsen thing. But, like, having him in, who's the guy from Unsolved Mysteries?
Not sure.
You know what I'm talking about, though. The host of Unsolved Mysteries?
I don't know what that is.
What?
I mean, maybe I do. I'll have to look it up.
Sorry, I just, maybe it's an American thing.
Maybe it is.
And he's a big actor, and like he did
Unsolved Mystery.
Like only serious roles. He's a big actor from like the 50s, 60s, 70s. But him being in that movie was like a big deal. Like the fact that he.
So I see Robert Stack.
Yes, Robert Stack.
Yeah.
And
I haven't seen it.
Yep. Thank you, Lithics. So yeah, so Robert Stack being in that was like a big fucking deal. So like, you know, maybe that's it. Maybe Leslie Nielsen or Liam Neeson now. Maybe he does it. But anyway, you were telling me, so which movie was it you said has a special place? Ted.
there's a special memory associated with that where my friend Joe, who is the same friend that I will be watching Band of Brothers with.
So you will be watching Band of Brothers.
I will be.
How have you not seen Band of Brothers?
I must not know anything about any movie ever if I haven't seen that miniseries. He got it as a DVD gift for his birthday, and I forget what year. It must have been like he was like 16 years old or something. And I remember both of us like putting it into the DVD player, watching the first 10 minutes, and I was like, this is bullshit. And we turned it off and we like played Halo or something. It was like, this is stupid.
Oh, you know, like the Thunder Buddies opening?
I don't remember what happened in it, but I was just like, this is annoying. I don't have time for this.
Halo is a great game though.
You're a Halo fan?
I am. I've only played 1 and 2. I never did 3.
I am the biggest Halo 1 fan.
Halo 1 was amazing. What was
that?
Have
you so there's a mod for Halo 1 on PC called Cursed Halo. And it is one of the craziest, most fun things you could ever experience if you're a fan of Halo 1. I would highly recommend it. If you have a PC, it is very easy to install.
I have it, and I have it on Steam.
Yeah. So if you have MCC, Master Chief Collection, it's very easy to install. Please do it.
It's called, what is it again?
Cursed Halo. Write it down in your fucking notes. Right. Cursed Halo. Put 2 stars next to it. Damn. This entire conversation we've had, you've had like 3 pages of notes of just shit that I've mentioned.
It's been like,
I don't know how you're gonna manage this, but
10% questions and 80% gotta watch this.
Oh my god, it's insane. I ain't a Family Guy kind of man. I agree. So I'm gonna finish this drink, and I think we should call it a night. And I appreciate all of you in chat asking very substantive, good movie questions. Honestly, I was really appreciating
great
all
guest.
This. Thank you, and thank you for the steak. Thank you for the tartare. That was delicious, and I will see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Today.
I mean, trying to correct my Canadian accent. Tomorrow. I'll see you at what, 4 p.m. Eastern?
3:30. So they
3:30. I thought 3:30 was the setup.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, I meant I'll see them at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Hey,
yeah.
You guys don't get them until 4. I give them 30 minutes earlier. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. And if you're looking for a Kick channel to subscribe to, because nobody's fucking streaming on Kick apparently, kick.com/YMS. If you're looking for some movie watch-alongs, if you're looking for some movies to watch, and you want to watch them socially with a person and maybe with a chat, even with the VODs, they're fun. Go to YouTube and search YMS Watch-alongs. And then my main channel is obviously YMS. If you like video games, go YourMovieSucksDOTorg. And I do video game streams every Sunday. And if you're a Twitch homosexual, then go to twitch.tv/YMSPlays, and I'm also there.
Do you have a link tree so that
no, I wish I almost set one up, and then I don't remember why I didn't.
You should do that because you got so many platforms now that
it's absolutely unmanageable. I feel like I've been on the internet for so long that I just don't even remember all the things that I have.
Oh, I don't have super chats enabled? Fuck my ass.
Oh, that's why. Well, we figured this out for next time.
Jesus, wasted opportunity.
That's funny. Wow.
Supers, what the fuck? Supers.
Well,
Super thing.
You've learned a valuable lesson, and next time I'm here, then
they're enabled now. Fuck my ass.
God damn.
Jesus.
What the fuck? Good clip.
Ugh. Fuck.
Damn. I was wondering why it was only memberships.
Subscribe to the goddamn channel. You know what? Make up for the lack of super chats, please. Subscribe. Hit that sub button.
Right. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody.
Folks. I'm gonna go walk awkwardly while he sits here quietly.
Am I interested in appearing on Biggest Problem in the Universe, or do I hate Vito/Dick? I'm friends with both of them.
Are you?
I mean, contacts, yeah. I mean, like, I brought Dick to a furry convention once, yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, you ready?
All right.
All right, say goodnight, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.